Hey, what's up, man?
What's up?
Nothing much.
Oh,
We are implementing a new policy tonight.
what's
On-screen policy
Yeah, for you.
for me.
Just for you. The rest of us behave ourselves.
I don't know about some more of these Voodoo Rangers, so we'll see how long my behavior.
Oh,
Yes.
don't tease us.
Yeah,
All
we're
right, hold on.
president.
Hey, Felipe.
They
MMJ
kicked me out.
Felipe.
I'm finally back.
Oh, you sound
They sound
good.
great, dude.
Finally, I changed up my browser. My life. I have a new life now.
Yeah.
Felipe, can you tell me about my car insurance?
There you go. Let me.
There you go.
I can't hear.
All right.
Okay.
Let's see what's in the chat here. Okay, so first of all, I got a new computer, so I'm not lagged at all,
Nice.
which is amazing. Yeah.
I mean, don't give us 10, 15 minutes and then let us judge.
Yeah.
That's fair. You gotta
No,
show
I can already tell. Like, I can literally go through the comments and like apply them
Oh
quickly.
my gosh.
Look at this. Look at this. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Did you give your old computer to Felipe?
Bye.
No.
No, it's out in the living room. I got to return it. But yeah, really happy.
Did
with
you
this
give your
stuff.
old headphones to Felipe?
So they gave me a MacBook Pro M1 Pro. So it's better than the M1 chip, but just not as good as the M2. So it's solid.
Well, okay, hang on. We got a problem here. So apparently we're being attacked somehow by the in-groove
Oh, that's fair.
because he's doing an auction, and then Sean's like, "Thanks for letting me know, so I can leave and go to the auction." Thanks, Sean.
Oh, well, whatever.
He said okay. He in his video that he drops Thursday mornings.
Yeah.
He said he was going to do it an auction for an hour or so.
And I'm just
Exactly.
fucking, I don't even know
All
what's
right.
happening. Well,
You know,
Plus, here's a plus. You're not spending money here. You're
That's correct.
keeping your money.
Well, that's not
So-
true. We name a record and everyone goes buys it on Discogs.
Okay.
well, whatever.
that's true. You have to get in there early, otherwise you will be getting the more
Well,
expensive copy.
If anybody does go, come back and let us know what jazz records he sold
That's true.
Yeah.
For like $300.
for $500. Yeah.
Oh, is he doing the whatnot or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I've never participated in one of those. Have you?
I've watched,
No.
but I mean it's out of my price range.
Yeah.
Right, Dave K. You can't just watch both.
Yeah,
I feel like it's the
just-
last thing I
yeah.
need on my in my life is whatnot.
No.
Yeah,
No.
that's fair.
I'm good. I'm good at that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I went out and bought more records today, so it doesn't matter.
Hey, Loki.
Hey, Loki.
I've got a box here that came in from Discogs.
Ooh.
Hold on. I do want to.
Oh my goodness! It's a brick.
Before
Oh,
we show
wow.
records, I do want to make a policy change. So we have always been open door on live stream. That is generally going to be the case. But if we are unfamiliar with you, you know, and you're new to the channel, new to the Discord, just hang out for a little bit before you come up on screen. We just want to, you know, make sure that everything's cool. So
Why don't
Yeah.
you have a set of feats that they have to complete?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Right.
yeah, it's gonna
Yes.
be like a karma police, right?
Yeah, like 5 sit-ups, a couple pull-ups.
well, look, we have internally had some feedback and then externally had some feedback. We just
Yeah.
want to make sure that everyone watching is getting, you know, a good time. So we're just going to try to have a little bit more discretion, not totally open door. Generally, if none of us know you, I mean, I think, you know, just hang out in the
That's
peanut
fine.
gallery for a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah, just you know, send a name, address, telephone number, social, and then we're gonna run a background check, and everything should
Like
be fine.
other websites, send your tax information and other things.
Yes.
Yes. So apparently Matthew liked. I have not had a chance to listen to the interview yet, unfortunately.
It was good. It
Good.
was
You got to
really
watch
cool
the first
interview.
minute.
I did watch the first minute. That's
Okay,
fair.
good.
That
Yeah.
part where Frummer yelled at you for not knowing a lot about jazz was awesome.
Did that happen?
No.
No.
Pretty much the entire interview was that.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair. Sounds about right. Good.
Yeah. No, yeah, but the interview was good. I think people, you know, want to check out what we talked about. The record that's out on.
Oh, hold on.
I think
Now,
yeah.
Mike has a new policy, Mike. You're not allowed to yell at him for not knowing about jazz.
No, that's the whole show.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike, I think you're frozen.
I
He's
think you
frozen.
froze
He's
him.
frozen. He's frozen or shocked.
That actually is an excellent freeze picture.
Yeah, he's whistling Dixie.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Thank
we
you,
gotta
Roberto.
go.
Cheers! I'm buying beer
No,
with
no,
for
no.
$5.
Now the policy changes if you pay Mike a lot of money.
That is a fact.
That can
Yes.
get your way up on screen. He has to pay for that new computer.
I did watch the bit where from our audition to replace me permanently. Yes.
Yeah. So he's still under audition. It's not quite hired yet.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, Mike, good evening.
Hey, what's up?
You drinking beer? I think it's the first time I've ever seen you drink beer on
No,
the stream.
seltzer.
Oh, okay. Are you not feeling good?
No, just
Is there something wrong?
I think you're going to
No,
get
I
on the
don't.
last word. That's what I think.
I always
There's
drink seltzer.
There's an Always Sunny clip that came up in my my like Instagram or TikTok or whatever, and it was Charlie walking, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't realize they had alcohol here." And they were like, "No, Charlie, that's just orange juice." He's like, "What do you mean? Just mixers?"
Yeah, somebody made a really nice comment, a funny comment on that video.
Yeah.
I'll have to look it up and find it.
Yeah. The comments on the video they have been great, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember who posted it, but they were saying, Michael Freeman has to drink that much stuff and then be able to stream for 8 hours to replace Chris. And I think it's fair game. You have to prove your standards.
Damn, I can't find it. Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for.
Yeah.
Is this weekend or next weekend when we turn our clocks forward or something?
Hmm.
I never know anymore. I wish they end that shit.
Thanks, Michael. I wish they would end it too.
Didn't they pass that in the Senate or something, or like they passed it in the House?
Well, they didn't pass shit in the house because they don't even have a speaker. So
All right. Well, it's not good.
I don't even know. Is it a federal thing or is it up to the states?
Yes. Yeah. No. It's.
I don't know.
I think,
There's some
I
states that don't do it.
Yeah,
yeah.
Arizona doesn't do it, right?
And it's parts of Illinois.
Well, yeah, Arizona. Are they on Mountain Time or West Coast time, or Pacific time, or does it like swap?
They're on Pacific time, except
Yeah.
when the clock change, and then they're an
Then they're
hour.
on Arizona time, right? Isn't
Yeah.
like it's,
Yeah.
yeah. Whatever.
Wait, oh yeah.
No,
Yeah.
the
So why?
Senate-
So why is
Senate-
Congress even dealing with this? Do they supersede it? Is it like if they don't recognize it, the states can't?
I don't know. Who fucking cares?
So
Any legal constitutional scholars want to come up on screen and
Well,
explain?
maybe
this?
Mike's a fucking
Hold on,
lawyer.
you just had a new policy about not letting people up.
That's true.
Now
Now
you're
you're
not letting people up.
yeah.
You see,
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, now you're gonna get Ted Cruz to show up. You're like, oh,
Yeah,
he's like,
you
I'm
ruined-
a
Mike, you're going to
constitutional
ruin the stream again.
Oh, it's a fabrication of
Ted
the
Cruz
liberal
comes,
media
he can
and
come
stuff
up,
like
that's
that.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 weeks. Nicole says it's in 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Okay, good. Longer weekend, so it should be fine.
Rangers. What are the Rangers doing? Are they losing?
Wait, Carlos, what are you saying? Can you highlight what Carlos is saying?
Damn it, they are losing. Oh, what is Carlos saying?
He says our last spring fair was last for daylight savings time. So next year,
Really?
so this fall back.
It's the last time we'll ever
Last
fall
month.
back.
Mhm. So
When I used to travel for my job, 8 years I lost my hour. The universe owes me 8 hours.
Mike, yeah, it sucks. Even my microphone sounds better now.
Does it sound better now?
Oh
Hey,
my gosh,
everybody.
it sounds like a
Welcome to the Jazz Bums.
oh yes,
That sounds terrible.
like a late night radio broadcast.
Hey,
Introduction to a soul song. Like
Welcome to
Okay.
NPR. We're gonna listen to some smooth jazz.
yeah,
yeah.
listen to the supple sounds of Michael
Oh.
Fremer.
Hey baby, yeah, take a little
Well,
right.
I could turn up my gain on it. Maybe that'll help a little bit.
You know what's
Hey,
funny
Joe.
is I just looked that up, and it's
Hey,
not
Joe.
that we're getting rid of daylight savings time. They're making it permanent.
Yeah. So
Mhm.
So
Brazil
right there,
actually we stopped having daylight savings. That doesn't account for much. Doesn't make a difference. So they just they just cut it out.
Jazz comes on NPR. Ooh, that'd be nice.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
So
Mike,
Michael
Jazz-
Framer, could you talk a little bit more about your new record?
hey,
Yeah.
This is
Jazz-
Fresh Air, NPR.
Jazz Bum Mike has some salty balls recipes.
I really like your salty balls. My favorite SNL bit ever, I swear.
Joe, what's going on?
Not much. How are you guys?
Good.
Regretting his decision to join the stream already.
Great. Yeah, I'm out. I'm gonna leave. I'll see you guys.
I respect that.
He passed the police, so he's good.
Uh,
Oh, I don't know what I want to talk about. The Jazz Degenerates channel that I started. We haven't talked about it on stream yet.
Mhm.
I will post a link in the chat here.
Hasn't it been a failure since you started it?
It hasn't been a failure. Shut up, man. It's not a failure.
Well, you've been taken down. How many times?
Just once. Just
Okay.
once.
How many times
so
have
what
you
does that
gone live?
mean? Are they going to shut down your channel? Like what? What
No,
is this?
no, they just shut down the stream because I played Wynton Marsalis record from start to finish.
Yeah, man, this Winton guy.
Daily
he should
Crouch
do
is
that.
reaching out of the grave to pull
He
me
sucks.
down. But no, I've been streaming records over there. It's fun.
What Win Marsalis record did you play?
The Vinyl Me Please one.
Oh, Black Coats from the Underground.
Yeah, that's great, man.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Love that record.
Nice.
But yeah, it was funny. After I streamed that, I don't remember what else. A Melvin Ryan record is when it got shut down. I was like, really, Melvin Ryan?
Is it
what-
Is it artist focused when they pull down something, or is it
Yes.
like
Generally,
Columbia? Would Columbia also exercise that?
Well, whoever owns the specific copyright. What's funny is after it happened, I went back the next day and looked at the thing, and you can actually click on it. It says, "Hey, here's all the copyright material you played," and it showed literally every single song I played.
Yeah.
What time it was, and then but all of them except for Winton said no action, no action, no action, no action. They just don't care.
Oh, right.
Huh.
So it just depends on what it is.
All right. So, did you drop a link to that? So, Chris was streaming on Twitch, but
Yeah.
we feel like the audience is really on YouTube. So, we made a second channel that Chris is going to be spinning records on. So, sub up to it.
Mhm.
Put up. Yeah, and I'll post a link for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, after it got taken down, I went over to Twitch anyway, so that's fun.
It's pretty cool.
It's fun. You want to see what's in this box?
What's in the box?
What's in the fucking box?
The
bet
box
they
in the
give it
box.
head.
I don't think he packed it very well because listen to this. You can hear it. Uh-oh.
Oh, scene splits. I
Yeah.
bet.
So what-
Scene splits.
What is this? Where'd you order it from?
Some guy on Discogs.
It's in 5 pieces.
Man, he has a nice large box
It
here.
came, it came like a sliced pizza.
Yeah.
8
Yeah.
pieces.
Is it a pair of headphones like Felipe's?
Felipe's headphones are nice. Oh God. Okay, this guy's a shit bag. So it's got craft paper in here, but that's kind of it.
Mm.
Oh, I guess there's a okay.
Oh.
There's a little
Oh,
in there. With a note, I guess.
Oh.
thank you very much.
It's
Thank you very
chain
much.
letter. You have to pass it on to someone else.
Yeah, it's chain letter for sure.
If you need the glue to put the pieces together, just send me a
Wait,
note.
all that for one record?
That's 2 records.
Okay.
Oh, I got
Ooh, Ricky Ford.
Oh,
Nice.
are those
Nice.
originals sealed?
yeah.
Wow.
I think they found a warehouse full of them because I've been seeing them at Amoeba,
Yeah.
and the guy Mike sent me a link to sells them. They're all over eBay too.
I like the color.
The other one is Van Gelder stamped.
Yeah,
Which
I
one?
just
This one?
picked that one
That
up
one.
with that jacket.
Manhattan Plaza.
Good.
Yeah,
That's
this
the
one's
one-
cool. It's got Ricky Ford, Oliver Beaner on trumpet, Jackie Bauer on piano, David Friesen on bass, and then Danny Richmond on drums. And then this one,
That might be the best line. Mike, do you think that's the one with the best lineup with the
Probably.
wicker chair one?
oh, the wicker chair one. You think so?
Yeah, that might be his best lineup.
Well, this one's Ricky Ford, James Spalding, Jimmy Nepper, Kirk Lightsey, Rufus Reed, and Jimmy Cobb. That's the one with the wicker chair. So
Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one is really good.
That's the shorter one, is it? Which one?
Shorter one? Oh, shorter ideas. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
What does that mean? Are they Wayne Shorter songs? Is that what it is?
Can we
All
all
his-
get jackets like that?
All his stuff is really good. There's one called Flying Colors I want to get. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, I think I have that.
They smell old as shit.
So,
Yeah.
Rob, do you mean that record jackets or the jacket that he's actually wearing?
The jacket he's wearing.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
I would like to have on.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. We'll see. I mean, the risk with buying those sealed records is maybe they have like the, storage rash or whatever.
When I ordered like 10 from that guy Mike sent me a link to. One was slightly not flat. I wouldn't call it really warped.
Sure.
The rest were fine.
What years was he on Muse for? Like, Chris, do you know? Because I think Manhattan Plaza may have been one of the earlier ones. It may be the first one.
Bring it up. I can bring it up.
But it probably isn't. But I think it's pretty early. Yeah, let me check it out.
Let me bring up his discography. You're the one with the new computer, man.
Well, I got it up right now. Everything's like flying. Okay, so Muse Records started in '78. The first one is Manhattan Plaza. And then his last one ended in '92 with Tenor Madness 2. He also has Hard Groovin' with Roy Hargrove. That looks fantastic.
Wow.
Jeff Tain Watts is on it. This might only be a CD, though.
I think it is.
I don't know.
I've never seen it on vinyl.
Yeah, that looks cool.
I think I'm going to get my CD player out of the garage and cleaned up this weekend.
Oh, man. I've been using my CD player. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to.
It's great.
We need to have a video, Mike. Notes and Tones, Mike. You should join us for a video to show a bunch of jazz, CD only stuff that's killer or something. That'd be fun.
Oh, dude, I bought a whole jazz CD collection for $1 each. I have some killer CD stuff.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah. I just ordered 3 today from Dusty Groove. That should be.
I ordered those Hendersons. They haven't come in yet. I was hoping they'd be here for the show tonight, but. And then, do you know anything about the trio records? Like, it's kind of weird. Like the third one's available right now. The second one's coming out in
which
February.
trio?
Let me show you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me show you what I bought, just because people are not. I mean, who cares if they're interested or not? We'll see. So, let me share my screen. Okay, so I ordered these 3 records like this week, I guess. And so this is the one I'm talking about, the Cedar Walton Trio.
Mm-hmm.
There were 3 of these that were put out on.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
have 2 of them. I've got
the first one, which is killer, right?
Yeah.
But this is a reissue. I guess this one just is temporarily out of stock. I think I bought the last one, but
it's on red.
yeah.
But didn't he do trio records for Timeless also?
I don't know, probably.
Yeah, yeah.
He did a bunch of different trio records, I think.
For different labels.
Different labels, yeah.
Yeah. Usually, a lot of them were Cedar Walton, Dave Williams on bass,
Billy Higgins.
Yeah, I think I have one over here somewhere.
Because I know I have one on Timeless. I think it's Timeless, called Ironclad, and then these.
What's weird is that like they reissued this. Let me see if I can see the other ones. Do you know that this one, Mike? I was thinking about buying this too. It's out of stock though now. Shit. Never mind. So here's the second one. It's supposed to come out in February, which is I just thought it was weird that the third one's available. The second one's coming out in February, but then there's like kind of no mention of the first one. Unless this is it. No, that's not it.
No.
Weird, huh?
Yeah.
Anyway. But I think the first one's much easier to find than the rest of them, so maybe that's why. I don't know. Did you like those Joe Hendersons though? The ones the red reissued Joe Hendersons?
Yeah, I have. I have the one with Charlie, the trio with Charlie Hayden. I have that. I have an original LP, but I had both of them on CD. Now, I mean, first they came out on CD,
Right.
So I had them both on CD, and then, but
Compared to the Vanguard session, obviously Charlie Hayden not swaps, but it's Ron Carter. Who's on drums? Is it the same drummer?
Al Foster. Yep.
Al Foster's on both sessions.
Yeah. I'll play with him a lot during that time. The only time I saw Joe Henderson, Al Foster was on drums, and that was in the early 90s, maybe 90. Yeah, it had to be 90, 93, 94.
Yeah,
I had a Ford Explorer, a 93 Ford Explorer that I bought.
I almost bought that, Chris, but it's pretty expensive for that 2 LP set.
Yeah, it's $70.
Yeah.
And I think the original might be a little cheaper, but you only get 1 LP.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Billy had a copy of the original at his store.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I ordered mine from Jazz Messengers, and I think it's Barcelona.
Yeah.
And what's good about them, they offer you two types of shipping, regular mail and DHL. And I recently ordered something from them, and I did the Henderson DHL, but this time I did regular mail, and it took a week, and it was fine.
That's fine.
And I mean, it was inexpensive.
Yeah.
So I like it. I stream it, but I don't like that effect where it's echoey. Where it's the album.
What are you talking about? What record?
At least one of those Joe Hendersons.
Mhm.
It's kind of like
Reverb?
big room sounding. I don't like that kind of sound to it.
That's fair. We'll see how they go. I'll probably stream them over on the other channel.
I just got this Joe Henderson in over the weekend. I played it twice. It's, it lives up to the hype. I'll say that. And this is a second pressing, Milestone. The first pressing has a blue label. It's like blue, and it's like mostly blue and then silver text, I think.
Yeah. I hope that's the one they reissue.
How dare you?
Well, I have a bunch of the other ones.
No, I agree. This should be one. I mean, I got it for a very good price. If they do reissue it, I won't get it because I'm happy with it. But
No, yeah, it's likely to be a reissue.
I have the CD of that. CD.
Well, we don't know if it. So what we know is that Kraft put a picture up on their Instagram with a track that was playing. Like, you could play a track with the post. It's a different album than the 5 or 4 that were shown. Yeah. And they said we have an announcement. So I took that as they're going to do a Joe Henderson box.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking. But they might do an individual release too. What do you guys think?
Could be, but they haven't split the Sonny Rollins box yet, right?
I don't know if they'll do that, but they have one Joe Henderson album in print. Right?
Which one?
The one with Alice Coltrane. That one,
it's
a Jazz Dispensary title. That one, I think they just repressed it because I've seen it in record stores. So
we have.
I'm going to assume that's a good seller for them.
We have a super sticker, and feel free to ask anything. Mike will gladly answer you.
Yeah, he'll bring you right up on screen for that price.
Well, that's true. Yes, if we don't know you, but you pay to come on screen, that's an option.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
So the super sticker, because we can't see it in the StreamYard, but on the YouTube, it is a LOL. So it seems like somebody's laughing.
And it's £10. It's not $10. Okay.
Hey,
this is real money, man.
Better.
Money right here. £10.
Why don't you go get your money calculators out? Brooks is saying that Joe's milestones are under recognized. I don't think they're on. They're only unrecognized by Kraft.
Yeah,
everybody recognizes them. Kraft just isn't putting them out.
Well, they're under recognized. Probably. I mean, I don't know. Who knows?
I think
we're nerds, so
I mean,
they're under recognized. Probably, I'd say just based on they're not widely available. Maybe
yeah.
Unless you stream them.
Well, the milestones, because the Blue Notes, they've been reissuing them.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. The milestones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Kraft is sitting on a lot of great jazz.
Well, I also
yeah.
think that with Joe Henderson, that by the time he got to the 70s, he had already been around for 10 or so years. And just like a lot of other jazz artists that started in the 50s or 60s, that I think a lot of collectors, by the time you got to the 70s, there's not as many people that are looking for those titles. You know what I mean? As opposed to someone that maybe started like Woody Shaw. I know a lot of you guys really like Woody Shaw, like him starting in the late 60s. I mean, it was by the time he got to the 70s, he was still in his prime. And not that Joe Henderson wasn't in his prime when he was doing the milestone stuff, because that was late 60s. But I think a lot of people have this somewhat negative stigma that by the time you get to the 70s, for a lot of these jazz artists, that it's getting a little bit past where they were.
Yeah, let me ask you this one, Kraft.
Do any of you guys have In Pursuit of Blackness?
I do not.
Do any of you guys know what that one is or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I have I think I only have 2 or maybe 3 of his milestone ones, but that's my favorite one that I've found so far.
That's good to know.
I think I have eight of his milestone records.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Are you serious? Do you
I have the kick. I can scrounge them up, but I have the kicker.
That's
Yeah.
right.
That's
I have that
basically
one
the
too.
Yeah.
kicker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Power to the people.
The live at the
Oh, yeah.
lighthouse.
Yeah, that the quote on it. If you're not part of
Canyon
the
lady,
Blue
the
Strip Road
Canyon
problem.
lady.
That one I didn't like so much. Me personally. Also, you know, maybe I would like it after I got his other stuff.
Yeah.
The that one, what is it? Miracle? It's not miracles. It's multiples. Multiples. I have. I have.
Do you have Tetragon?
No.
Wow. So you're like real jealous right now. Okay.
I have the CD of it, Mike. I have the CD.
That's pretty good.
Well, look, Mark.
The only thing I'm jealous of you is your hair. That's it. That's all.
I need a haircut. I don't know what's going on with this thing. So, Joe, we haven't seen you in a few weeks. Do you have some new pickups?
Yeah, I got a few things. I haven't been to my kind of local places as much. I've been trying to kind of stay. I had to drive a bit to get to Rochester, and so I don't really go there unless I'm going to see my family. So I have bought a lot of stuff. Not a lot, but I've bought a few things online in the last few weeks. And I'll just I can show some of the ones I've got. And a lot of these I've told you guys and those that have kind of seen my videos that I've made to my channel know that I've been collecting FMP. And that's kind of the direction that I've gone. So I found this one. This was a seller out of, I think, Oregon. Daily New Paradox. I'm not really super familiar. I streamed some of these, but this one's just really great. Free jazz. I tend to kind of gravitate more towards the like saxophone led FMP sessions. So this one, the kind of leader is Friedman Graf is what his name is. And he's on soprano and tenor sax, Thomas Wiederman, trombone, Thomas Weigel, double bass, Albrecht Rearmere, percussion vibes, and then Lutz Halfter is on the drums. So just like most FMP, you've got especially German kind of centric players. So this one's just fast-paced free jazz. Really great one. Was really happy to get that one.
So that's number 450. The FMP catalog, does it start what like do you, like does
it starts at 10? FMP 10 was what's his name? Manfred Schoof, European Echoes. It's a blue cover. It's actually the original pressing is like a $200 record, which is kind of uncommon for most of the FMP catalog, because most of those records are $75, maybe $100 at most for them. But that one I think was FMP 10, and then each successive record was a multiple of 10. So it was like 10, 20, 30, 40. But a lot of those early ones were just Peter Brötzmann kind of and company type albums. A lot of the first 10 or so records are mostly Peter Brötzmann led sessions.
That's good to know. And
this one, I know
the label on that other one, is it the FMP square thing?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, these are. This one was from I think it was 77. So that was around the time that the boxed FMP label showed up. I know, Mike, I was talking with you about what you had found at the WFMU fair last week, and you had found that John Takai one. Yeah. Definitely jealous of that.
That's an That's an SAP.
SAJ, yeah.
SAJ. Thank you.
And that's what this one is. This is Noah Howard Berlin concert. This one was high on the list. I love Noah Howard, but his stuff is really hard to find, especially in the U.S. This one was, I think I found this this was definitely in the U.S. I don't remember where it was, but these are mostly all just Discogs. Just purchases, and I've kind of gone crazy in the last 4 or 5 weeks with Discogs, especially compared to what I normally would do. But this one's great. You've got him on alto sax, Takashi Kako piano, Oliver Johnson drums, and Lamont Hampton on percussion. This one's from 75. So this is, even though it's on SAJ, which is a subsidiary of FMP, all of them still have the FMP labels. They're usually just yellow, the labels are yellow. So that's what this one is. I did talk about in that FMP video that I had made a few weeks ago that the SAJ subsidiary was geared towards musicians that I think were maybe just not in that collective music group that had kind of started in the late 60s. But they also said, I was kind of doing some research on that, the SAJ kind of subsidiary, that a lot of those records were the kind of music was a little bit more like it was more avant-garde than it was like free jazz, which I haven't found from what I've seen and the ones that I've picked up. But I don't know, maybe there is some that kind of fit into that. I found this one. This one actually did come from a record store in Rochester, Record Archive. I don't know if any of you, this is a new record. This is from, or newer, it's from 2020. It's on the 577. I don't know if you guys can see that. Oh, maybe go the other way, sorry. 577 Records label. I don't know if it's a free jazz label or not, but it's a newer label in the last handful of years. This is just a trio. Rachel Muson, tenor sax, Pat Thomas, piano, Mark Sanders, drums. This is actually from 2019, recorded in Oslo, Norway. And then it was put out, I think, in 2020. So this was just a new record. It was like $12. So I was very, this is free jazz. And I mean, most of the records that I get, especially free jazz, but also just jazz in general, are mostly all men. And the fact that this is led by a woman, I just think is awesome. And this absolutely is just killer. This is on Bandcamp if you want to stream. I think it's also available on Bandcamp as well to purchase. There's another record as well that it's like, it has a similar title. Shifa is like the name of the group. And there's one that has, a similar title to, it's not Live in Oslo, but it's something like that. But this is a cool one. Just, again, free jazz. Just
cool. I have a lot of stuff on that label. And I got, I think I've got 3 recordings with Pat Thomas on them. It's a good label.
Yeah,
a really good label.
Yeah, and I just have a few more. I'll just kind of go through them quick. I know Notes and Tones, Mike, you were talking about that record that you had bought overseas and how quickly it came. And this one is, I mean, I don't even know how this happened. I guess this is just what can happen if you pick kind of the right shipping or the shipping is available. But I've been looking for this one for a while. Nipples by Peter Brotzman.
Nice.
This is his second or third. I think this is his third release. This is from 1969, 70 or so. This is a second pressing on the Colleague label. This is the only record that's on that label, or that he had on the label. This came from Italy, and I'd ordered this past Sunday. The guy he lived in Rome. He shipped it on Monday, and it got to my house on Wednesday. So 2 days it took to go from Italy, and I didn't pay. I just the options were, there was like a signed and tracked option, and then for like $2 more there was UPS, and I just sprung for the UPS. Just maybe it'll get here quicker. I was not expecting it to get here this quick, but for 2 days, I mean, I can't even. There's been records that I've bought from Rochester that have not gotten to me in 2 days, and the fact that it can go, I mean, I don't know. And it wasn't, I mean, it was like 20 euros for shipping. So it was, I mean, I don't know if that's super expensive. I think by international standards, that's not awful, but the fact that it got here so quick, I don't know what it was. So
does that record lactate?
There's actually the front photo, and this copy didn't come with it. There's actually a set of like, it's like almost like an accordion effect, and there's like a bunch of pictures that come with it. This one just has the kind of first image.
Joe, is it cold where you are?
It's getting a little cooler.
Wasn't he have another record called Balls?
Yeah, I have that one. That's great. That's my actually favorite one of his that I have so far. Yeah, that's a great
Nipples
one.
on FMP?
No, it's on Calig, CALIG.
Okay.
I looked at the label this week, and it was not a really jazz-centric label, or at least it wasn't like free jazz stuff. There was like one other record that was free jazz, and then the rest of it was just very, I don't know, scattered. So I'm not exactly sure if the label was just kind of anything kind of went, whatever they could release. But I'm not sure. So.
Well, they really put a lot of effort into the names of the records, obviously.
What year was Balls? Did Balls come out?
That was 1970. That came
I don't know. When did they come
out? Now, Mike, would you eat your salty balls while you listen to Balls?
There's actually, it's a funny thing about this one, about Nipples. There's actually, it was maybe 5 or 6 years ago. Maybe it was a little bit longer. Jimmy Fallon, I don't know if you guys have watched him in the past or not, but he used to, and I haven't seen him in years, but he used to do like, I don't know if it was a certain day of the week, but he would do like he would showcase like really obscure music, or
I remember that segment.
And there was sometimes it was just like the title of the record, or it was like the type of music it was, or the artwork. And he actually showcased in one of the videos Nipples, and and so they started playing it and like over it to like the audience, and he could hear it. And it was just, I mean, it's a classic Peter Brotzman. There was a lot of squawking and like all this kind of just noise. And then he kind of cuts it off. He tells him to stop the music. And then he's like, wow, it sounds like Guitar Center on a busy Saturday. and the caption of the video was like, it was like, this is what people think of when they think of free jazz. So, but it was just, and I actually, it was, I think again, it was maybe 2017, 2018, I think was when the video came out. And actually Peter Brotzman, he'd either gotten word that this video had come out, or he saw it or something like that. And he just came back and was just like, it's just like, fuck them. Like, if you don't understand my music, that's on you. But like, there's people that like love this music, and I'm not going to like worry about what you think of it. So, and that was, I think that was what he was like. He was very, I think, kind of just straight to the point. If you didn't like his music, he doesn't care. It was for him. It was for his kind of collective. So,
hey, Jazzball Mike, ever since that record show, you've come back a changed person.
All right, that's enough.
And I got two more, and then you guys kind of keep going. Another Peter Brotzman one. This one actually, I just got today in the mail. This is it's called Brotzman see if I can get closer with this. This is called Brotsman Clarinet Project. So it's kind of it's him on clarinet, and he actually I think also plays tenor sax, teragato, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other people that play the clarinet, and then there's like trumpet, trombone, bass, drums. So you've got kind of like a very reed centric one, but this one was really great. This one's a tougher to find. This one's from 1987, so it's a little bit on the kind of later end of his at least FMP run. But this one's a really, really killer one. I was really happy to have found this one from a guy in New York City. I don't know if you guys have seen him. He's popped up a lot on my want list, and I've seen kind of records from his seller name is it's like Hard Edge New York, and he's out of New York City. I don't know if you guys have seen him before,
No,
but he seems to sell a lot of jazz stuff. But I don't know if it's just free jazz or if he also does just kind of like hard bop, modal type stuff as well.
Discogs or eBay?
It's on Discogs.
Okay.
Yeah. But I've seen him. He seems to pop up a lot. And then the last one, this one came actually from a record fair I went to a few weeks ago. This is Berlin Bones. This is also FMP. This is 2 trombone players. Andres, I don't know if is it Bowie or I'm not sure how to pronounce his last name. Thomas Wiederman is on this one as well, as along with that first one that I had shown. They're both trombonists. And then Harry Miller is on bass, who played with Peter Brotsman. And then you've got Manfred Kuzats on the drums. And this one's from 81. I think it came out in 82. This is like dueling trombones, and it's free jazz, and it's fucking amazing. It's nice. I'm not a huge trombone player, especially being kind of as a leader, but this one is absolutely amazing. I don't know streaming wise if this one is. I think this one you actually can find on YouTube, but this one's really, really great. I was very happy to, and this was like $30, which I think was like the cheapest one I found. So it was just
nice,
kind of just where it is. But
it's great stuff.
So it's a lot of FMP. Guess that's kind of boring, but that's just what I'm collecting.
Not boring at all. Thank you for showing that stuff. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Now, for tax reasons, do you itemize these bones, balls,
and horns?
Horrible joke, bro.
Serious question, Joe. Serious question. Your wife,
Rob. For your serious question, are you interested in handling the balls or the nipples?
But no, seriously, what does your wife think of the free jazz stuff you listen to?
So where I listen to music is like I have kind of a split level house, so like it's downstairs.
Yeah,
it's not in the basement, but it's in kind of like the ground floor, and then she's upstairs. She does sometimes say she hears it, but I think she just kind of zones it out. But she does say it sounds like cats are being like murdered. So it's
sure.
I think she doesn't. She's gotten used to it at this point. But she doesn't.
That's true love, man.
Yeah, no.
How is the sound of like FMP and SAJ? Like, is it pretty consistent album to album?
Yeah, I would say I've found some that I found some studio ones that maybe don't sound as great as others. There are definite times where I've heard like it almost sounds like dropouts, or at least there's like this like reduction in the sound of a certain instrument, and then like maybe a minute later, all of a sudden you hear that volume increase. But I feel like it's pretty consistent overall. The recording is. I think is great. And I think it helps that, again, a lot of them were like live, but a lot of them were in like a studio type session. And what made them live was just the fact that they were kind of like impromptu type sessions. But yeah, so I'm jealous of that, Mike. That's a great one.
You know, this was actually in my Discogs cart, and the day I came back, somebody bought it. And it was in there for like a week or so. But yeah, because I've just been kind of looking at FMP and just throwing one, the ones that are affordable in my cart just to explore. But like you said, a lot of this one you can stream, but a lot of those titles that you can't sample them. They're At least on the
There's-
streaming platforms I have access to, I
Right.
can't find them. So this one is John Takai, Simon Spang-Heisen, Peter Danstrup, and Ole Romer on drums. And it's an alto. So John Takai plays alto and soprano, and then Simon plays tenor. So they're basically working together. It sounds pretty wild. It's really nice though. I do like it. I feel like, it's really free. I mean, it's FMP literally means free music production. So that's what you're gonna get. But it's good. It sounds like it's well recorded. The pressing sounds very good. Really happy with this.
Yeah, and the nice thing about I think a lot of the FMPs were that they were, I don't know if it was a very niche audience that was interested in them. And I don't know what the distribution was like for them, at least in the early years. Yeah, that's what the SAJ labels are. But I've almost always, the ones that I have, I have probably close to 25 FMPs now, and all of them are in really great condition. You look at them and it's, they're, at least visually, almost all of them are like near mint. And
it's because people listened to them once, were horrified, and just shelved them.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But that's not true. I feel like a lot of the OJCs, from that, like, I guess 82 to like to present, basically. A lot of those are just clean, and people listen to those a lot.
I feel like people took better care of their shit after some point. I don't know. Like, it feels like people saw records as just a disposable thing for a long time, and then maybe that changed.
Yeah.
I think there were either serious collectors who took care. Like, I picked up a lot from this guy, but he also overly stamped his name on the back of records. But the records were
Putterman or somebody else.
It worse than Putter. I sent it to Putterman, and he goes, "Wow, that guy's crazy." But he overstamped, but the records are like minty condition. He just didn't take care of the jackets.
Right. Yeah.
He put every record in a archival type of sleeve that was available.
Yeah.
So it was either.
Yeah. I was kind of the same situation, Rob. Back in Brazil, the 90s, it wouldn't be like easy to buy like outer sleeves, inner sleeves. My records are pristine, but my covers are not like perfect.
Yeah.
A lot of the one last night I did a live stream where I showed all this shit, and Chris goes, "Come on, dude, save some for us." And I go, "I'll buy records tomorrow." And I bought some kick-ass stuff today, but a lot were the guy who overstamped the back of the record.
Yeah, it's interesting though. I've got a bunch of records from that collection I bought, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago now. And that dude had bought a bunch of records from a specific guy who had stamped them up, because I talked to the lady that I got them from, and she didn't know who he was. But it's interesting to see those.
Well, have you
history for the record?
Now, I've done this a few times where I typed the guy's name in to see his obituary.
Right.
If he just sold the records.
Right.
But
this guy was still alive.
It's stuck in my head tomorrow. If I'm going to go to a record store and go, "Do you have the record nipple? Do you have nipples?"
Yeah. I have nipples. Can you milk me?
Hey, can I?
Hey, also, I heard that they're trying to produce Dodgeball 2. Have you heard this, Rob?
Well, they've been.
Thankfully not.
I think they've had a few scripts.
Okay.
I tested the first one, and I can tell you lots of cool stories about when we tested it. But people loved it right away.
Yeah.
But I think they're coming close, because Vince Vaughn's career is kind of having a little stall. Same with Ben, because Ben Stiller's kind of moved to directing. So I'd say in the next 2 years they'll be doing it.
That'd be cool.
It's hard to do a sequel like that, because that movie, it's like the Anchorman 2. Like, it was fine, but it wasn't.
Well, here's the deal. Here's the reason. If it's made, it's owned by Fox, which is Disney, and now they all have streaming services. So what's good about the streaming services, and they have data to show that people watch Dodgeball all the time. So there is demand for it. That's why Adam
that came out when
Sandler's-
I was in college, and people made Dodgeball groups. Like, it was like, it was a big deal.
I can tell you. So here's a story. We tested 2 different versions of the film right now And when we test multiple, I've tested 4 different versions at the same time. We stagger them 20 minutes.
Uh-huh.
We were it was hot as shit in Pasadena. We were in a theater. One of the theater's air conditionings broke. So they were worried and concerned that might affect how it tested. And people didn't leave that theater. They were like hot and sweaty, and that version tested better than the other version in the air conditioned theater. So
Interesting.
I'd say they're going to make it. Everyone but Rip Torn's still alive.
Yeah, I was going to say it's going to be sad, and I had Rip Torn in there.
And I think Chuck Norris is on board. I think he said he was on board.
Well,
is he alive?
He stays alive. He's like 85 years old.
What do you got?
Okay, so I got
Roundhouse kick.
me and Mike Notes and Tones traded records. So I got a package from him today.
Oh, it arrived?
Yeah, it arrived. So I have the OG of this, but I'm probably going to sell it because this cover's kick ass.
Is that an LT, Rob?
What do you mean?
Is that LT series?
Yeah, with the ugly cover.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually found 2 copies of Sonic Boom with the ugly cover, so I'm going to sell one of those.
Yeah, I have that one.
So, but I'm anxious to listen to this, and then
it's really good. That was really good.
And then Mike sent this, which I don't know the New York. What are they?
The New York Standards. Is it Quartet?
Yeah. So what
that's
are they
their
doing?
That's their only vinyl, but they've got about 5 or 6 recordings. I have all the CDs.
Is this like a Miles record, or is this reference to Miles?
Well, it's reference to the standards. They play what they do is just play the standard repertoire, but they're really good. The guy on piano, Dave Berkman, he's been around for a while.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you for this. And I have like 4 records for you, so I'll send them out. Okay. I'm happy to find this. I have a 90s version that's digital. I found the first pressing stereo of this today. Insane.
Congratulations.
Yeah, this sounds so good.
This is a really good record. I like the music.
This is like probably his most free type of record, right?
Yeah.
I highly recommend getting this record.
Yeah.
What year is that?
67.
67. Yeah.
She's on it with it's a great lineup too.
Ready.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
How many records had on Impulse? Like 2 or 3?
I think he had
Sonny Rollins.
He had Our Man and Jazz, which is live. That's a pretty free record, I think.
Yeah. Sonny on Impulse.
Yeah, he had
Sonny
on Impulse. Alfie.
Yep. Oh, Alfie. Yeah, so more than that. At least a handful. They're great.
I have the classic. I bought the classic records version of Our Man and Jazz on eBay. The person didn't know what they had. I got it for $10. So I went to. There's estate sales where the estate company, I guess all the leftover stuff, they have like a warehouse they go to, and they had a bunch of records. But this is the only one I walked away with. This is an OG mono contemporary.
Wow, Joe Gordon's on that? That's really cool.
Yeah, I don't have any Helen Humes records.
Wow.
So,
contemporary.
Yeah,
very nice.
Have
you listened to that yet?
No, I just got it today, so I'll clean and listen to it.
Cool.
Picked up. I like John Abercrombie. Everything I have is great, and I picked this one up. This is from '79. Yeah, his records he's on. They always dress like they're on the set of Donnie Brasco.
Yeah, that's true. Well, that's 79, man.
There's the lineup.
They're gonna fill in for the Ramones.
George Moran. Nice.
Yeah. This I picked up, and this I've started finding Pablos that go for some dough. This is yeah.
Oh, NHOP, yeah.
On your stream, yeah.
What?
Badass.
I mentioned that one on your stream last night.
You did.
Joe Pass, and Joe Pass.
I found it today.
I streamed that Count Basie one you showed on Rachel's.
Oh,
that thing is
one of the
really
best
good.
So Poetry, it was in the gallery. Do I remember it correctly? You went to an audio show where they demoed that record last June, and then it sold out on Discogs. I think there's only one copy right now.
My favorite Basie, and I'm sure other people do it, but like Basie keeps it real low. He's like just kind of like, and then he just blares like there's just a note. It's just like bam,
Well,
and it comes in, and he does that on Sinatra at the Sands, and to hear it on that record was really cool.
It's just really well recorded. The drums sound great, and you can hear him just like tapping the keys on the piano.
It's really good.
And
there's not a single copy in the United States. I looked.
And then I got, this is a Blue Trident version of this one.
Yeah, but it's stereo,
nice.
so it's fake stereo.
Well, it sounds good. I listened to it.
Yep.
It wasn't that much. And then you'll like this one, Mike. I found this just came out as a reissue, but this is an OG mono Bethlehem.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
How are those Duke on Bethlehem? I don't think I've heard any of them.
I mean, they're good. I've had a Mingus. I've had this. Nothing stellar.
Okay. Is it big orchestra or is it small group?
No, this is
Yeah.
That's the original cover, right?
Oh, yeah.
This is the original cover. Yeah.
Is that mono or stereo?
Yeah, it's an original. Yeah.
It's a mono.
Yeah. By the way, this is the guy who overstamped his records. Go look up his obituary, please, people.
Bert Alperson.
And this is the one Rob wants. This is the mono on the Blue Label. And then
Listen, I don't want your stupid.
But because I'm a nerd.
What one is that one, Mike?
It's the one you just showed, but it's a later repress with a different cover.
Oh, it's the mono.
It sounds phenomenal.
You know, this is the face I make when you talk.
Those Blue Tridents are some of the best sounding in my collection. They're great.
By the way, this is. Oh, that's not it. That Count Basie record, everyone should get it.
There's not a single copy available in the country.
Did Poetry and Plastic comment? Because I think that's
I was messaging him. He said that he's going to a gig tonight.
Yeah, but that record just kills, man. It's somewhere around.
Bert Alperson is a Hall of Fame level white dude name. Yeah, that's true. It is.
That's just wrong.
Yeah.
Well, how many people that are not white named Bert? I haven't met many, if any, at all. Bert Reynolds.
Yeah, Jeffrey just said Bert Young.
Yeah.
He just died. He died yesterday.
Yeah. Polly.
Who the fuck's Bert Young?
No, the best were always in Back to School.
Oh, yeah.
Who's Bert Young? I don't know who it is.
Is that the guy who played Paulie and
Polly? Yeah, Polly.
Rocky? Paulie?
Yeah, come on. Wait.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that guy was still alive. I thought he died when they were making the movie. It was fucked up looking, man.
Let me see if I can find that Count Basie. I go watch my video from last night after.
Man.
I showed some kick-ass shit.
We did. We had a good time. It was fun.
Oh man!
So Breakfast King is asking which Basie record. It is on Pablo, but what's
Hey,
the name of it?
I'm getting it right now. It's here.
Okay.
Chops.
No, I don't think it's Chops. I don't think it's Chops, Felipe.
La-da-dee.
Oh, okay. I think it's Chops.
By the way, notes.
It might be. I could be wrong.
I got an email from Chad's weekly email in that Canadian collection.
Yeah.
Like selling these for $100. I got an email from Chad's weekly
Hold on.
I mean, Chad's Canadian collection sales are triple the price. I mean,
know.
George.
No,
Hey, George.
No, it's George.
George in the house.
I'll find him.
Multiple remotes and everything else. Oh, there we go. What's up, buddy?
Hey, George. Good evening.
Sorry if I had an echo going there for a second.
Oh, that's all good.
I was watching guys on the TV. I like Rob when he's all large and taking up the whole screen.
85 inches.
Yeah.
All 85 inches of Rob.
Why don't you just settle down, George? Because by the 8th hour, you're going to run out of oxygen.
As far as you know.
I'll find it. Trust me.
What time does 45 wake up? Never can make it that long.
Chris is going to bring you breakfast in
You got
bed.
7 hours.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
Yes,
sure
6 or
7
7.
Yeah,
hours.
6
at least.
hours. Yeah,
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 yeah.
6
Is it?
hour difference. Yeah,
Germany?
Nine from the
least-
West Coast.
At least on the East Coast, it's 6 hours.
Oh,
Yeah.
George, don't you have his sleep schedule?
No.
Oh, by the way,
It-
here, I picked this up for Jazz Bum Chris. So Chris asked me
Ooh, yes.
he wanted to get into Marcel Bramford, and I say I see a lot of his stuff, and I'll pick it up for you.
Nice.
So this is still in the shrink. It looks unplayed.
Nice.
This has got a great lineup on it.
Yeah, it's got some of everybody on there.
Yeah, look at that.
Herbie,
Oh,
Ron,
it's on it, Kenny
Eric
Burke.
Coleman, Al
Oh, wow.
Foster. Yeah,
Very
it's,
cool.
it's pretty
Tane,
cool.
baby.
I keep this.
Dang.
Charlie
Yeah,
Moffat.
keep it in.
Yeah.
Got it for me. This is interesting. Disco Matt is obviously local to me. Record 10 4 bought a huge soul collection. The previous owner stamped. Signed every record at least 3 times. Yeah, I've got some records like that.
Oh,
I've got some records where the fuckers like signed the inside of the jacket, like they kind of peeled it open and then like stamped it or whatever. It's nuts.
Yeah.
This is what I was listening to today. I've had this for quite a while.
Oh, that's great.
Oh,
Yeah.
stop copying me, George.
Oh,
Damn
did you already
you.
show this? Sorry. Yeah.
No, I
it's
just had it
great.
in this. Ironically, I just had this in this file.
Oh,
You know,
wow.
I'm not big on jazz guitar, for the most part. I'm usually like into horns, but this was my Kenny Burrell record for a long time, the only one I had for a long time. So
You got to get more.
Yeah, no, I do have more now, but for like 10 years this is the only one I had for a long time. So.
Yeah, I missed it, actually.
Yeah. I like the George Benson stuff on CTI too.
Oh,
Yeah, there's that great. I love there's one with the red cover, like the red barn.
Yes.
That one's amazing. I love that one. Yeah.
I think I had like a quadraphonic of that show. It's really cool.
Yeah, a lot of those I think CTIs, but as you got into this mid to late 70s, where a lot of those were quads. At least that's a pressing option for
Yeah.
many of them. Yeah. Yep.
Hey Joe,
Yeah.
do you have this? Are you into Jimmy Jufrey at all?
I'm not. No.
I
I know
think you might like this. I think you might like this record.
River Chant. Okay. Is that it from the 70s?
Yeah,
Or is
on
that
Choice. It's
What's
not
that on?
expensive.
Choice?
Choice.
Okay.
Stream it. I have 2 copies of it. And let me know what you think.
You said it's called River Chant? Is that what you
Yeah,
said?
River Champ.
Okay. All right. I'll look into that.
Yeah,
Cool.
Nice. What else you got, Rob?
everyone should pick up this. This is the Chad.
Yeah,
But there's 2 versions of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's the ones that are pressed at RTI, which are going out like 2,000 at RTI. This was, I guess, a demo copy. This was pressed at Quality.
I think you got that backwards. I think the first 2,000 are pressed at QRP, and then
Regardless of whatever, this one was pressed at Quality, not RTI.
Yeah, I would rather have a QRP pressing probably.
It's 2000 numbered at QRP, and then everything after that is RTI, right? I think that's
since this was sent out as a demo, it's not numbered, but the
pre-numbered even probably.
they're not numbered, but the sleeves are QRP sleeves.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna order that tomorrow, just so I don't miss out on that.
What's that? What are you? What are you gonna order?
The Mingus.
Oh yeah.
All right, can you make me big, Chris?
Yeah. Mike's got
Here's
his
the record.
computer, but he disappeared.
Oh, me
This
and
is the
you.
record.
Oh, cool.
Everyone, if you can find this, I lucked out and found it for $7.
Nice.
But it's a
Of course
kick
you
ass.
did.
It's one of the best sounding Pablos I've collected. It's just really well made. It's a cheesy, and go look this person's name up for their obituary. Alice.
Jeff, there's a bunch of 33s, just not from Chad. All the new Atlantic stuff's 45 only.
Yeah, from Rhino, right? They're going to do it.
Well, Eddie, lately RTI is not the hottest.
I mean, I don't know. They're both great. They just
Yeah.
they both press a bunch of warped records, and that sucks.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
how about this? Kansas, they're in the cold. Here in hot California, we got Warped Records.
Mhm.
Yeah, so Mr. George.
So I get a lot of work records. It's not surprising.
It's because of those headphones. They create so much hot heat. They
Yeah.
send heat rays to your record.
Yeah,
All right, thank you.
it's because Florida.
Okay. Yeah. No, when I get the boxes at the end of the day, it's just like they're hot. They're really hot.
Yeah.
Okay.
They always seem to set the record 3 inches out of the shadow line. Like you have on your front porch, there's some shade and a bench where you could perfectly set them. But then they just, for some reason, set it right down on the path, right out in the sun.
They choose that one right against the garage door where the sun is hitting like directly at sunset.
That's pretty
and
funny.
there's an extra 10 degrees on the garage door.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I just wanted to show you one record. Don't have much to show anyways. This was asked before, and because Joe Marino's here a couple of weeks ago, I got this T-shirt.
Oh, cool.
From Joe. And
did he put any doobies in the box? Did you get some weed with it?
He sent me as a dupe this record here in the box.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
And the music here is beautiful. The record sounds really good. So again, thank you so much, Joe, for being so kind and cool.
But if you play that backwards, it goes right in hell, Felipe, right in hell.
Oh my gosh, yeah. No,
That's
it was a good release. I liked it. If guys are on the fence about it, I recommend it. I really like this one. And again, thank you so much, Joe. And good luck with your construction.
Yeah, that's my favorite release of the year.
Is that James Brandon Lewis?
Yeah.
Okay.
James Brandon Lewis from Mahalia with love. It's really good. I know Andy had asked a question earlier. Things just kept scrolling down, but I wanted to go back to this. Thank you, Joe, and Andy. This is really good. Thanks for bringing attention to this record because it is really good too. And also, I like to hear guys' opinions on the Courtney Pine record. Who else got it?
I have not listened to it yet.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Felipe.
Which record?
The Courtney Pine.
Oh, well, I have the regular. I have the original.
Yeah.
What do you think, Felipe?
I thought it was really, really well done. I mean, the gearbox mastering was really well. So just
do you have
start,
to show?
Yeah. So this is how they shipped the record. It came in a box. It came in an outer sleeve with a record on it. So totally off the box, polyline sleeve.
Nice.
They redid the island, so really thick and nice. Outside the jacket, record is here. The hype sticker, and also came with a nice booklet inside, which I thought was really, really well done. I mean, of course, we had received the PDFs, I had read it, but just seeing the whole thing materialized and made.
Yeah, very nice.
It is fantastic. They went over like really, describe the equipment used, how it was used, how it was made, everything perfectly packed, no seam splits. Again, the record of the jacket. I really like the mids and lows. They're really well done. The voices come out superbly. I think they extracted a lot more from what you hear from OG, being Japanese or UK or US. Each one of them have their own pros and cons in terms of what they emphasize, but this pressing here has it all. I mean, I was just really, really floored what they did here. Kudos to
in terms of the mastering, they used Gearbox, and Casper Sutton Jones took the digital, recorded to tape, and then from tape to the lathe, which obviously on the lacquer. But it's an interesting step that I think is notable because it does have a difference.
It does add. I mean, I think the music here is beautifully, beautifully presented. They are on the way to make a second record, and I think it's totally worth getting it. Unfortunately, there's no U.S. distributor for them. That's why you can buy in a U.S. store to order directly. I think it's something with the label. I mean,
they don't have the U.S. rights, right?
Right.
Yes. Exactly. Yes.
Right. Mike, are you saying it was a digital recording and then they transferred it to tape and then?
It was originally from what I understand, it was originally to tape, and since it's his first release, they didn't send him the tape, so they sent him a high-res digital file, I don't know
from the
what they-
tape. Yeah, okay. And
From
then
the
he
tape.
took that, put it to tape, and then
Right,
Gearbox. This guy
Exactly.
Casper Sutton Jones at Gearbox said that that's for the that was his recommendation, so they followed that. So they put it back to tape, and then I think that was the process.
They cut from the tape, yes. So George, from the chat that we had, they actually got really crappy transfers initially, and then they went over, convinced them to send really high res, well done transfers, which they did as best as you can. And then from there, they transferred to tape, and from tape, they cut the lacquers.
Go ahead, Rob.
Well, no, I have this is the original that was on Antibes here in the U.S.
Yeah.
But I found this. This is a 12-inch that came out for the album. I don't know if it was a promo, but it has 3 of the songs from the album on here.
Interesting.
Yeah, but these Antibes are great sounding. And then here's his next album. I found that.
That's cool.
I like this one better than the first one, but it's good stuff. Yeah.
So for people who don't know, George, you are a recording engineer.
Yeah.
So what, in terms of the process that you just heard, any thoughts on that?
Well, I would say it once it's on tape, I don't know if there's any benefit to going to digital and then from digital back to tape again. It's almost like having a generational loss of tape, but also the loss of converting back and forth multiple times.
Right.
So, if somebody gave me a high res digital file that came from the tape in the first place, I would just run that digital file down my analog chain and send it directly to a lathe. And the reason why is because, the benefits of tape happen the first time that you hit the tape. You don't have to hitting it multiple times with tape is not necessarily beneficial. It could be contrary to what you're looking for, because you're the least amount of conversions possible is best, right? So, but of course, once you've converted it from digital back into analog and you preserve it on the tape, well, then you've made that last conversion and it's going to go to the lathe analog anyway. But my question would be is that if you're sitting there with a high res digital copy from the tape, why not just run that out through the best converters you have, run it through your analog chain, and send that directly to the lathe?
I think I was thinking the same thing when Casper told us about it. You should watch that interview we did with those guys. It was really interesting. I think he talked about the tape machine he had and that it added something to it, maybe.
Right, but he might have a look ahead, like a secondary head that looks ahead and feeds the lathe information that helps him get a better cut that he might not have. If you're going to run out of a digital machine, you have to have multiple outputs, and you have to be able to feed the look ahead computer of the lathe to kind of tell it what's coming around the bend, so it can make choices about how far to space the lines. So if he didn't have that in a digital format, it would possibly create a better cut if he had a tape machine with a look ahead head, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. I think he talked about also just like the analog chain he was running it through. I don't know. It's been a while, but that was a really interesting interview. And we talked about Rob got the OG
and I'd like to just say there's only 27 people that agree with me in the chat. So
George, how would you record nipples?
Yeah, that's true.
Different than balls?
Orally.
What were you gonna say, Chris? Because you brought my name up.
Oh no, I'm just saying. So we were talking the other day, a few of us in Messenger or whatever, about this record. You got a copy for $5-10, whatever, which is cool.
$2,
whatever. It's fine. But I bought the record because after we talked to him, I thought it was really neat what the guy was doing. He's trying to,
no, I support him.
No, I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying I think that's the reason I bought it, because he's put a lot into it, and I'm interested to see what else they come up with.
Has he been talking how the sales have been going for him?
He's
I
already
heard
passed.
that. Oh, sorry. Felipe.
No, he's already passed halfway, Rob. He was at 1,000 first running, and I think he's in the 700 kind of mark already.
And just to finish, before it goes on to this other thing, because people are talking about this over here, what I would say is this. I'm pretty darn sure that the mastering engineer had a good reason for doing what they did.
Yeah.
And if they explained it to you and it made sense when they did it, there was a reason to do it, and they made the best choice that they had given what their situation was. And that's the best thing that you can have, as a person that's thinking and looking at what they have available to them. I could see reasons for doing it and not doing it. So,
it's the end result. What do you think, Felipe? What do you think the end result is?
I love this. I think it's a full sound. Doesn't sound like metallic or digital. It sounds very, very natural, very analog. I liked it. Yeah.
So that's good enough.
They do provide some information. This might be overkill, but I'll just go through it really quickly. So the source is a universal high resolution digital master file, which I think universal, I'm not too familiar with like digital, but I assume that means like UME, but it may not be. Digital and restoration.
Or it might just mean pulse code modulation, like a universally accepted version.
It might, that's probably what it means.
Not PCM.
And then they say digital and restoration. It's an Apogee Symphony IO with Symphony 64 Thunder Bridge. The tape is a 1965 all-valve quarter-inch Studer C37 tape machine, RTM 468 at 15 IPS.
Yeah, 15 inches per second. So yeah, it's normal
and
master
then
speed.
The EQ range of hardware, including bespoke all-valve mastering EQ and mixing console, Decca circa 1958, Malcelec MEA2 Master Series EQ, original Lang Pultec EQ, Uri high and low pass filters, Malcelec MTC2 master controls. For dynamics, they use Telefunken U73B compressor limiters.
A lot of shit in there, isn't it?
Yeah, they fucking give it all. Anyway, I won't go through it all.
Yeah, no, keep going. That's great. Okay. That's good.
Okay.
Hey, Mike, halfway through describing it, could you like push your glasses up like this?
George is almost done. I mean, he's almost completed his.
I've got a semi right now, so keep going.
All right, so hold on. So dynamics was that Telefunken U73B compressor /limiters, Malcelec MLA2 compressor, Malcelec MDS2 de-esser.
Okay, slower, Mike. Slower.
And then, all right, everybody, let's get
both your hands above the
table. We got the monitoring and playback next. Here we go. Ensemble of high-end hardware, including Audio Note, ANESPEHE. All right. Anyway, so it's Antoni 12-inch monitor gold. I mean, literally, this is like
he's listing his entire equipment chain. It doesn't mean that he used all of it. They're saying everything that's in the chain. And it's like transparency. But
the monitoring playback, honestly, is the most complex piece. And then for the vinyl,
listing all the equipment, it's a red flag to me.
The vinyl master cutting is a 1967 Heiko Scully disc cutting lathe. But the reason also is I wouldn't be too suspect. I actually think Craig and his team is actually they're really.
Mike, should be more. Mike, you're not being focused. Be focused.
They're really kind of nerding out about this stuff.
That's the whole thing. Yeah, exactly.
And then also final production, Optimal Media, at Optimal. So anyway, all the details are here, and I don't know why I'm like blurry.
Well, no, I think. Nothing's a red flag. I just think that they're just trying to be transparent. They've learned their lesson, obviously, in the past couple years. We've learned that if you don't tell everybody everything,
well, I think people are okay with the sparse code, like on the Mingus record, little box that says everything at the bottom. Yeah.
The Apogee, by the way, Shane. The Apogee is a analog. To digital and digital to analog converter. It's a conversion box. I use an Apogee box called a Rosetta, which is really high quality clock and ins and outs for super duper hardcore conversions. But I think the one thing that's important to think about here is that they're being transparent. That's good. And if you like the sound, then you like the sound. I think the only thing that seems redundant to me is to take the digital file. You could have just taken it through those apogees, converted it to analog, and just run it through that whole system and put that to the lathe. Mm-hmm. If there was a reason to put it to tape again for a second time and then do it, that just seems, sort of redundant. But there was a reason, I'm sure.
Well, Casper said he liked what it did to the sound.
It can, especially like if you're getting something that's like a little too sizzly, a little too open, a little too airy, and you want to kind of, you hit the tape at 15 IPS, you're going to knock down a little bit of high end, you're going to increase a little bit of low end response, and then you can take that through your digital system and it'll be great. Yeah. And tape's got benefits. There's good stuff to be jitter. Yeah, no jitter. No jitter with apogee.
It's interesting with all those details and all that shit. It just shows how obsessed Craig was with creating this record. I think
I have the Gearbox jazz records, and they sound good. They sound good.
They're excellent sounding records. Oh, yeah. That Charles Tolliver on Gearbox is really good.
What what do you call it? All the old guys on the record, record.
I have the Binker and Moses.
The one with Billy Harper and Cecil McBee and Eddie Henderson. The Heaters, right?
There's also Monk. They have a Monk too.
Yeah, I have that Monk. So I can find it.
Yeah, that Monk.
Binker Moses. Yeah.
Well, this might be too wishy-washy, but I do feel like the fact that if it's he wanted the tape. That was like his first choice. Yep. And I feel like giving a shit really just makes the biggest difference, because you can have really good digital. And even if you transfer it back to an analog format, like a tape or something, like the fact that he's putting in that care and cares about the sound like that much, you're likely going to have a pretty good product, as opposed to somebody just saying like, hey, let's just rip this, put it to a vinyl and sell to like some 13-year-old or something and not really give a shit.
Is that how it works?
I think so. I mean, from what I've heard, like a lot of those like hip hop records that they just mass produce are not really great sounding.
Well, that's true.
So, hey everybody.
Yeah, what's up? So one of the things that I thought was cool, so I got this one recently. Sounds good. It's a modern recording, that they did. But what I like are actually I like this one the most. But so this is the record they did. And what's interesting is they produced a lot of this stuff, especially these like archive recordings they found. They've pressed them, I think, in Germany and in Japan. So I got the Japanese version of this, which is killer. This one doesn't sound quite as good, but it's still a really good record because a lot of
that came out for Record Store Day like 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah, but I just think it's neat. Like the Monk one has like a picture of him on one of the labels, which is kind of an interesting thing. I just really like the guys. I love the conversation we have with Casper and Craig, and I'm interested to see what else.
So what is the Monk one? It's a live show?
Yeah, I think it's a TV recording or something. Let me see if
it's a radio form.
Is there one in France?
Denmark.
Denmark. Yeah, Denmark. Yeah,
Denmark. Recorded on the 5th of March, 1963 at Oddfellow, whatever the hell that is, Copenhagen, Denmark. And then they also go into like what they used to cut it on this one. Cut on a Heiko Scully lathe with a Westrix. What bunch of shit I don't understand.
Are you getting excited, George?
That's interesting.
Yeah. Hey, Roberto. Just to answer your question, never on a client's dime, but on my own dime and with a guinea pig. Sorry.
But anyway, leave the guinea pigs alone, sir.
Oh. Hey, wait a second. Jazzbum Mike, did you vet George Borden?
Yeah, George is it, dude.
I did not say gerbil. I said guinea pig. It's way too large. It's a guinea pig. I would not do that with on a client's dime. I would not experiment with a client paying me. I would do it on my own.
What if the client demanded that as part of their rider?
Oh, well then have fun.
Good.
Yeah.
So this is Binker and Moses. I think this came out in like 2020.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 2017. So much older. But it's a duet. If I remember correctly, I don't think every side's a duo. It's I think the first LP is, and it's sax and drums, and it's raw. It's really good. It just it sounds fantastic. But this is a Gearbox release, and I'm just checking to see if so on this they did not add like all the mastering details.
How long has Gearbox been around?
I don't know.
But this is mastered and cut by Daryl Scheinman at Gearbox. So so Casper Sutton Jones was part of this too. So cool. Yeah. Anyway, this is a great one. Really good one.
What did Loki say? Next time George comes on the stream, could he at least make an effort and wear a beret and smoke a long filter cigarette and talk about jitter in an outrageous French accent? Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a type. Loki has a type.
If anybody's interested, this is just for anyone who's interested, this is Binker and Moses' Journey to the Mountain of Forever. And it's definitely worth a stream, if not picking up.
Yeah, their last release is really good too. They have a live album coming out soon.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. And
Can you highlight Darren? I think Darren's new around.
I don't know.
But Darren, I think he's talking about what I said this morning. Unfortunately or fortunately, people care that who masters records. It is a thing. People buy. There's labels are starting to use mastering engineers to promote stuff. It's a sign of quality, especially Robert Ludwig, who's probably historically known for having some of the best sounding records.
Yeah.
So it matters whether
it matters for a lot of people.
Respectfully to everyone. Everyone buys records for different reasons. You can buy a non-Robert Ludwig mastered version of an album, and you like Led Zeppelin 2. You could go buy Robert Ludwig's mastering, or you can go buy George Pyrrhus mastering. They sound different, and it's to each his own. So yes, you are right. But Robert Ludwig matters to people. He does.
Yeah. And nowadays, you can even go further and say who cut the record. Regardless of who mastered it, you can just say the person who took the whatever existed and put it on the lathe and made that etching. That's a big deal.
I need to know who sleeved it.
Sleeved it? Well, with the record we were just talking about, the Courtney Pine, Craig sleeved all 1,000 of them.
That's true. Yeah.
I want to know who QC number 7 is at GZ.
Hey guys, I'm gonna run. I'm sorry, I'm cutting out early, but I gotta get out of here. But it was really fun catching up with everybody, and I will continue listening probably either later tonight or at some other time. But thank you. I'll talk with you all later.
See ya. Later. See you, buddy.
Darren, I'm going by my experience collecting records and listening to people who know a lot more than me talk, like Patrick, a PB Fowl, the Vinyl Archivist. He's kind of like someone I look up to in this regard. I am not. The music matters, yes, but I'm telling you, people buy records for all sorts of ridiculous reasons. The Rolling Stones are putting out variants of baseball teams on their covers.
I bought the Giants one.
I think that's only going to appeal to Americans or maybe Asian people who like baseball and follow American teams. It's definitely, I don't think, going to appeal to British people. There's lots of different reasons to pick and listen to records. Based on my experience, Robert Ludwig, there's a Tattoo You. George could speak to this and maybe either not support or what I'm saying or support. The Tattoo You version that Robert Ludwig mastered probably sounds 10 times better than the reissue that just came out last year.
Yeah, I'll give you a perfect example based on this exact thing. And I didn't even know at the time what I was doing because I was maybe like 7. And I had a copy of Led Zeppelin 4. It was the first time I ever had a copy of Led Zeppelin 4. And I used to remember thinking that why is side 1 with all the best songs, Black Dog, Rock and Roll, Stairway to Heaven, why does this sound so dull? And then when I flip it over and I get to Misty Mountain Hop on side 2, it just opens up and it sounds awesome. And I just thought that's how Led Zeppelin 4 sounded. And then later I come to realize that I had a copy where side 1 was just a standard Atlantic guy, and side 2 was like a Pecco, right? And then I went and I when I learned about this probably 15 years later, I go and I find, like a Porky on one side and a Pecco duck on the other side. And then all of a sudden, side 1 was just as fabulous as side 2. So I know that people don't think that, and for the most part, nobody really thought about it back in the day. And it's just a fact that we think about it now because there's much more information out there. There's a lot more people to hear. There's a lot more people to listen to. You could go read through Goldmine back in the day, and find certain pressings of certain records. And what you maybe would see is a price, and maybe you'd see some engineering comments, but it didn't mean as much as it does now, where somebody could, for 15 minutes, can sit there and explain to you why this one sounds better than that one.
Right.
It's true. It's true that different cuts sound different. Now, it doesn't mean that they're better, but then there becomes a consensus. And yeah, when you listen to a Robert Ludwig cut of Tattoo You versus a non-Robert Ludwig cut, it's not as lively. It's not as happening, and
so,
it's just a fact,
Yeah. So George, question. So do you think from the 60s to the mid 80s, the differences are not so big as they are now?
Wait, the differences between the 60s? No.
Between the cuts,
everything that we have now, everything that we have now was available in the 50s.
No. I mean, between the cuts, people wouldn't bother back in the day to check who cut the record. Now
they wouldn't, but they would notice. They would notice a difference. That's what I mean. It's like you didn't sit there and talk. You didn't. It's like one of those things where it's like you don't know how to verbalize it. You don't know. The last thing that you're thinking is, if I look in the dead wax, it will tell me, who did this, when they were already doing that back then. They were already giving you the signals in there.
Yeah, but unless I'm just gonna think like most people only had one copy of whatever record it was, and that's what they listened to.
Well, but that's the thing is that I don't buy that either, because I bought at least 5 different copies of Led Zeppelin records, because I would do stupid things, like I would just let 5 records stack up outside the cover, and sit on the coffee table for like a week.
Yeah.
And then, somebody would come by and spill fucking Chianti on them, and I'd be like, oh, let me wipe this off. Oh, it doesn't sound as good. I better go buy another copy. And I thought that I could just go forever and do that.
Right. Well, I'm going to give you a good example. So I picked this up today. This is a Rudy Van Gelder mastered stereo. The one copy I had was a 90s digitally sourced version of this. That one sounded kind of flat and lifeless. And I put this on today, and it's like I'm not even listening to the same record. Sure. They're 2 different listening experiences. So I promise you, I don't know how far you are in the hobby, Darren. You might know a lot more than me. But I got to think, if you upgrade or get a different version and really hear the difference, even though it's the same music, it'll change the way you start buying records. You'll start getting more into the minutia of how it was produced. I mean, we just spent over a half hour talking about that Courtney Pine record, right? And the only things we were talking about is how it was mastered. Right. That's the way people are starting to think now about records, because we have the choice of what to buy. Because I haven't done a comparison, but I would venture to say maybe the newer repress sounds a lot better than this one. So I don't know.
Yeah. And Darren, no, it didn't tell you the definitive pressing. That's for you to decide. Like just the other day, I played the RL, and then I played the George Piros. And it's still up there, but we played the entire thing. The entire song, and then we switched over. We played the Piros, and then we switched back to the Ludwig, and then we switched back to the Piros, and everybody was sitting there kind of going, well, they're different. One's definitely stands out, but I'm not so sure that it makes it better. It's like I could probably yell over top of everybody on here, and you would hear what I was saying. It doesn't make what I'm saying more important.
Yeah.
And
I think you can tell when something. I mean, I think everyone can tell when something doesn't sound good.
Well, to them, but then again,
right, for sure.
My mom used to do a reverse smiley face on her EQ in her car.
Mm-hmm.
She'd go 1K up full blast, and she'd take all the high end down, and she had this pointing up arrow on her. It was like daggers are flying out of the fucking speakers just driving to the market. I wanted to strangle my mom. And I'm like, what are you doing?
Are you about to admit to a crime, George?
Yeah,
Hey, listen.
She's still alive.
But I mean, I know it's subjective, but a case in point, as I picked
no, I'm not arguing with you. I'm arguing with this guy.
No. That's not how I'm taking it. I bought an OG mono of Miles Davis Sketches of Spain. And although it sounds great, 6i sounds great, that MoFi sounds better. And I think the consensus is the MoFis of the Columbia stuff sound better.
For Miles?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I've heard. I don't know. I don't have any originals, but
see, I almost feel like they got to do. I think they got to do one of them reverse cuts on Sketches, just like they did with Bolero.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Where with Bolero, Ravel, right? Like it builds over time. The song does, right? So what they realized was that what makes sense to do is to cut the thing in reverse. Cut it from the inside out. So you lay the needle down on the inside of the record where the quiet part is. So you got that inside really tight concentric groove going. And then as you get to the outside and the song starts to build, now you're moving farther out on the disc and it ends at the outside. It plays backwards. You can cut that way, right?
That would make sense for that kind of recording, right?
It's same with Sketches. Sketches got that quiet, really airy, moody build up before it starts going into stuff. I almost feel like that would benefit. Is something dinging? Is it just me? Is that my coffee? Is my coffee ready? I felt like we just got to the 23rd floor.
Bing. Here's an interesting comment from JMI Recording. If you want to hear a perfectly mastered record, get David Murray's Sun and Moon, mastered by Scott Hull at Masterdisc.
Yeah, I have that. Well, it's a David Murray recording, so of course I have it. Excellent.
I think it's interesting that I don't know. For me, I've only been buying jazz records for three years now, I guess. But like having Kevin Gray's name on the hype sticker means something. I mean, it means that it's probably going to sound good and it's not going to be a piece of shit.
There's a pedigree there. The guy knows how to cut records. There's no doubt about it.
Here's one thing I do know, and it's through my career as movies, right? That is a thing that literally they list who directed it, who produced it, and the actors who star in it.
Yep.
So you make your choice. A lot of people make their choice based on those things, regardless of what the story is or what type of genre it is. I mean, so there's lots of different reasons to make choice, but there are certain things. Are you going to go see a Martin Scorsese movie?
I will tomorrow.
Are you going to go see who's that guy's or Kirk Cameron movie? Which one are you going to go see this week?
Jesus, that's like the worst.
Right.
It looks extreme.
Oh man.
And everybody in the chat that's talking about that is that Rob totally also understands that there's always that out that you could say, well, it doesn't necessarily mean this or that. That's built in.
Sure.
That's there. Everybody knows that. It doesn't guarantee anything. Kevin Gray could cut a bad record. It's true.
Exactly.
But chances are he's not. If I'm going to get a record cut today, I might wait in line for Kevin Gray. Or I might wait in line for Grumman, or I might wait in line for what's his face? The young kid.
But George, think about this. What I did do, or what I teach for a living is gathering data from people's opinions to educate marketing, to inform marketing. Even in the record industry, which is kind of different, they have a budget to market albums.
Yeah.
They're not going to spend their money on marketing, promoting that a certain mastering engineer mastered the album if they don't feel they have enough information to say that's what people are looking for. So that goes along with the same term as is a stamp of like quality, right?
It's true, Rob. But nobody, I think, for the most part, when they're buying a record, wants to think about that. They want to think about it like a personal. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying it's an emotional thing. You feel, like, geez, some of us when we were 5 or 10 or whatever hung these posters up on our wall and we thought those people were gods. And then we realized, they were just shilling us some belt buckles and shit. And
who's your first poster, George?
Kathy Smith.
My first poster was it was a giant. It was a Rush thing,
Nice.
And then after that was Kiss. But the thing is that you don't want to think that the band is selling you that poster so they can, get their pool swept or their hedges trimmed. You're thinking that they're doing it because it's fucking means something, and it's just it's like that. It's easier to do that with jazz, right? Because jazz musicians are obviously getting screwed 6 ways to Sunday when they make a record, and they're clearly not doing it because they're going to do an arena tour, so they got to gear up. They're making music out of their hearts and their souls, and I think that a lot of buyers of music want to feel that it means that, but it doesn't usually.
Well, George, I'll give you a good example. I listened to the new Stones record. Amazing. I streamed it today.
Good. Yeah.
Amazing. I love the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
Every record I've bought by them doesn't sound that great to me.
Yeah.
The CDs I have sound better than the vinyl.
CDs are good, yeah.
And they're a fucking corporation, 100%.
That I would love a vinyl copy of a Stones record. I'm a more 70s Stones person than 60s. I would love a 70s record that sounds great. I haven't found one, and I'm afraid of getting the new record because I don't know if it'll sound that good to me.
The black vinyl mono box isn't that bad though. It's the best copy of Let It Bleed.
Yeah, but those are all 60s ones, right?
Well, 69. You're not gonna Abco. And then that's what's funny about it is Abco's making better records than Rolling Stones records are with Atlantic.
Yeah, but Bar, you're right. Actually, Tattoo You sounds fantastic.
Tattoo You is a good one.
Yeah.
I think some girls sound good too.
I think it's good.
I think Black and Blue is my favorite. In terms of sound, I think Black and Blue is the best.
Aren't we supposed to be talking about jazz?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, you ruined the stream, George.
Well, you mentioned.
See, I feel like I get on here and then all of a sudden we're not talking about jazz anymore.
Well, they have a horn section, right? So that's fine.
There's a great whoever plays saxophone on the new album is great. There's a song with saxophone. It's good.
It's Charlie Parker, man.
Hey, man, Bobby Keys, man, great sax player.
Bobby Keys, he played for Pink Floyd as well.
Yeah, but on Tattoo You, it's Sonny Rollins, right?
Sonny, well, some of it. That's the thing about Tattoo You is like a fluke record.
Yeah, it's
just a bunch of little hodgepodge bits from all over the place.
Awesome, right?
It is.
Yeah,
it's like that's their throwaways. It's like somebody was saying that earlier.
It's leftovers from many different sessions. Yeah.
Yeah, but there you go. I mean, it's like when you're cooking like that and you're making records on a high level for a long time, you build up these throwaways where it's like, well, we just didn't get it there. And then you come back a year later and you go, wow, look at that. Start Me Up. What do you know? Bill Gates, thanks.
Yeah. I mean, Start Me Up, I think started Gold Hat Soup. Was like a reggae tune. That's how it started.
Yeah.
One of my favorite songs is Beast of Burden. So I love that song.
That's great.
Well, see, that's Some Girls. It's a great record by the Stones, man. That's another great.
I have that with their original insert.
Yeah,
they never really
trying to get us back on topic. That's very sweet.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's yeah. So Loki, I just wanted to talk about. I posted a video, Music Matters, last Sunday. Was that? I think Saturday, whatever. And I had some comments and a private message asking about Oris Parlin. It's hard to get his records. There's a classic series that came out this year, right? Speaking My Piece.
Yeah.
There's also Elemental reissue 2016, which sounds pretty good to my ears. That was not my favorite in the video, but this one is still available at Music Matters for $49.50. Whoever's interested in getting some more spiraling for a cheap Music Matters standards, that's a good one. That's a double 45.
I have the classic records version of that.
So do I, right? Didn't you send me a copy of that?
Yeah, you bought that from me. Yeah.
It's a great record, man.
Yeah, and I know that you have classic records too, but
I think wasn't they? Isn't there a mosaic box of Horse Parlon too?
It's on a mosaic, yes.
Yeah.
I just think I have many versions of this record. I don't have an OG, but I have 70s, 60s represses. I have this SRX here, and man, whoever is like saying that those guys are not worth their.
Well, you know who said that, Felipe?
Who said it, Rob?
I never heard this.
Name rhymes with.
It's a great record. That's a good record.
I never heard this record sound so good as a Music Matters. There's a SRX 33.
Yeah, of course.
This is absolutely killer, amazing. If you find one in the wild or Discogs or whatever, you want to,
I mean, the classic records one is good.
It is really good. Yeah, I agree, Rob.
Classic series, you mean, or the classic?
No, classic records.
I don't have that.
Yeah, but this record on Music Matters is absolutely insane. If you find a copy of them, willing to shell out some bucks for that, it's totally worth it. It's much better than any other version.
That's a $500 record, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I think I paid less than that back in the day, Rob. I don't know how much it goes for now. So I'm just saying that if you really want to, if you like that, and if you want to hear something really different, I think that's the one to get. And dismissing Music Matters, I think is unfair because those guys put a lot of effort. I'm not talking about price-wise. I don't care. I mean, there's a price issue there, but the issue is that the music, the quality, what they did here set the standard for everything that we get today. And I think, we should be thankful for that in a way.
Hey, here's what I'm going to do. Darren, reach out to me on Instagram if you can, if you use it, and I'll send you some records. Okay? I'll send you some Duke Ellington stuff. I think you were asking about it before. Let me know.
But lastly here, I think I haven't showed this record yet because it was technically not mine. This is a great OG. I have a double 45 Analog Productions, but I got this OG. Thank you so much, Rob. This thing is impeccable.
I'm regretting it now.
This thing is impeccable. It plays really good. It's a great mono record, and the AP45.
Do you have a mono card, Felipe?
I have a Switch. I used to have a mono, but on the Riga, you know how it goes, right? Switching cards on the Riga is not that simple.
No.
So I got a Switch. I used to have two tables, but this thing plays amazing. It does play. And Rob, if you want to switch, I think it helps a lot. I can help you get you.
I want to upgrade the speed box first on that.
Okay, yeah.
But no, that you would appreciate that more than me. So.
Hey, I have a tangential rock jazz connection to show after Felipe's done.
Yeah, but this thing is really good. Let me see what else I got today. I went to my store today. I didn't get much. Just two records I wanted to show you guys, which I found really interesting. First one is this Japanese.
Don't tell me what to do, Stefan.
What you got through a JVC? Okay.
There's a JVC label. It's a Japanese record. There's a second pressing. The first one is really hard to get and expensive. It's called Daguri by Kosuke Mine Quintet. This thing is really, it's like post-model, a little free, but it's really, really good.
It's called Dat Booty?
Daguri.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I have that. Actually, yeah, I have that.
This is pretty cool. I couldn't get the Obi, but nice insert. And it's on JVC label. This thing is super clean. I mean, Japanese standard. It's beautiful music.
But is JVC like Denon? Everything was digital.
No. This is an 80s repress, Rob. I'm not sure what they did here. I still check. I haven't listened to the record yet. I just got it this afternoon.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah,
I have
JVC like Yamaha doesn't do bad stuff usually.
yeah.
Right.
And lastly, along with this guy here, and I got this Muse here I was looking for a long time. There's not many available on Discogs, and I was really lucky to get this record today.
Oh, sweet, dude. Very nice.
That thing, I mean,
Was that lots of money?
75.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it was a good price.
Whoever the fuck owns Muse needs to get their shit straight.
Based on condition here.
There may or not. Never mind.
So the deal I did with the record store, I PayPal him directly, so friends and family. So skip the taxes, and he gave me a discount. So
Nice.
that works fine for us.
Nothing like admitting to tax fraud on the internet.
No, just 2 records. I never did this before.
Yeah, right.
So, but this record is cool. I mean, the lineup is kind of unusual. Bob Crenshaw, Freddie Waits, Richard Landrum, and Warren Smith. It's very, I found like percussion based. There's a lot of rhythm going there. It's a really up-tempo, very fast-paced record. Really well recorded. You can hear triangles, all the percussion very, very clear, but spread all over. I loved it. I'm going to play it again after we finish the stream. Really, really like. How do you like this one, Mike? How do you like this Candy Baron? Do you have it?
I don't think I have. No, I don't have that one. I actually don't.
Okay.
This is offensive, Drew. That is, it's hurtful.
I just want to show.
It's going to be an hour.
This is we were talking about James Brandon Lewis earlier.
Nice. Oh yeah.
This, Ava Mendoza's new recording. She's a electric guitarist, and James Brandon Lewis is in the group. I got this last Wednesday, and I've listened to it like 4 times, and and I didn't listen to it at all last weekend because of the whole record fair thing. So it is really just phenomenal. The whole group, and the whole package. The package is really good too. The design, the same guy that did the album design for James Brandon Lewis, the Mahalia album, he does this one also. I think he does it for the whole label. But this is one of my favorites of the year so far.
The artwork is nice.
Yeah, it's really cool. How does that compare to the other one that I? Oh my god!
Well, the other one is a William, it's a William Parker record.
Right.
This is her. This is her group. So she's leading it. It's her ideas.
I feel like she kind of owned that other record too, though.
Well, then you'll really like this.
Okay, say
you'll really like this.
Hey, George, I think you would like Ava Mendoza. She's just a badass like jazz, like I don't know.
Yeah, I am familiar. I'm familiar.
Okay,
I don't have any records, but I've watched some videos.
What do you have to show? You teased
me. I was just going to show the only non-jazz title that I've ever seen on this Impulse label.
Oh, okay.
And it's Genesis.
Trespass. Oh, wow. That's weird. I didn't realize they did that.
And proof that Trespass was not the original name of the record. It just says Genesis there on the Impulse.
Wow,
label.
I have the wait. Turn that around.
Trespass.
I have the Atlantic. So what the fuck happened with that record?
I have no idea. I just bought this in a record store one day because I was like, whoa, fuck! I've never seen a non-jazz act on Impulse.
No, but I have the record. They put that out on Atlantic. Am I wrong about this?
You just have like a mismatched record there, George? I mean,
yeah.
No,
sure
it's ABC Records, Impulse ABC.
Okay, yeah.
And because they were originally on a different label in Europe called oh shit, what's the name of that label? They weren't on Atlantic in the early days. They were on hold on, let me pull an earlier record.
I do not. I have to go hunt down that Trespass I have. That's not.
So to answer your question, Jared, I think yes. The answer is yes, but I mean, if it sounds good, it doesn't matter.
They were on. Here you go. I got it right here. Hold on. they were on this label here called Charisma. That was their main label.
Yeah, so
I don't know
that in the U.S.
I know that later I think it was Atlantic, but I think maybe in the early days Charisma was attempting to license out to whoever, and it ended up on this ABC Impulse label. Maybe they didn't know what to do with them at this point because they're not exactly a rock band here,
right?
You know, it's pretty
interesting. I've got one too that I've shown this before, but this is an Impulse. It's Oscar Brand Morality, and he was like a folk singer guy.
There you go. See, yeah, that might be why.
This one's interesting. I just bought it because it was on Impulse. I didn't know what it was, but it's got a
blue and black. Yeah, that's different.
This record fucking sucks though. It's not good. I mean, I don't know if you're into like folk music, maybe you would like it. But
what number is that in the?
Oh, good question.
Gordon just get us going back out of jazz into rock music.
It's 825, so it's pretty early on. Right? This is the only blue spine I've ever seen, though. So whatever.
Well, there's a jazz theme here. It's Impulse.
There's a jazz theme.
We're close. We're close.
Just watch out. If me and George can last about 3 more hours, then it's going to be like 3 hours.
Rush Central. Yeah, we'll be talking about hockey.
Hockey and Rush. Then we can wake up Rachel and get the Canadian perspective.
No, it was weird to me to see it. When I see an Impulse label, I'll buy it. And I even had to go to Ken Metcalf or whatever his name was. That guy,
Ken Metcalf, yeah.
Whatever his name, I had to actually like seek him out because I had gotten a Coltrane that was on that Impulse / CBS label, and I thought that like it was gonna suck. Is this considered to be shit or what? Because it was the only time I'd heard that record. I'd not heard an original Impulse of it. And he said, no, those are great. They're fine. They're the CBS Impulse imprint's fine. So, it was my one interaction with the guy where I, sent him a personal message saying, is this okay?
Yeah, I think, are you talking about the neon ABC Impulse label? Looks like kind of neon, right? Yeah.
Well, it looked just like that Genesis one. It had the Impulse with CBS on the side of it, and I thought, wow, what is that all about? And he said that Impulse was looking for avenues to sort of get bigger distribution, so they partnered with CBS at some point in time for a while, and did that. That's what he said, and he said they're all fine.
No, I agree. There's a Jazz London Collectors, a big website that is great for history of pressings and that sort of thing, but they tend to shit on reissues from any time period. Really, it's kind of weird. Like that's like they don't like the Blue Trident Prestige records, which always sound good to me. They don't like the neon Impulse stuff, which sound generally sounded good to me. So I don't know.
I know a lot of people that still like those later Blue Notes on the Blue label. That say that those are okay too. And I've also heard people say
that those are cut by Rudy, so I mean they're great. Yeah. Now they're like $75, where they used to be like nothing.
Yeah, and I have some of those, and I was thinking, oh well, I gotta replace these with the originals. But then someone said, don't waste your time. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
I'm cool with that.
I mean, I'm not the biggest like audiophile, as long as it doesn't sound terrible.
As long as it sounds nice and clean.
It sounds nice. Yeah. Now I can tell the difference. I mean, my setup here is very meager. This is where I listen to all my records, and it's in my office. I've got a Technics 1200, like an old Onkyo stereo amp, a Cambridge something preamp, and then my little Yamaha speakers here. So I don't know. Like I can tell though that like if something sounds like shit. You know what I mean? I can also tell that like I don't know, a Tone Poet Pacific Jazz title sounds different than like the P-Vine Strata Clifford Jordan that just came out, right?
I bought that Chet Baker Sings, that Pacific Jazz from '56 on this show. I can't even play it.
Why not?
It's so crispy. There's a lot of noise. It's
really
loud. Oh yeah. But I'm not. I'm not. I would not. I would never sell it. But what I did, here's what I figure. I spent the money on the RL and I got a Chet Baker stiffener. So it's all good. But I do realize that there are people that will just buy that kind of stuff. Like it's an original 56. Well, it's actually a repress from 56. So I guess whatever they originally thought to press, people like Chet Baker enough to where they had to press it again.
Right.
And so it is an original 56 and it is what it is, but it's got a lot of clicking and popping going on. And I watched it like 7 times. Well, I wouldn't do that. When I buy a used record,
Okay.
When I buy a used record, I figured that's what it is, and I get.
Are you saying you bought an old copy of Chet Baker Sings or the Tone Poet version? I'm confused.
No, this is a 1956 Pacific Jazz cut. I bought it from Billy right here on the show.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, and at the same time, I bought Robert the RL, the Zeppelin
RL.
Right.
That's right. How does it sound though? Like the music beyond the pops and the clicks. Like, is it?
I think that it was played so much that it's a little bit dulled in the top end because I have the other Chet Baker Sings, not the same one, and not a repress of it, but there was another version of that record with him singing other songs, like part 2. I have that. It sounds phenomenal.
There's a lot of ones that say Chet Baker Sings.
Yeah.
Chet Baker Sings.
Exactly.
European ones that he did where they put Chet Baker Sings.
And it sounds great. So I know that the quality's possible. I just know that this record was well played and it was well used.
There's something I found out, George. I don't know if you know this. When the recycled, using the recycled vinyl, which were on a bunch of the early 60s records.
Yeah.
And also, if you see little specks in the dead wax, that's a telltale sign. And then you can't clean those. That's the noise that's in the record,
Right.
Yeah, this just looks like somebody slid down a hill in the snow on it, and it's well worn.
I usually say it looks like a wino wiped his butt with it.
That was after he slid down a hill in the snow. Yeah, absolutely.
But you live in Northern California. There's no snow there. How is it going to get dirty?
It's full of Tahoe. We got Yosemite. We got Half
not
Dome.
where you are.
Yeah. No, it's a little bit of a trek. It's a couple hours, but no, but when I buy a used record, I just know that you're taking a chance on it, and it's not. I'm not saying it was bad. For the price that I paid for the 2 of the records, one of them was worth what I paid for both of them. The RL, a decent RL is $1,000 now.
Yeah, but I found my RL looks like the wino thing. But it sounds PG plus.
Yeah. This one has a wino bit to it, but yes, it sounds great. And if it sounds good, that's all I care about. It's great. I'm happy.
What's going on there with Felipe?
He's got a special weird webcam.
Oh, he's back. He's back. There's Felipe.
Look, very serious.
He looks confused.
Now, your Princess Leia, is that Princess Leia looking?
Yes, actually, Princess Leia is marketing back to an earlier subject.
No, it's that it is that mute guy on the City of Clouds. It's just that ear cuffs.
When George talked about his first posters being Rush, my first posters were from the Star Wars fan club. From around the Empire Strikes Back era. So it came with like a Death Star poster as the big one, and then it had like 6 little smaller posters, like a Princess Leia and Luke.
Well, you're nerds. Mine was Kathy Smith.
Fuck is Kathy Smith?
I probably would have tried to beat up somebody with a Star Wars.
She had hot posters. Okay.
Beat up someone with the Star Wars posters. Well, whatever. It's okay.
I'm just saying, Chris.
Then my other simultaneous poster was of Madonna, though. when I was about 7 years old, 7 or 8 years old. Desperately seeking Susan, man. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was the armpit there that did it for me. I don't know, but it was fucking amazing. Hey, man.
This poster was a famous poster of Kathy's.
Oh yeah, okay. Hang on, let's make you big for this.
I did have the Farrah Fawcett poster though too.
What the fuck, dude? It's like
I don't
blown out.
know. I thought you made me big. It was looking good before.
Turn the brightness down. Now it's just disappeared.
So, is that the poster covering the wall when you're digging the hole to get out of jail?
That's how I escaped my house every night. I dug the hole.
Yeah, no shit.
Miss Fuzzy Britches.
Fuzzy Britches.
I think the Farrah posing in front of the Mexican blanket, that was a great one too. That was a good one.
Felipe is the audiophile until someone starts screaming at him, I guess.
Is somebody yelling at Felipe? Is that what's happening?
So, yeah.
It's the warden.
It's the warden. I got that. By the way, Fuzzy Britches over there. How many times have you watched Shawshank, Rob?
How many times does anyone watch Shawshank?
Okay,
okay, I'm going to make a statement. You tell me if it's true or not. Flipping through the channels, and you come on Shawshank, you can start watching it from any point in the movie.
Oh, yeah, it could be 5 minutes left. I'm watching it, dude. 100%.
It's true.
Tim wants to come up and yell at us.
Tim wants to come up and yell at us?
Yeah, does he pass the Jazz Bum Mike Mustard?
Tim who? University of Vinyl?
Yeah, University of Vinyl.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
No, Billy, come on, dude. I was trying to say that's not what I'm talking about. No, I don't do returns.
Hey, can I return some records even though I didn't buy them from you, Billy?
Come on, man. No, it's not. It's fine for. It's a 1956 copy of Chet Baker Sings. It's crispy.
So here's the most important thing. Hang on. Here's the most important thing for the entire stream. Delphina had Madonna posters too, so I've been redeemed.
Hey, Delphina's nice.
I know Delphina's nice.
Bo Derek with beads. Okay, well that's 10. Yeah, that movie was there's boleros, and that's the music in the movie 10 with Bo Derek.
I don't think anyone was watching 10 for the music, dude.
Well, I was.
I mean, that's fair.
I was because I wasn't even remotely attracted to Dudley Moore.
Oh, did you watch Bo Derek's Star Band?
You know, Dudley Moore is contextual to this.
Hey, can you highlight what Loki said for Billy? That's a good one.
Oh, yeah.
I can do it.
Billy, I have a sandwich I didn't like from earlier.
Was it a mayo?
You live in Kerblapistan, Loki. What's the sandwich there? Horse meat?
No.
Has anyone ever eaten horse meat? Have you been to France and eaten the horse meat? Anyone?
No.
I'd try it out. No, this is correct. That's right, Jeff. That's what I was going to say. Is Dudley Moore was a jazz pianist that had actual jazz records before he was ever in a movie.
Yeah. So, Chris, where's Tim?
I don't know where Tim is.
Did you put up a link for him?
Yeah, there it is.
So come on, Tim. Jeez.
Oh, Tim. Jeez, man. Or Billy, you can join.
Oh, wait. Maybe he's got to finish his latest Steely Dan song before he can log in.
Yeah, well, you know the movie that made Dudley Moore big, at least in the U.S., was Foul Play.
He's got to type in his password, which is Steely Dan 54321.
Good evening, team. Welcome to the stream. First time, right?
I was triggered with Robert Ludwig talk and then echoes of Rush. So I my wife is out of town. I just finished dinner. I thought I'd just jump on, and I'm not sure if I have much jazz. I do have one jazz thing I can talk about later.
By the way, Tim, when you come, I have this record for you. I have to clean it, but Garrett.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Well, now I've been looking at this Bremen Lausanne, this box that he did.
The one that's being reissued, you can get the regular version cheap.
I saw a regular one for like $12, and but it was kind of beat up. Yeah,
that's on the higher end for that record. Even believe it or not.
Interesting.
Don't make fun of my nation and our culture with your deliberate misspelling.
And ladies and gentlemen, if you're not aware, Tim's latest video is called Gaucho Amigos.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Watch it.
I love Steely Dan, bro.
I do too. I'm not afraid to say it.
It is definitely their most technical album, even more so, I think, than Asia.
Yeah,
I think it's overly technical in some ways, but yet still good songs.
Yeah, Gaucho was the first one I heard, and it's like totally. Oh my gosh, I was impressed by the record a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna get the UHQR, and I think I've decided not to get Asia.
Yeah,
I've got like multiple copies of Asia, and I don't think the double 45 and kind of breaking up the vibe and the feel of that album. I'm not into it, so I don't think I'm gonna bite on it.
Flip for Deacon Jones. Flip for Deacon Jones. Flip for Home at Last. Why is everybody ignoring Royal Scam?
You talking about the UHQRs?
Like nobody's talking about that.
I'm ignoring all of them. I'm not paying 125 or 150 bucks.
But everybody's going, well, we got Asia coming up, and then after that, all that's left is Gaucho. And it's like, wait a minute, no. Royal Scam.
Royal Scam's great. What is this one?
Well,
yeah,
it's Asia.
I had to drop my wife off at the airport late this afternoon, and I was on my way back home, and I pulled into a record shop. And I have like multiple copies of Asia, but I've got like some hairlines. And I'm not going to pull this out, but this thing is like dead near mint, and it's an AB 1006. I might spin it later. I've had some wine. I don't know if I'm going to get to that. But
Tim, don't brag. Most of us don't have a hairline anymore.
I've had 4 beers, so we're on par, bro.
But then, George, I know you'd be interested in this. I've got like 2 kind of not perfect copies of what many people consider one of the best Rush albums. And anyway, this came out of the same collection. It's a U.S. pressing. It's a JAMF, just another mastering facility, I believe. And if you go on the Hoffman Forum, most people will say, well, a lot of people rave about the first Canadian, which I've never seen, but
they always do.
Anyway, I'm going to listen to this in the morning or maybe later tonight. I might jump on Patrick's thing. I'm drinking a little bit, and it's always kind of fun and entertaining. But anyway,
if that first song doesn't take you to the Magic Kingdom, then you've got the wrong pressing.
Tim, if you show up next weekend drunk, it's off.
Yeah,
I'll call.
Aren't you going to get drunk with him?
We'll strategize everything. I'm not a big drinker, by the way. You know, it's Friday night.
I'm not a big drinker. I go in the weed. Come on, Chris.
Yeah, you just smoke constantly like it's different.
Man in a Pit, are you talking about Steely Dan's Royal Scam, or are you talking about Rush, A Farewell to Kings?
A Farewell to Kings is not the best record, but I mean, I love it.
I don't think it's their best record, but I think it's a very strong record.
George, what is Rush's best sounding record?
Rush does start after 12, but yeah,
you've got to break it up into 4 clumps, and you have to pick the best out of each one because they're totally different.
I think their 80s stuff is the best.
Overall, for me,
sound quality.
Spirit of the. I mean,
Permanent Waves. You're talking Permanent Waves. Well, okay. I think for me in that zone.
Permanent Waves or your
in that zone, for me, the best sounding record is Hemispheres because it starts that sound. The sound of Permanent Waves is there on Hemispheres, but they're playing way more kind of still doing Rush proggy bullshit.
When did Geddy Lee
Permanent Waves?
When did Geddy Lee change his voice from high to
Signals?
Yeah.
Signals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can hear it. You can if you listen to, if you consider, though his mind is not. If you consider that still being high, then the next song, the next record, the first song being Subdivisions, growing up it all. He's down here now.
Oh, it's
that's the first time.
There's nothing better than hearing Subdivisions live, man. Just that synth, just goes like through your entire body. And
but Spirit of the Radio is their best song.
And Neil is playing deceptively complicated on subdivisions. It seems like he's laying back, like it's not a Rush tune because you're not paying attention to his drums.
New World Man. Oh my God.
Yeah. In some ways, Signals is their best sounding record to me because they have a perfect blend of the keyboards and the vocal and the drums. The drums are really roomy and big, and there's like a lot of space. Whereas on Moving Pictures, they're very dry and tight.
How do you like Grace Under Pressure, guys?
The problem for me with Grace Under Pressure is that it's now too synthy and a little too dark, and everything is more like condensed and pushed together. I think the reason why is because Alex Lifeson doesn't have a strong sound anymore.
Well, he struggled with that too.
Yeah, he's pushed out by Grace Under Pressure.
By Getty.
How do you feel, George? How do you feel about the way he craps on drinking cards?
The best.
You don't know that story? Never mind.
No.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
he crap.
One other thing, bringing it back to Robert Ludwig and Signals, there is a pressing that Robert Ludwig did that's kind of hard to find, and there's an RL only on, I think, side 1 or side 2, and it's translucent, and I recently found that, and it's good. It's really, really good.
See, Mark Glassman just flexes on everybody with everything, basically, because the Subdivisions video was filmed in his high school.
Now,
Okay,
when it was filmed in your high school, which jazz record did you buy that we can't buy now?
But when you get into that synth stuff, Power Windows is a really good sounding, shiny, open, big, glassy 80s record. I think that as far as they bought into the 80s sound 100%, but then took it further. Like there's not too many progressive bands that got 80s. You know what I mean? Most of the progressive bands stayed, in that same thing that they were doing. Even you had to get Anderson, Bruford, Wakeman, and Howe going off on the side, and 90215 or whatever it was over here, and they were like two different yeses, like they fragmented. Rush went, we'll go there, but we'll still, and that's a good. Power Windows is a really good sounding, strong record all the way through as well.
Yeah.
But then when they come back, it gets thin again because they're still using 80s production, like Presto, Roll the Bones, Counterparts better.
That tune though.
Right. There's good songs all along.
Fucking badass, man. Like Getty's bass on Roll the Bones is just sick.
And that's why the Clockwork Angels tour. Clockwork Angels is their last album, and they went back to full-on prog, 10-minute tunes, a story that goes through the whole thing, double album, and they're going to go on tour, and finally, they're going to let other people on stage, and they're going to tour with the string section. And so what they're going to do is they're going to do an opening set, and then take a break, and then come out on stage with the string section behind them, and they're going to play most of their new album. The thing
Did that happen?
that was the Clockwork Angels tour, and they literally had like an 8-piece string section on stage with them playing. Damn. And then what they also did was they then did stuff like what's the song? Big Bang Shook and Took the World. Manhattan Project. Songs where they had gone in and did strings like a one-off. They brought some of those songs back out. But the thing that was weird about it was the opening set, the first set, you're going, oh, it's going to be Prague City. Yeah. Because now they're gonna be back to Let's Go Deep. But no. For the first opening set, they did all the 80s synth shit. And then went into their new album with a string section doing the prog stuff. And it was like a mind blower because it was like, I was like, whoa, they're doing all these songs from the 80s period. This is going to suck. Mm-hmm. But they did them like on fire. They were just on fire. It was a great, and that's why when the last tour came around, I just couldn't go. I didn't want to do it.
Dude, the last tour was fucking amazing. I'm glad I saw it. I mean,
yeah,
you know, I missed the previous one. I didn't see that. I regret not seeing about 4 or 5 Rush tours that I could have seen that I just skipped.
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I saw the Clockwork Angels. I saw the Rush in Rio. That was pretty cool.
The Rush in
Rio is excellent. It's the Vapor Trails tour. I saw them here in Concord.
Yeah.
Was that before or after the R30? Was that before or after R30?
It was before it. It was the first tour back after Neil had gone on his Ghost Rider run. And
I think that's the first tour I saw. Then I saw that one. I saw R30, and then I think R4. The last one was the only 3 that I saw. I think I only saw them 3 times.
Yeah, just to see him back and to see him playing. It was such the crowd. The being in the audience and being right there and watching him come back and play, where it didn't seem like it was going to ever happen again, you know. And we were all cool with it, but here he is. You know?
Well, here's the problem. I mean, people are saying, "Oh, they're all talking about Rush in the comments and whether or not we should be talking about it till before midnight." But like, everyone left us besides a bunch of Rush fans. So like, it's gonna
all the jazz people left.
I'm a jazz person too, but
how
King
long
Crimson,
can we possibly look at Rob's yellow wall?
That's true.
Hey, let's report, and I can hear every goddamn thing you're saying.
Well, I mean, like, why don't you have any records hanging on your fucking wall anymore? That earthquake happened like 6 months ago, man.
Rob, are your ramen noodles ready yet?
Yeah. He's taking a shit, and he's still in the shit.
That 2-sided sticky tape from Amazon isn't all that it's cracked up to be.
That's fair. That's fair.
Listen.
Water's boiling. Water's boiling.
Then them taking it.
So Matthew, I mean, I've been into Yes some, but I totally agree. For me, at least, Rush is my favorite band of all time. So it doesn't really matter genre or anything else. Rush is just the best band I've ever heard.
Mine too. I think the Beatles are the best band in the world ever, but I think Rush is the best band ever.
Fucking Beatles, come on, man. I don't know.
Pound for pound, Rush beats them. One less guy.
Yeah, there's only 3 guys. Yeah,
there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Pound for pound, Rush wins.
That's the thing to me. Chick Corea. I've been listening to Chick Corea. That's all you gotta say, bro. Chick Corea is fucking amazing.
So, do you think Getty and Alex are going to release something out into the world at some point?
I hope they do.
Yeah.
I think that they deserve to play together. They're best friends forever.
Sure,
and they should be able to make music together. I just hope they don't call it Rush. I hope they.
Well, I mean, Alex is kind of fucked up too. Like he's got arthritis and shit. Like his hands are all fucked up too.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And he did
I would
something.
love to see those 2 guys live again, though. I mean, I would go see anything they did if they did a show.
I would.
I wouldn't give a fuck.
I would just be happy to be there and to just see them having fun. They deserve it. They deserve to be able to play. Yep. Because they're great musicians and they've done a lot for a lot of people and they've supplied us all with a fucking shitload of music and I'm grateful to them forever, eternally.
100%.
My
Rush,
life,
I mean,
my life's better because of Rush.
Rush has definitely helped me. Like, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm drunk, so and it's only an hour or 2, but whatever. So, Rush definitely like helped me like save myself as a teenager. Like I feel like for a lot of nerdy-ish guys, over the years, they found Rush as a band. I mean, you listen to the lyrics, you listen to the musicianship, and there's just something there. There's no secret that Rush is more of a dude band than a chick band. Like going to Rush concerts, like it's like 90% dudes. But I just feel like they connected with people that once you got that connection, it was like you were in a club that was in the know of this thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It was very thoughtful. There was a lot of wisdom behind what they were doing, and if you were searching and looking for some sort of an anchor, they were very adept at providing you with an angle that you could attach yourself to and go with.
Yeah.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it, buddy.
Yeah. I thought
unlike Winger.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Oh my gosh. But that's pretty cool, George. When I saw Clockwork Angels, it was back in San Jose. It sat next to me like this family of 5, a couple and 3 kids. The youngest one was like 5. He was following every single thing that Neil Peart was doing. The kid was 5, and he was like stoked. He was like so amazed, and I think those things keep going. Those things they truly keep going.
And they could have done the festival things and got into that level.
Mm-hmm.
If they knew that their audience demanded sort of like a one-on-one thing. Like that's the other thing too, is that they didn't play with an opening act since 2000,
right?
Mm-hmm.
And they still did 2 sets tonight. You got to see them play for an hour and a half. They took a 20-minute break, go take a leak, come back, and then they're going to play for another hour and a half.
Dude, that's the thing, right? Like I remember the first time I saw them, they played like 10, 15 songs. It was like a hell of a show, right? And they're like, hey, we're going to take a break and then we're going to play like 25 more songs. And we're like, fucking sick, man. Like, that's awesome.
They did play earlier this year when they did that. Didn't you go to that show, Tim? The
no
South Park show.
Red Rocks.
Played at the South Park show.
I think they also did the Taylor Hawkins tribute too.
Yeah, they did that. They did it in UK and then in LA, right?
That was the other thing, is that if you get a chance, go on YouTube, and there's a point where I think the Foo Fighters are playing in Toronto, and Taylor Hawkins is out doing his solo, and he stops in the middle of the solo, and then he teases YYZ, ting 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 ting, and the audience goes crazy. And then all of a sudden, Alex and Getty walk out, and then they do the song in its entirety. It's incredible. It's incredible.
Oh, he's incredible. So Loki says he's never heard Rush. I have a perfect recommendation. This is how I got into Rush in the 90s. So I was a teenager in the 90s. Check out on just any streaming platform. Listen to the Chronicles set. Basically, it's like it was 2 CDs back in the day.
Yeah.
And it spans this entire time period. I think it's fucking amazing. So that's where
actually my suggestion, and I picked this up, is Exit Stage Live.
It covers a bunch of that shit too. I mean, that's live stuff. Exit Stage,
but I don't care. They are flawless. That is a great introduction to Rush. Exit Stage Left, that live album.
Chronicles is a good comp though.
Chronicles is a good comp, yeah.
Yeah.
I know more than you about Rush, Rob. I'm just saying.
If it's just one song though, just go fucking straight to Tom Sawyer and just get it out of the way.
Actually, here's a better suggestion. There's a great documentary that was made.
Horchata, maybe.
Go watch the Rush documentary. That is really good.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Which one? There's Time Stands Still, which is the one about the end tour, the last tour. Or you mean the one where it's
the one that went theatrical? That's good.
Yeah.
I have the Blu-ray.
Still was fucking awesome. I mean, that's Amy Mann sang on that, right?
Yep, it's Amy Mann from Till Tuesday.
Yeah, Till Tuesday. Man, what's the song? The Till Tuesday song? Shit.
Voices Carry.
Voices Carry. That might be my favorite song of all time.
I went to BCU in Richmond, Virginia, and Amy Mann's from around there. And I went to college with a lot of people. I went to high school with her.
Well, but I'm just saying that song, "Voices Carry," is probably my favorite song of all time.
If you want to see, also not to it's too late. If you want to go out, there's a movie called Magnolia. Great movie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And Amy Mann does a lot of, like, the majority of, well, at least the opening track. She does a cover of One by Harry Nilsson.
Oh yeah, good movie.
Amy Mann does a lot of music. I think even incidental stuff on.
Well,
that
her
record.
and her, she's married to
Michael Penn.
They do a lot of stuff with Paul Demos.
Probably one of Tom Cruise's best roles.
Yeah.
I was gonna say he was the motivational speaker, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
TJ Mackey.
That movie was huge. In the 90s when DVDs were big. That was a big time DVD that came out.
Great movie. Excellent film all the way through, just on every level. It's a great movie. And I think Rob, I think you guys were talking about Crash the other day, right? Were you talking about that on the morning show or something with Crash with Matt Dillon and
I think someone else was talking about Crash, but that's a good movie.
It's another kind of a movie like that where it's like these disparate things are all kind of they're going to collide.
Yeah.
And how is this going to come together? And but the Amy Mann soundtrack to that movie is just excellent.
I believe Paul Thomas Anderson, one of his big influences is Robert Altman. Mm-hmm. So Nashville and a lot of Robert Altman movies are just like that.
Yeah.
Right. So I've got a comment on Delphine and Sam Voices Carry Great Song. So I don't know what it is, man, about that song. Like the emotion that she brings to that song, the lyrics, the story, like, she's this lady that's with this guy that she's in love with, but he's like a piece of shit and kind of treating her poorly. And
keep it down now. Voices carry.
Hush, hush. Oh, fucking, I don't know.
Hey, Chris, shut up.
Oh, dude. Hey, you shut up, motherfucker. You shut up. Anyway,
hush, hush, and she just at the end she's just yelling at the top of her lungs, 100%. And she rips off all of her like they're like formal, like they're sitting like at an opera or something, and then she just rips that stuff off and just starts singing out in the middle of the street.
But it's funny, it took her like 15 years to kind of come back, reinvent herself.
Yeah,
she was on Portlandia. Did y'all ever see the Portlandia episode she was on? Did you ever watch that? Has anyone ever seen the show Portlandia?
Great show, yeah. I might have seen it. Yeah,
it's like a parody of Portland and like super liberal people and shit like that.
So many good cameos on that show. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, well she's in the show and she's like a cleaning lady, like cleaning like Carrie's house. They're like, oh fuck, you're Amy Man. She's like, yeah, man, I am, and just trying to clean your house and shit. It was just really funny.
Jeffrey Beaumont, I would suggest never being geeked out on coke. You should be gacked out on coke if you're doing it properly. But I would also say that doing coke is never a good idea when you're trying to do anything of importance, ever.
What hour? It's only the second hour. I don't know if it's okay to talk about coke stories or not yet.
I just wanted to answer that question.
Listen, you're as an expert in long streams, George. That's a 7th hour topic.
Yeah, I mean at least a 3rd hour topic. I don't know.
What's funny is when you get to my age, it's almost impossible to have a long stream unless you're on YouTube.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, I'm your age, George. Exactly.
Yeah.
And my peas are like that scene in Revenge of the Nerds too. You remember that one part?
It's just stupid. Oh shit!
I have to make appointments to go to the bathroom because I'm going to be in there for a half an hour waiting.
Shit, dude. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm old. What are you going to do, man? No.
Anyone like Requiem for a Dream? That's just like a super fucked up movie.
Yeah, it's like, how bad can it get? Oh, it can get worse. Okay, it's over. You're dead. Did
y'all ever see Kids? The movie Kids, like in the late 90s?
Oh yeah. Yeah, crazy.
Hey, did anybody see Alpha Dog with Justin Timberlake?
Yeah.
I actually liked that movie, man. I thought that was a good movie. Yeah, it was a good movie, man.
It was directed by Nick Cassavetes. He's the son of Gina Rollins and John Cassavetes. He's a cool ass dude, but he spent the 80s playing like villains in movies.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was a decent showing by Justin Timberlake as an actor. I was kind of shocked.
He has numerous good acting roles.
Well, I mean, that guy's just like one of those dudes that can just do anything,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring him back to SNL. That's where.
Mm-hmm.
Take
a look inside. That's a great.
Man, you're like really good in changing the subject. It seems like every 5 minutes, George.
That's how you keep it fresh, man.
Yeah. It's those cocaine decisions, Rob. That's what that's what's lighting up the chat right now. Apparently, right. if you're quick on the draw, then it means drugs are involved. No, I can be completely natural and do all of this bullshit.
Me too.
Yes, it's Rush. We have to thank Rush for that. Neil has taught us to think on our feet.
Hey, John Young, my aunt is in Repo Man.
Now, speaking of Rush, this brings up a comment I saw talking about Ayn Rand. I mean, like, whatever, right? Like, Neil definitely, his beliefs and political thoughts, changed over the years. He said it was a bleeding heart, libertarian towards the end of his life. So
Yeah.
Box. So crass.
Well, is that it? That's what you got?
Yeah, that's it.
I understand. He was taking a portion of the story, and I understood the story, which was one against many, right? The free thinker. Yeah. I think that if there's a lot of stories where you can take away a portion of it and not get into all of the subtext and get completely wound up in, and that's the other thing too. It's like, to me, when I was forced to read Catcher in the Rye in high school. I didn't take away the same thing that Mark David Chapman took away from it.
Right.
Right. I had a completely different take.
If you're going to compare yourself to someone, pick someone who's pretty scummy.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I didn't think that it was meant that, but there you go. I mean, if you hone in on something, you can find it. I don't think that Ayn Rand, I understand what the premise was, and they took some flack for that, and but I think they also retorted properly as well, and just said, "Fuck you." This is what it means, and this is,
it feels like, I don't know. For me, like, I went through an Ayn Rand phase, at a certain age, where I learned her thoughts and all that shit, and you're like, okay, this is interesting or whatever. I mean, to me, it's like, you just kind of have to continue as you get older, learning shit and updating your references to what you think reality is, and I don't know, like what you believe in and what's important and those sorts of things.
I remember when I was like 15 or 16, and somebody like had me read some some stuff about Che Guevara, and I was like, whoa, like, wow. And then, but then when you see the repercussions from other points of view, you go, oh, whoa. Right. You know what I mean? Like, when you look at just the person, you look at just their side of the story, you can kind of go, oh, I see what you're doing here. But then when you see what the outcome is, and the how the dominoes fall, you go, oh, and then you learn as you get older to kind of measure, your words and measure your statements, and to not just be blatantly, behind anything really, because somehow, somewhere, it's impossible to say anything of weight and not divide everybody that's listening.
Yeah.
I think most of the time the goal is to try to be as benign as possible, get your point in there, but like don't rock the boat, And that's another thing. Rock the boat. Don't rock the boat, baby. Rock the boat. I'm confused. Am I supposed to rock the boat, or am I not supposed to rock
Rob,
the boat?
are you talking, or George, are you talking about getting your point across, like on the morning show with Rachel? Not trying to rock the boat, or
listen. No, there's if you get into that, there's so many voices that are going. Most of them are anti-Rob, and Rob knows how to deal with that. I don't have any problems when I get on there with Rob.
Hold on. I don't feel most people are against me. I feel like it's a different scenario, and I will be firm on this. That
firm.
Wow. Whoa. I'm a hyped up version of myself there, and I feel like when there's a lull, me being abrasive is a way to make the stream more watchable.
I basically work about I most of my work occurs from like 9 to noon, and I do a lot of desktop and email stuff, and I'll like switch over to that stream like every 20 minutes. It's just like a kaleidoscope. It's hilarious.
And that's what I mean. What I mean by against Rob is, I mean, there's 20 people in the chat constantly trying to light Rob up, trying to trigger him.
But I think most of them are doing it in
a joking way, and then some
for the fun.
And then when somebody gets in there, Dobbs style, and goes out, Rob goes, hold on, put that up on the screen. Let me do this. Right. And if you want to get in that, you can get in that, and it's fun to sometimes be involved in it, but sometimes it's exhausting.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like if
I
you're
think
not
it's-
ready,
I think
if I haven't had
it's
enough
also-
coffee.
Okay, is it okay to make fun of the Ocean Gate submarine now? I feel like it was okay the day it happened. It was okay because those guys were fucking retards. Like I don't know.
Can you? Is it okay?
I think it's okay.
I think it's everything's. I think
think
everything's fair.
I don't know the Ocean Gate thing. I don't know. This is a weird subject, but I feel like it was like a measure between like the hubris of humanity and just assuming that it would be okay versus, hey, we're trying to explore something. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
With today's news cycle, that was so long ago. I mean, it's
true. Like
fair game.
7,000 years has happened between then and now, and several months.
Hey, let me re-show some of the records I showed last night, so no one's
Rob
going
is
to
an
get
inch. No one get them. That's fair.
But
Rob
I
is
picked up another copy of this record. I'm just trying to get back to jazz. This is a kick-ass record. I'm gonna probably put this in an auction. I highly suggest people seek this out because it's not that much money. But I don't know much about Takahashi Marino.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
It's Toshiko.
Can you show records for like 3 or 4 minutes? I need to use the restroom.
Well, I was showing them, but you stopped me from showing them. And I'm sure everyone appreciates announcing that you're going to the restroom.
I'm sure they do.
Can you give us an account, like how long your stream is?
Possibly.
Man, I was already doing what he wanted me to do. So, did he just fart?
It sounded like weird. It was like a trumpet style fart too.
Yeah, I mean, it's like everyone get out of the way. I'm coming to the bathroom.
Apparently,
now I'm doing what he doesn't want me to do.
Wasn't as strange.
But these whoever owns Candid now, which I think it's the people who own. The guy did an interview with Michael Fremer, and they've been kind of fumbling. They're re-releasing all these Candid titles, but this one's being reissued. But this Candid was a jazz label, I guess, in the early '60s. Then Andy Williams bought them to put his catalog on.
Andy Williams?
Yes,
Wow.
he owned Candid.
Whoa.
And then he changed the name to Barnaby, which was his label. And I guess this is a '77 Barnaby reissue of this Candid title. But I picked up Barnaby's. They sound pretty good.
I'm adding it to my Discogs want list right now.
Well, I can hold this copy for you and give it to you when you come next week if you want, Tim. It's really good.
Okay.
It's a pretty.
Why is the guy?
It's a very jammy, good saxophone driven piano.
And the cover art has nothing to do with the record because that guy's giving that lady some side eye.
No. They're married. They are them.
They don't look
Really?
Like,
Yes.
he was like giving him a really weird look.
No. There they are right there.
Wow.
She's
Charlie.
the piano player and he's the sax player.
Charlie's. Oh, so it's
record.
Toshiko and Mariano. Toshiko's the lady. Mariano's the guy.
Can I go back to talking about Chris taking a dump because it's much easier than.
Just trying to figure it out, Rob. We're just trying to figure it out.
This is a good record, so I highly recommend picking this up.
Okay.
All right. Let's see what else I got here. But I'll hold this for you, Tim, if you're interested. I think you think it's good.
Tim, there should just be a little dash between Toshiko and Mariano, and we would have not had this problem.
I mean, I don't know how many records they put out together. This might be the only one. I don't know how long they were married, but he's on there's a great Elvin Jones record called as a tribute to John Coltrane, Mr. John C. And he plays saxophone on that, and he kicks ass on that. Yeah, I think you should just get the Barnaby. I have an Italian Candid.
I mean, the Barnabys are cool, but like I don't know, those new reissues sound great and they're cheap. And yeah, I think Candid is quietly like one of the best reissue series. What do you think, Rob?
Well, no, they're good.
Yeah,
Barney did them, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, pick them up. Here, I'm going to go through the stack of records over here to bring it back to.
Bringing it back.
Here, the again, Cheap Heat. Let's go the Cheap Heat route, right?
Okay. Oh yeah.
Sunny Fortune, Awakening, all the Sunny Fortune. Like I paid $5 for this. Go pick up Sunny Fortune records.
How nice is that copy?
Why, you have a bad one?
I mean, the one I got's just okay. The one I got's okay. Like if you
know
had a really
here's
clean
a
copy, it
secret
would be
to the way. Here's a secret to the way I buy records. I look at them at the store before I purchase them.
Well, no shit, dude. Who doesn't?
Or he feels for a pulse before he goes through the collection.
This looks very BG. There's only one surface mark on it. It's very BG plus. Do you want me to put this in your pile?
No, I'm good.
I don't know if I don't know if I have this one. I don't know.
Record, man.
How do people feel about Horizon? Because I generally feel
it's
like
the only record I have on Horizon.
Is that an A&M Ghost, like an A&M in the background?
Yeah. So Horizon was sort of A&M's offshoot jazz label in the mid '70s, and I feel like there's also Electra Musician. They're not very well recorded records.
Right.
They just sound muted. So
now, hang on. So
Horizon.
Does anyone else know what John means by this? I need another freezer. I mean,
okay. So here, I don't think John minds me telling that his girlfriend might be considered in the States as a germaphobe. So when he gets a record sent to him, he can take the vinyl out of it, but the covers go in the freezers.
For what, 4 weeks?
For bed bugs. But you know what? I'm looking at this record. I see no bed bugs. When I go to the store and buy the record, I look at it, and then I check for bed bugs. No bed bugs on this record.
Rub it on your beard.
No,
prove it.
But this is a great cheap heat. Cheap heated.
Drew, you've given away the
full
several times
detox kit in your car.
Hey, you know what, Tim? How do you feel about Meatloaf?
Are you talking about the artist now?
Yeah, the artist.
The best thing Meatloaf ever did was being in Rocky Horror.
Yeah. Well,
I like Bad Out of Hell, and I don't know
this album is Jim Steinman who wrote all that stuff.
I see that all the time. Yeah.
Here's a question, though. Hang on. Yeah. What would you not do for love? Like, you would do anything, but what was the one thing you would not do?
Play Dungeons and Dragons with Jim Steinman.
This. That's a good one. There we go. Yeah, I never played Dungeons and Dragons, by the way.
There you go. Oh.
Hey, I have a question because Lastman knows the most out of anyone I know about jazz. I found this record for cheap. This is a Kenny Burrell record. From what I understand, it's the only record he did on acoustic guitar. This record goes for money, and I am only assuming because it's only him on acoustic, and it's not easy to find. So I'm just curious. I've listened to it. It's really good, but it's acoustic guitar.
I'll give you $5 for it, man. $5.
No, dude. If I could sell this for $50, I think.
Well, you should do that. Thing sounds bad.
It's not a bad record. It's on.
If you want to sell it, like you can tell.
Generally, these Concord Jazz titles are cheap, and they're good. Cheap heat.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Concord Jazz in like the '80s. There's some really good shit there, and it's cheap.
Like, here's the one record that, like, Chad did a reissue of Ray Brown's. What's that Ray Brown record? Double 45. Now it's $1 billion. Solar something. What is that record?
Solar Heat? I don't know.
They need to reissue that record.
Solar Trousers.
Man, I don't need you mocking jazz.
Online for a minute. Like he's been on hold forever.
Here's a really good record. And by the way, here's the Italian.
Oh no, not this again.
Yeah.
Do you think Mike's ever going to come back?
I don't think this guy gets enough respect. Am I wrong about it?
I don't have any of his records. I've heard that, but I don't know anything about it.
There are two. I have both Muse records. This is an outstanding record. I think he's a little more intense than Kenny Burrell, but this is really good. I highly recommend it. I think this is a $15 record. So you should be able to get it for this. Pick this up. This is good, and it's a cool cover. He looks drugged out.
He looks like he's on drugs.
He looks depressed.
There you go, Joe. It's Solar Energy. That's supposed to be one of the best. I have the CD of it, but I heard the vinyl is supposed to be one of the best sounding records you can get. No, yeah, I'm probably gonna sell it because I paid $7 for it. It goes for like $50. This is very good. This is a
That's a different cover though, right?
No, this is the real cover.
Okay.
This is a pure pleasure reissue. But so I had seen I think I saw an OG at a store when I bought all those Duke Ellingtons, and I dismissed it because this looks cheesy, right?
No, it looks awesome.
So I went over to Jim Record Collector, and he had this version, played it, and it's an insanely good record. So I went right after we left there. We went to Amoeba, and they had a copy of it.
Well, there was some mention. So there's some mention of this recently, but I didn't know that Billy Strayhorn was a gay dude. And that, like, you know,
really, what doesn't tell you that by this picture?
Well, I'm just saying that it was interesting that Ellington stuck by him and all that kind of shit, you know.
You wouldn't think this, but there is a great Duke Ellington record, and it's buried deep over here, where it's his mother calls him Bill.
Yeah,
it's a tribute. He made it right after Billy Strayhorn died.
Oh, Billy Strayhorn, yeah.
And on his deathbed, he kind of handed the last song to Duke, and it's on that album, and it's kind of heartbreaking to know that story and listen to that song. So
yeah. Now, real quick, have y'all seen the like just YouTube videos of Oscar Peterson and Count Basie, like just their conversations and like playing together on TV?
There's a PBS special from the early '80s or late '70s that's on YouTube, and yeah, it's really good. They really
good, dude. They had like these two grand pianos, kind of opposed to each other, and it was them two kind of talking to each other and shit like that. It's really cool.
I remember as like a older child, like 10, 11, 12, and Oscar Peterson did a lot of PBS specials, and what he really did really well was explain what he was playing. I feel like out of even forget about jazz, just as a musician, he did a really good job of explaining how he played music. And it really allowed me as a young person. He was one jazz artist I knew as a child.
Who are you talking about?
Oscar Peterson.
Yeah.
Go watch, I'm sure on YouTube, all those PBS specials he did. One of the last specials I think he did, where he was talking about showing, George might find this interesting, or anyone. He was showing. I don't need to. What are you doing?
Hang on, just listen.
Is that a Buffalo?
Oscar Peterson.
Oh, that's a coin. That's a Canadian coin with Oscar Peterson.
Yeah, you probably can't see it, but
wow.
I had a friend of the show send me this. It's like a Canadian dollar, and it's got Oscar on one side, and then Queen Elizabeth, on the second side.
Chris, something's burning past your shoulder there. I don't know what that
something's burning? No. Yeah. No. That's my Halloween display. Check it out.
Oh. Okay, nice.
Yeah, so I got my pumpkin over here, and
Oh,
anyway,
right.
Yeah, a friend of the show sent me this. It's really cool. Oscar Peterson and then the Queen. So anyway.
All right. So Oscar Peterson did a PBS special where he was getting into computers and recording and synthesizers. It's a really cool thing to watch him do. He was really into that kind of stuff. So, and then one other interesting thing about Oscar Peterson is him and Nat King Cole made an agreement. Yep. I don't know if a lot of people know this story.
Oh yeah.
So Nat King Cole was an excellent pianist.
Yes.
Oscar Peterson, when he sang, sounded just like Nat King Cole.
Mm-hmm.
There's one album he made where he sings, and you would go, "Is this Nat King Cole?" So they made an agreement that Nat King Cole wouldn't play the piano, and Oscar Peterson wouldn't sing.
Yes, I've heard that. It's an amazing story for sure.
Well, because I mean, you just tried to show.
What?
I've got a record. I've got a record.
Who eats dinner at 8:00, Jefferson?
I mean, Felipe does usually.
Well, if you're hungry, you're hungry. You can do whatever you want.
It's so bad for your teeth.
Do you guys know about this record?
Yes.
I do know.
Okay, yeah, this was the record that Donald Fagen copped the beginning phrases of what's the song? Long as you know you're living yours. And he successfully sued Steely Dan, so he's now a co-writer of the title track of Gaucho.
Who sued him? Which guy?
Keith Jarrett sued Steely Dan. Anyway,
those are the most weird looking Skittles I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's true.
This is a really good listen now.
They're like kidney stones.
1974 ECM, a recent pickup. Yes.
Nice.
I contributed a little bit of jazz this evening. I feel
Delphino likes
Keith
it.
Jarrett.
Do you like the ECM stuff, Tim?
To be honest, I don't have much ECM stuff, so. But this sounds good. I like Keith Jarrett.
I've got the worst ECM record that was ever made.
What was that?
Which one is that?
Yeah, let me find it. Y'all talk about stuff. I'll find it.
Okay.
Man, it's just like when he went to the bathroom.
Just listen, sir.
Anyway, if you listen to the first minute of Long As You Know, I can never remember the title of this. Long As You Know You're Living Yours, which is the third song on side one, and then you put on Gaucho, the title track.
Hell,
it's just.
Well, they did that with the Horace Silver song.
This is even. I mean, this is like 30 to 40 seconds of they ripped off the entire rip.
That's a good record, George.
Very good.
Yes, record.
Yeah.
What, Nick? What are you gonna say about me? Like, what the fuck, man? Come on,
Nick. Oh, he doesn't.
He thought you left this just because you bend over. He thought you left the room. Well, now let's talk about Chris.
Yeah, I see. That's a great. What is that? Indestructible that you were showing, George?
Yeah. I buy anything with Lee Morgan on it. You know, I'm a Lee Morgan slut. I love him. I just.
Felipe is too, but he kind of disappeared.
I picked up a
Felipe.
I picked up a Art Blakey record, the last record where he had a majority of the same jazz messengers, and it's the only one with Lee Morgan and Freddie Hubbard on it together. It's really good.
Yeah, you know, there's that that Messengers lineup. I think it's it's Lee Morgan and Wayne Shorter, right? Like that's
yes.
And there's some good videos of them on YouTube too. You know, like some good old black and white stuff with them just playing like in some theater somewhere.
Well, that's there's a
record in Europe.
There's a record of that, the original recordings, which I picked up, and it's quite good. That's the vinyl version of that recording that you see on YouTube.
I just, you know, I don't know why, but for some reason Lee Morgan just, you know, it hits me right there.
No, I recently picked up his last album, that double album. It's outstanding. Yeah. If that people always say what he would have done, and that's glimmering on that. And also the Live at the Lighthouse he was doing.
See, I will listen to that entire fucking box in a day.
You have it?
I'll just start.
Oh, you have that 12 LP Lee Morgan box set?
Oh yeah.
You
know, I lived in Hermosa Beach. Like I lived right there. I've gone to the Lighthouse like 20 times, but that was it was like in the 80s. But
George, I lived in Redondo Beach. Like 93. And I went to the Lighthouse. Yeah.
Yeah, Manhattan, Hermosa, Redondo Beach, that whole area. I just lived all around there, but like you know, if you listen to that Lighthouse thing, it's just like he's starting to go into that territory.
Right.
You know, he could see what he you know, and it's you know, 5 years later than maybe everybody that's the original 2LP thing.
This is the album.
That's the original 2LP one, right?
Do you want to sell that? Do you want to sell that, Rob?
No, it's in mint condition. I love this thing.
Chris, I know where I can still get the box set for retail.
Where?
I would like to have a copy of that box set.
I want that. Let me know, George.
You need to hit me up for real.
There's a shop. There's a shop over about 3 towns over, about 12 or 13 miles away.
Don't talk about it on the stream, man.
Well, nobody knows what I'm talking about. But yeah, the guy last time I was there, he had 2 still, and that was just like 6 months ago, 5 months ago.
Dude, let me know.
Me first. We're best friends.
I'll go there. I'll buy it for retail. I'll buy it for retail. I think it's like 500 and something. Whatever.
Well, that's what the retail. The retail was like $300.
Yeah, the retail's like.
Well, okay, but then the 300 something. I'll check it out.
If it's because plenty of people are selling it right now for around $4 to whatever.
No, this has been sitting on the shelf since it came out. I saw it after. I have the Overrun box where it's not even numbered anymore. They added another 150 or whatever afterwards. Yeah. That's when I got in.
Well, can you show us that box? Man in a Pit is demanding it.
Well, I can't show you the box, but I have the individual records all sitting right here.
Oh, okay. Well,
I think it'd be cool to have what Rob has, the original. That's pretty cool.
No, it is.
Well, yeah, but it's not as cool as that.
Well,
yeah, it's not as cool as that.
Because
this is
and then that cover that he's got right there. So here's Lee on the swings, and then here's Lee up on the lifeguard stand playing his trumpet, and then here's Lee and some kid that was on the beach holding up a lifeguard flag, and then here's Lee on the swing set again smoking a cigarette, and then here's Lee smoking a cigarette with some seaweed in his hands looking at the pier.
Hey,
and then here's Lee doing a different thing, we actually have someone who lives right near there. Delphina lives near there. Yeah, well, I took my son down. We stood right on that lifeguard stand, and I said, this is, because I was showing it to him. I was like, we're going to go right here. We're going to go to this place. Yeah. And we went down there and stood right on it. And, the thing about this thing is when they were just going to go back and do that double album again. Right. They were just going to sort of redo that. Yeah. But then when they listened to everything, they were like, this is consistent all the way through. But of course, there's multiple takes of songs. And then, so is that a good experience? Like, would you sit down and go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2 sets a night for a whole weekend?
I mean, and the Art Pepper, like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, shit on Contemporary is fucking ridiculously badass. So yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Right. So I think the thing about this that's off-putting at first is that the bass player is playing electric.
It's fine.
He's plugged in.
Yeah.
And you're in a tight club, but you can still hear the tight club.
Wait, so the bass player is playing a Fender like the whole time?
I think he's playing a stand-up bass that has a pickup on it that's plugged directly in. Okay, so you're getting a little bit different of a sound, Right. But
yes.
If you want to go with it and you want to sit there and listen to it, it's he's starting to go out.
So George, as a little background on this recording, after he did this one, it was one of his last things he did. He was kind of preparing to go forward. He was avoiding recording his own compositions. He was relying on the band. He was just recording compositions from people on the band. And if you listen to his last studio record, it's like a double record, 1 song per side, which is completely not the Lee Morgan kind of expected. He was actually exploring. And after this run in California, he actually lost Mickey Roker to Dizzy Gillespie. He stole Mickey Roker from Lee Morgan's band, and Lee Morgan got really pissed off about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I could imagine. When you listen to this, you can see that he was like, it was like he even set songs up like that. He goes, this is kind of what you're used to hearing. Now we're going to do this, and we're going to go in this thing now. So if you can dig this, then dig this. He spends time talking to the audience about what he's about to do. And like he'll even go like, "Here's a song about tripping balls on mescaline."
So and you're like, but by those days he had got sober. He was a lot more into social movements. He was becoming like a music teacher in social projects in New York. So he was really really changed his mind about music, about life. So yeah, and his sound reflected on.
Here's a related question: has anybody on the stream done mescaline before?
Geez, what the hell do you need to know about that?
Listen, here's why. I feel like that's one experience that I didn't have that I think might be interesting to have if that's possible in the future. That's all I'm saying. You know.
Are you on mescaline right now?
No, but George, would you vouch for the experience?
Yeah, but I wouldn't do it. It's like I think I'm not trying to condone any of this kind of shit. And this is many years ago, 30 years ago, 35 years ago. I think everybody should do something like that, mescaline or LSD or something once.
I did plenty of fun. I mean, just acid like 40 times. So that's
see where 40 times is redundant. But I think you know that first time you had everything was there that you needed.
It took 4 or 5 times for me to have everything.
How did we go from Lee Morgan to doing mescaline?
Well, because Lee Morgan was a fucking heroin addict that did everything. I mean, come on.
Well, I think the thing about Lee Morgan is that he found a way to transcribe, so to speak, the language of that sort of experimentation, mental expansion into his music. And I think, to be honest with you, I think he was late to the party. Yeah. I think that maybe he saw other people that were doing it. And I think at first, who's first? Ornette Coleman, right?
Yeah, but he
69, and then maybe I'm sorry, 59, and maybe Coltrane starts later. And then, and I'm just saying, in terms of these big players, and Lee Morgan doesn't start doing this until
Lee Morgan
70s.
Lee Morgan was off the map between 59, 58, and 64. He was totally a junkie. He was about to die.
Strung out. Yeah.
He was not even playing. He just did one Jazzland, right, Chris? That one that Fandom Please put out.
Yes, I have.
When it was coming back.
That's a good one.
Yeah, some stuff on was VJ, but besides that, he was being very active. He came back in '64, and then in November, his first session was with Hank Mobley, if I'm not forgetting, No Room for Squares, and then he recorded Sidewinder not too long after that.
Yeah, but Sidewinder's that's like Backstreet Boys jazz.
But that's that's the perfection of it.
I'm just saying that's very what I meant by late to the party was in the idea of going out.
Yeah, no,
and exploring the free stuff.
So he was not doing that when they recorded the session. He had this idea in mind. He had that hook, and they just did it.
You're talking about Sidewinder.
Yes, it was really
right.
quick.
I'm talking about in the 70s, he finally started going out and playing really crazy improvisational out of the box jazz, similar to what Ornette Coleman started doing in the late 50s and what Coltrane started doing in the mid 60s.
Yes. Yeah. But if you pay attention, realize what he did in the early 70s. I think he died in 72, right? 71. 71 or 2, yes. He was giving space to his band, like Bernie Maupin, Mickey Roker said.
Bernie Maupin's amazing.
Yeah. So he realized he was not that skilled. If you listen to his solos and everything, especially after he came back from addiction, it's not a consistent recording. It was like chop, 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 very quick. He tried to get into modal. He was successful a little bit in the Search for a New Land, but not much. Most of his records in the 60s, they were shelved. And he was pushed to record stuff like the Ramp Roller, for example, to kind of follow up on Sidewinder. He was aware that it was not that great. That's why he gave space to his bandmates. And he put together a really great band. When he got sober in the late 60s, he was engaged into teaching, into this advocacy for music education and some sort of social education in the projects in the neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So Yeah, so he was trying to accomplish something else, but not being like the main player because he became aware that he was not that great of a musician in a creative way.
But okay, but I think that what the Lighthouse weekend shows is that he was finding his footing, and
Yes,
he was
exactly.
going into a new realm of
Well,
playing.
Yeah.
And I think that opened him
Yeah.
up to be back.
Yeah.
He's the leader on that
Yes.
gig.
well,
Yes.
with the trumpet, hey, real quick, who, like the trumpet, Lee Morgan and shit, I just went blank. The guy that died in the 50s. Fuck.
Clifford Brown.
Clifford Brown, thank you.
Yeah,
Like,
Clifford Brown, his
imagine
teacher.
the
Yeah.
different directions that instrument could have taken.
So yeah, Lee
Those
Morgan
two
will go to his house.
survived for
Lee
20
Morgan will
years.
go to Clifford Brown's house to have lessons. Yes. Mhm. Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, what would have Lee Morgan or Clifford Brown, if they had lived 20 years longer, like
Exactly.
other
Yeah.
folks, like, what would have
Yeah.
changed?
Yeah, but Lee Morgan, George, was a guy that by the late 60s he became well aware of his limitations. He
Yeah, okay, but just because you have limitations doesn't mean that you are not creative.
I'm not saying that he
What
was creative.
limitations?
You
I
work
mean,
with
Lee Morgan's technical chops were like up here.
Yeah,
I thought so.
but creative. That's why he gave so much space to his band. He wanted to learn from his band. He said that. That's why he put together that great quintet.
Well, I know that Miles Davis would never admit it, but it seemed to me that Miles Davis learned a lot from his electric bands. I don't think that he pulled those guys in there so he could tell them what to do. I think that he pulled them in there so he could follow
Yeah.
something he didn't know how to do. And and you're right, Felipe. You're right. He was humble. And aware that he was not, he was not gonna stand up to the legendary status that I think people maybe put up for him.
But different from Miles. Miles was always a very wealthy guy, well studied. He knew what he wanted to get. Lee Morgan from the mid 50s to like mid 60s, he barely had teeth in his mouth.
Yeah, that's a
he was a junkie. I mean, he was not of the same standard.
Who do you put up against Lee Morgan just as a complete badass though? I mean, take Louis Armstrong out of the picture. Like who's a more I don't know, virtuosic player than Lee Morgan?
I can't name one.
Linton, maybe.
I'd say Woody Shaw. Woody Shaw.
I can tell you that Woody Shaw's finesse, his strength, his power.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I don't.
Yeah. What about Freddie? Freddie Hubbard.
Freddie Hubbard. Yeah.
Freddie Hubbard's a good one, man.
Freddie Hubbard was a showman. I think.
I think Chris said Wynton Marsalis too, right?
Well, Freddie, in my opinion, if you watch live stuff of Freddie Hubbard and the way he performs, your eyes are glued on him.
Yeah, he's not so perfect.
Right. I think if you can make parallels between two people, it's Freddie Hubbard and Miles Davis.
Yeah.
I think Miles Davis would go crouch and hide. Freddie Hubbard would stand there front and center and perform. Yeah. So I'm not a big Donald Byrd guy, but I think Donald Byrd did the same thing too.
Yes.
But the nature of the lot of stuff he was doing in the 70s was funkin' stuff.
Well, I think I agree with what you're saying, but I would also say that in the same way, when you're looking at the Jazz Messenger stuff, I'm always watching Lee Morgan. Yeah. I'm always looking at Lee Morgan, going, this guy, like my eyes are attracted right to what he's doing, and I'm completely drawn to that. So I'm not saying that any of that's wrong. I'm saying I think that he's equivalent to all of those cats,
right?
And I'm not saying he's better than anybody.
Sure.
And I'm not saying that he didn't have his down thing. There's a point where John Coltrane was pretty much down and out. It was a quicker amount of turnaround for him. Yeah. But there's a point where John Coltrane was shivering in a fucking bed
No.
You know, saying don't even talk to me.
No. Dizzy was a show. Dizzy was, hey Drew, you can tell me I'm wrong, but saying that I'm wrong doesn't tell me why I'm wrong.
Yeah, and I think that's all. That's just somebody just trying to let your buttons up.
Dizzy
people forget about Dizzy. People forget about Dizzy. I mean, I don't know. I was just talking about that, like Lee Morgan forward. Like I think
Dizzy was a showman. He was He was kind of the main guy out there.
He was the definition of bebop on the trumpet.
Kenny Durham.
Yeah,
that's a that's a legit statement too.
How many people played? He was the only one who played the horn like that.
Well, you know that he had a horn that got fucked up accidentally. That's where that came from.
You can only jam so many acorns into your cheeks.
Dude, I cannot deal with his fucking cheeks though. That's the one thing that just fucks me up. Is every time
they stayed like that to the end too. Double pockets, man.
It's so fucked up for me.
Hey, you know what? You know what they said was in his cheeks?
What?
All his
magic.
All his secrets.
God damn it, we gotta show that shit, bro. I can't handle it. Really, it's fucked up.
Yeah, Quiet Kenny.
Oh, Quiet Kenny.
Hey guys, what you're saying there?
I'm taking off.
All right, good to have you, Tim. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Take care, everybody.
See you, man.
See you, Tim.
See ya.
It's only been
Rush
3
forever,
hours, George. We're only getting started, bro.
No, I think it's fun to talk about those things. If you get passionate about a particular player, they speak to you in a certain way. I love it.
I'm not passionate about any. I enjoy listening to the music, so whatever.
You're passionate about
really?
Shit.
Fuck
Come
you,
on,
dude. I see you fucking getting all
passionate.
crazy about Jew free.
Yeah.
Well, because he's Jew and he's free.
And Victor. I was gonna say, and Victor Feldman, like, you know, that's a big one for you.
Yeah, because I like talking about Jewish jazz
And
players.
Marty Feldman.
By the way, this to me, this is the best live session of jazz.
Man, they need to put a box. They're gonna put a box of that out.
I recently found. Now I'm gonna sell off my number 2 because I recently found another OG.
Okay.
I found number 2 OG, so I'm gonna sell off my reissue.
Okay. Well, how much do you want for that one? So I don't have any of them.
Number 2?
Sure.
Well, we'll talk. I'll tell it to you what I paid for it.
Okay. Ooh, George is a little puppet. What kind of dog do you have?
How many of these do you have?
I have none.
Well, if I find them, do you want me to get them?
Of course.
They're not. They kind of average around $30 each.
That's fine. George, what kind of dog do you have in the background?
It's hard to say. Sold to me as a Chihuahua, but more Jack Russell Terrier.
Oh,
longer, thicker, wider, greater, just like Rob likes it.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Wow, now you're guessing what I like sexually, and it's not with an animal.
My goodness.
Woo! Hey, you know, I spent a long time trying to get a good copy of the Quiet Kenny, and I got it.
An OG? Or
no, I just wanted a good one, and I was waiting. Like the Acoustic Sounds put out a good one, and then there was that one that was the
mono
one step fucking crazy, like $500 one. Remember, everybody's freaking out about that. It was like 3 or 4 years ago.
Electric Recording Company.
Yeah, and everybody was raving about it.
You know what? You know what's good is for Record Store Day they put out a mono.
Put it to tape.
That one is outstanding. But
I got the Acoustic Sounds one.
The Analog Productions is great, yeah.
And it's good, but you know the thing is that I don't know if I think that I like that better than Art Pepper Meets the Rhythm section.
It's better.
Like is it though?
Well, okay.
I think it's just different.
It's different. It's different, but good. The other Art Pepper record plus 11 or whatever is shit though. I hate that record.
And it's also like Goes West, Out West. You know, Sonny Rollins, like another one of those ones. Everybody's going, God, you got to get this. This is one of those pivotal records.
Well, you know what, George? Of those contemporaries, Sonny Rollins and the contemporary, what is it, Felipe? That
Saxophone Colossus, I thought was
Sonny Goes West.
That
Sony
one's
Goes
good.
West. That's the name of the box, right? Sony Goes West.
Yeah, but the two records in it are Go West and Meets the Contemporary.
Yeah.
What is it? That one is the best one.
Yeah.
There's one when Sonny's just playing by himself. It is crazy good.
Yeah.
I got Saxophone Colossus. Right? Same guy.
Yeah.
Tenor Madness.
I saw an RVG.
Yeah.
I saw an RVG Saxophone Colossus today.
So, Josh, do you have the bridge?
They messed up.
Those are the three I have. I got
you
Out
gotta
West,
get
Way
the
Out West. I got Saxophone Colossus and Tenor
Well,
Madness.
You gotta get the bridge.
The temporary one is good.
The one I picked up today is outstanding. The Broadway Rundown. That one is awesome.
All right.
Well,
I haven't
send me that.
said that.
Email
I
me
haven't
that,
said that.
Rob. Email me the name of that or something, or put it in the private chat or something.
Yeah, but Sony runs the bridge. It's mandatory, George. You gotta get that
It
one.
is mandatory. That's true. All right. Last week we had awkwardness, so we kind of ended the stream early. It was just kind of a thing that happened. But I had an idea to kind of go through all my Capitol records that I have with you fellows. So I want you to kind of react to these.
I'm gonna leave in 5 minutes though.
No, you're not. You're in for the.
I need to listen to it. I just picked that one up. That is an excellent record.
Listen, goddamn, I need your help right now. Okay, so listen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you even hook up that fucking tube amp yet, Rob?
You know, shit.
No, because I have to move shit around.
Okay, well, you're in for this then. Okay.
Well, I'm getting a new rack.
This is the earliest Capitol record I have. It's
No,
the
to
Duke
put
plays
the
Ellington.
rack, you put a stereo on.
Do you like this record, Rob?
I just picked that up, and you know what? That is an excellent record. It's Duke Ellington in a trio. The only other record I know is the one he did with Mingus and Max Rhodes.
Chris, we got to let him get some sleep. He's got to prepare for surgery.
Yeah,
He's gonna be okay. He's gonna be okay.
He's getting a new rack.
I'm getting a new rack tomorrow. I'm also getting the one you pump up your wiener with. I'm getting that one too.
That would be cool. Here's another one. Les Brown All Stars. This is
you know what the problem with Les Brown is?
okay.
I always think of that motivational speaker who was on PBS through the 90s. They can't make the separation.
That's fair. So this is a bunch of white dudes, okay?
None more brown.
Right.
Less
set
brown.
Set that one. Are you asking us to tell you what to get rid of?
Yeah, I'm gonna sell this in the next auction.
Get rid of it. But you know what? We're bashing it here. So if you want to buy records, don't watch this video.
This is all the Capitol records I have, so this is a cool one.
Yeah.
Dude, I got all the Capitol Sinatra you need right over here. It's called the Mo-Fi box set, bro.
Well, Dig, I got this one. This is an OG, bro. So.
Hey, wait a second. Is that Sinatra?
Yeah, of course it's Sinatra.
No, it says this is Sinatra.
It is. It is.
Is it?
But is it really?
I don't have that one. Is there any?
Now here, listen. This is fucking heat that people need. Session at Midnight, Capitol Jazz Reunion at Melrose. There's two different records
I've seen those guys out on the corner on Melrose.
Now he's slurring his speech.
How kick-ass is
Chris is slurring his speech right now.
Yeah. They're out in front of Fatburger on Melrose. I've been there.
They're at Pink's Hot Dogs. There, George.
Yeah, you just have to drop $1 in the hat and you can move on.
It's a good record.
Who's playing on that, Chris? Who's playing on that?
It's too late for me to tell you that. Benny Carter.
What?
Benny Carter.
Hold on. I think we all can agree you should never decide to get rid of your records when you're wasted. I don't think
I'm not getting rid of shit.
Mr. Cotter's on that one?
Yeah. Hey, Mr. Cotter. I got a note from my mother.
I paid $10 for this record, so fuck you guys.
Please excuse Epstein from buying any Capitol Jazz records.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. What is this?
Oh no!
Simply Red.
She looks like the teacher in elementary school who hated me.
No, LMA Morse. This is the Morse code.
She looks friendly, Rob. She looks friendly.
She's awesome. She was
Look, she's giving Rob the side eye right now. Look at that, just on the screen.
What is that? What is that thing in her hair? I don't know what that is.
That's called a little cover for her hair. But anyway, look. You know it's good because it has like a Telefunken microphone in the picture, man.
Hey, you
That's
know what's?
I
how
think
that
that's a
picture-
U67 with a.
There's a guy off camera
guard.
going, "Hey, LMA, you want to go in the back room with me?"
Yeah.
He's like, "Maybe."
All right, up next.
That's the Sinatra 67, I think.
Oh,
In a mellow mood, Bobby Hackett.
yes.
Oh, that's Steve Hackett's sister
Yeah.
from Genesis.
Yes.
It's not great. Ring
I still don't know what we're doing right now. So
We're looking at some authentic
record,
classic.
Bobby.
We're looking at some classic Capitol records that he wants to dump on the next auction.
yeah, are these
That's
records
right,
I don't want to
that's
buy? 100%.
No, wait. Now listen. This one's actually badass. I love this record.
Yeah, but didn't Stan Kenton's daughter say he molested her? And I'm not
Yes,
joking.
yes.
I can't get over that. That's why I won't get any Stan Kenton.
Yeah, but it's June Christie and Stan Kenton. I mean, she came up in his band like in the 40s and 50s.
Wonder how.
Well, another reasonable capital.
All right, thank you. So
That might be worth something.
These are all on Capital, right?
Yep, they're all Capitol records.
Now we skip ahead.
Yes.
The Cannonball Adderley Quartet.
Yeah, but
no, it's a quintet. That's 5. That's 5.
Yeah, but in tiny letters it says Nancy Wilson and Lou Rawls.
It does
Lou
not.
Rawls is
not.
what?
No. Yeah. So listen, there's a bunch of weird shit on Capitol, like jazz wise, but the Cannonball stuff is fucking kick ass.
All right, thank you. You hear that, everyone?
Next up, we got.
Right.
This
again.
Another one.
Yeah.
Hey, didn't they come out with a series of those? Because there's different ones that say contemporary concepts.
Yeah, show me on the doll where he touched you.
Shit. How much is that doggy in the window?
Now, okay, this one's badass though.
Is it?
Harry James.
Really? Is it really?
No, for sure. Harry James.
That looks like what's his name? That actor. The old actor.
Harry
What's that guy's
James,
name?
God damn it.
Hugh Beaumont.
Listen, this guy, trumpet player. Unfortunately, they focused on like it because he had like the whole super high pitch upper register, talent thing going. Like he could play.
All right, everybody, the whole lot for $12 on Rob's next auction.
I think we just dropped 40 viewers, Chris. So
I don't give a shit. Fuck him. Like, look,
is that his evil twin behind him?
Oh, that's a good label though.
It's Harry James. Like this is a really good record. This guy was one of the best fucking trumpet players of all time. I don't give a fuck what people say about it if they don't know.
Well, he didn't puff his cheeks out like Dizzy.
Yeah, he was second.
Gross, dude.
Lee Morgan was 5th.
Now here's one. George Shearing Quintet, Velvet Carpet.
Yes.
Matches the drapes.
Yeah.
It does. It does match the drapes. Okay.
Hey, now, hold on. Show that picture. Hold that cover back up, please.
She's hot, bro. She's
how self-centered of her when people might need to walk by there to get where they're going.
Yeah.
She's blocking it by laying down.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a blue screen that they laid out in front of the Safeway. It held all the traffic up.
Back then. That's the red carpet, bro.
I think
people were trying to go in. People were trying to go in to buy Haagen-Dazs.
Hold on, but one thing about that cover is George sure knows how to wear a dress.
Yeah, that's right. I can rock gold lame any day of the week. Look, he puts that all back in one spot. You keep your Capitol records in their own section. I see, Chris.
Yeah, for sure.
The rhythm section.
Oh,
okay. Hey, now he's going to start showing us his Mercury record.
No, I'm not. Goddammit. There's more Capitol, bro. I've got a bunch of Capitol. Okay. And these are in. So listen, Phil. Listen, goddammit.
Wait. Are you preparing me for going to the thrift store tomorrow?
Does no one want to mention that he's not wearing pants?
I'm wearing pants. I have short pants on, sir.
Are we just going to let that go?
Wait. I just want to say, in the background, there's Lockjaw Davis, and the look on his face says it all.
Hey, okay. Chris, I'll talk to you about those Capitals if you're trying to dump them all as a group.
I'm not dumping any of them, dude. I love these records. Okay, listen. Here we go.
But then why are you showing them?
Because
why not, man?
Hey, look,
I thought you wanted to dump him on. I
Hey,
thought you wanted to dump him on
listen,
Rob's next auction.
George, you're a master of 8-hour streams. This is how you get there.
I guess so.
Exactly how you get there. Exactly, dude. Like, yeah. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, next. Okay, listen. This is a fucking test record.
Yeah.
The other one from earlier,
Billy Butterfield is on that.
Yeah.
one.
Well, anyway, listen. This one and the other one I showed earlier, where it was like they were.
He's the third best xylophone player.
Yeah. This is the fucking cool.
Wait, Peanut Hugo? Who's the Peanut guy? Who's Peanut?
Listen, Billy Butterfield, R.B. Green, Coleman. Y'all make fun of shit.
Wait. George, so far there's only 3 types of covers Capitol did. They did people walking on the street, girls laying on the ground, and close up of guys' faces.
Peanuts Hucko. You got a guy named Peanuts Hucko on there. What does he play? I want to know.
Listen. There is no showing these. These Capitol records are hit or miss, right? There's some really weird shit.
So far, I've only experienced misses.
But listen, this one and the other, like the one that had like the guys walking into the diner.
Yes.
These 2 records go together. Okay, listen now. You got like Billy Butterfield, R.B. Green,
Peanuts
Coleman
Hucko.
Hawkins. Like, come on, Coleman Hawkins.
Peanuts
Neil
Hucko.
Hinton on bass. Peanuts Hucko.
Did you say Peter Butterfinger? Because I'm hungry for a candy bar now.
Yeah, no shit.
How do you go into a jazz world and come out the other side with the name Peanuts?
Charlie Shavers. If y'all don't know who Charlie Shavers is, you're fucking like me.
I've heard of Charlie Shaver. He was a trumpet player, right?
Yeah.
So this one and the other one I showed are the ones that get on Capitol. So suck it.
Man, this is some good white people jazz, I'm telling you.
That's true. That's true. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
What's next?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. George sharing piano.
Mm-hmm.
Europe. This is a European pressing. Whatever. Fuck that.
Why? Why is that? Because it's turquoise. Is that?
No, it's European because of the jackets. Like, here, show that.
Was it folded?
The English jackets are like paper.
Oh yeah, flappy. Yeah. Okay.
Super flappy. Yeah. Now, the next one's kick ass.
And let me just let you know, you don't have to take them out of the plastic sleeve.
I just did that for the effect. Okay,
it's just as effective leaving them in there.
Anybody, do you all know about Dakota Stanton?
No, tell us.
Okay. Dakota Stanton, I've got a bunch of her. I had some shit of hers on.
I thought you were going to tell us about her, not you.
No.
She had a bunch of albums?
She did a bunch of albums. She was kind of like trying to make it big her whole career. Right? Like that was kind of, her problem. But like, she did a couple records on Groove Note that are really badass. This one's really good too, though.
Thank you, Delphina. Someone had to tell them.
Not a fan. Oh, come on. She's different than all the other singers, really. I don't know. I like this record. It's like $2 record. Whatever. Fuck off.
Is she related to Dakota Fanning?
No. Okay. You know about Jonah?
Yeah, he was kind of like the poor man's Louis Armstrong.
/ Lee Morgan.
Yeah, look at them cheeks.
No, not. He was at the same time as Louis Armstrong.
No, he was later than Louis Armstrong, dude. He
was always in his shadow.
Anyway, Jonah Jones, a great fucking trumpet player.
Yeah, if he was feeling it, his eyes wouldn't be that wide open.
True. Okay, here we go. Shades of Night.
Yeah, I don't have any Jack Teagarden. Tell me. Well, I always
Jack
see
Teagarden is one of the. I mean,
it's a strange birthmark on
early.
his cheek.
I mean, this is a '60s record or whatever, but Jack Teagarden is firmly in the pantheon of the history of jazz.
Well, no, maybe because he had that big orange thing on his face.
Yeah, it's a weird birthmark.
This is a weird record, but Jack Teagarden's legit. But this is the thing. This is why I'm showing these. It's like random shit like this.
Okay, well, wait. Whoa, this one's better than the last one.
Yeah, is this
one's totally.
Is this an intervention to get you to change your taste in music?
No.
How this one's way different.
This is the same thing I just looked at. What are you talking about?
Oh, I thought this was the next one.
No, it's the same thing I was saying. Like, this is a $3 record.
You know, you sound like Trump Jr. right now.
Fuck you, man.
I thought he had the birthmark kind of burnt halfwly off on that one.
George Shearing. On stage.
Yes.
Yeah.
George Shearing is the British blind piano player that was
he was good. Who's playing with him on that?
Looks like Phil Hartman on piano.
It usually doesn't say. Yeah, it doesn't say.
You know, before Stevie Wonder's around, people used to say, George Shearing could see that.
I mean, the thing is, like, these kind of records are like cheap as fuck. You know, $2, $3. But I mean, George Shearing was a fucking badass player, man.
Yeah, he was. He played with the Montgomery brothers.
Exactly. Here's another cool one. Dakota Stanton.
Jeez, it looks like she's traumatized in that photo.
Or
that means she was traumatized throughout her career because, you know,
she was a drug.
Is that the autopsy? Is that the autopsy photo?
Pretty much, yeah. Here we go. Everybody loves her.
Yeah, Peggy Lee. Is good.
Peggy Lee, Latin.
I thought it was Doris Day.
It's not.
Peggy Lee.
Latin. Yeah.
Broadway hit styled with an Afro-Cuban beat. So this probably came about 62, 63, right?
That's probably the best record you showed.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's one of the worst. What do we got next? Oh, here we go.
Oh no! Talk about a thrift store special.
No, this is a 2 LP reissue I bought.
Yeah, a 2 LP reissue when the old issues are in the thrift store.
Yeah, I think most of us have been waiting for that.
This is not jazz, but this is a really good record.
You know why it says Judy 3 times on there?
Why?
Because that's the average amount you see in each thrift store.
I bought it for my wife. How dare you? So here you go.
Well,
God! Again, he molested his daughter.
Yeah,
he molested everybody. Look at the cover. He's molesting her.
Yeah, well, we don't want a sophisticated approach. What's the name of the record? What the fuck?
Oh shit! That's funny. Oh, here we go. Felipe, this is all you.
Please don't bring Felipe into this.
Oh my goodness.
Viva Bossa Nova, right?
Yeah.
Brenda Almeida, right?
I think you should be offended at Chris's accusation against you, Felipe.
What do you mean?
Just because it say Bossa Nova on it doesn't mean he gives a shit about it.
You got Shelly Man on here, Bob Cooper, a bunch of white dudes. Howard Roberts. What do y'all know about Howard Roberts?
He wrote all those books in the 50s and 60s.
He taught Jobim how to play piano.
Not as good as Frank Smith.
I'm not doing a bit, man. I'm just showing my cheap ass Capitol record.
I'd be surprised that you paid over $10 for all those records.
Most of these fucking records I got in that collection for less than $1 a piece.
That's why I was trying to make him some money by selling them for $12 on your next auction.
From the creative world stand comes
more.
Here's jazz.
Hey,
it's a bunch of crime scene photos.
Hey, Chris, if you ever have to make room in your collection, or you can get rid of all those records, you know.
That's what I'm going to do, 100%. Wait, this is the good one, though.
Yes.
Haley, I'm a woman.
Yes.
No matter what Stan Kenton says.
You know what? She was a woman.
She was an amazing woman, for sure. Okay, now listen. This is important.
That is a popular record. They just reissued that.
Did they really? Because this one's going to beat the shit.
I forget who reissued it. I mean, I see that a lot. That's a thrift store record. It must have been popular. But
Howard Roberts is a dirty guitar player.
Yeah, but it was just reissued.
Yeah. Howard Roberts was a badass guitar player. I mean, you know.
Yes.
So there. Here we go.
It's not Sunday yet, Nick. It's Friday still for me.
It is Friday.
What did?
Oh my God, he's sweating.
Yeah.
God, Jesus Christ, dude.
Right? Is that his prisoner number on there?
Yeah.
I mean, no, it's the label. The time
Is this
frame.
one called Stan Kenton Gets What's Coming to Him in prison?
Basically,
He's sweating.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Beautiful green label. What's next?
Hey,
We're almost done, man.
hey, wait a second. That is an excellent album, by the way. But if anyone invents time travel, can we like Chris be the first one to go back in time and not buy that collection?
Hey, dude, that collection was badass. I bought 700 records for 500 records for $700.
What?
500 records, and I gave the lady $700.
What? Now, please tell me there were a lot of good records in that collection.
No,
we're looking at them right now, Rob. Come on.
Listen, there are a lot of $5 and $10 records in that collection.
None of them have we seen yet. We've only seen the $3 ones.
Every one of these was in that collection. All these
We're building up.
You know what, Chris? If you didn't buy that collection, you could have got the Lee Morgan box.
I can get the Lee Morgan box anyway. Who gives a shit? This is a really good record.
That is a good record. Yes.
Cannonball Adderley Quintet. Why am I treated so bad?
Yeah, that is
good. I have that one.
That's the first good record you showed.
What?
Well, after the Peggy Lee record or whatever the fuck it was.
Peggy Lee, yeah.
Yeah, where she was taking on two bullfighters.
Yeah.
Whoa. Okay, we're done because this is the original one I was talking about.
Oh God, you had two of them?
Yeah.
No, it's the same one. There you go. Fuck off. Hang on. That's it.
Oh gosh, we made it through. We should get an award or something.
Well, I think he's got a whole other batch, Rob. I think he's going. No, he's got a whole other section.
I know, that's it.
He's got another cube.
The only thing I conclude is the only reason he showed all those records is so he could write them off on his taxes this year.
What, man? We're only 3 hours in. Like I wanted to do that last week, but there was an awkward happening on the stream last week.
The funny thing is that Felipe's been laughing the whole time, but not showing his face at this part.
That's how he gets out of it.
But he's still there. He's like instantly there. It's so fucking weird.
He was there the whole time. I could hear him chuckling the whole time, but he wouldn't show his face.
Hey, now, Felipe, pull out all your shitty records.
Listen, Delphina says, thanks, Chris. It's all that matters to me.
It's pretty cool. Yeah. I haven't been buying records lately, so just saving.
No, but the reason I wanted to show those records was...
Yeah, this is the reason they want to replace you with Fremer, Chris.
Not Fremer, listen. They're cheap. Most of those are cheap records. And they're interesting. I mean,
Yeah, they're interesting. You could use them as a platter or
you could.
A hat or a brooch.
But I think that in some ways, any time when you're coming up through getting into records, you'll see those. It's the equivalent to whipped cream and other delights.
No,
I'm saying it's a record that everybody says you should have this, and then you get it and you listen to it and you kind of go, oh, okay, well, no, I don't want to listen to this anymore, but I'm gonna have it. Right. And then when you go and listen to a lot of those other Capitol records, those standards records, and I would say the same thing about a lot of the Sinatra stuff. There's like 5-6 really good Capitol Sinatra records that are good to play all the way through.
Yeah.
But then there's a bunch of them where it's like he was fucking phoning it in, but he was so good at phoning it in, it became.
But he was the number
his
one
vibe.
Right? He was the number one star when he was putting out all those records.
Right, and he was just churning that shit out like weekly. It seemed like like let me go in, give me 12 standards, get Nelson Riddle or whoever, and let me just do my thing on top of it. And it's like, but those aren't the ones that you really want. You want to find like those little nuggets where he hits 8 or 9 good songs on a 12-song record. And there are 6 or 7 or 5 of them that are really good. But some of those records that he was just showing, like there are some of those where you put them on, it's almost like that Exotica stuff, where I put that on and it's a vibe record. You put it on, there's a vibe, and you either like it or you don't, or it suits what you're going through that night or whatever,
There's definitely a vibe.
You just gotta like, buy some
Now,
$3 Capitol Records.
Are you talking like? Never mind. I was going to make a horribly bad joke.
horrible joke. Yeah. Buy the $3 Capitol Records if they're jazz.
Now, can you do your next the next Jazz Bomb interview? Be with the lady you gave $700 for all those.
That lady was cool. I'm pretty sure that she went through all the records and found everything that was worth more than $20 and like pulled it out of the collection.
How old was this lady?
Probably 57, 60 maybe.
Yeah. Now, did she get to go on a trip to San Pedro Island or whatever?
No. She asked for $1,500, and I was like, "What? Hey man, these are mostly scratched the fuck up and like."
Right now, I'm always a believer on the other end of YouTube, but opposite's happening. Right now, she's on a live stream talking about how she tricked this guy to give her $700.
Wait, Chris, you're saying that those fucking records you just showed us for the last half hour were not mint?
Okay,
you're saying they were scuffed?
No.
You bought those scuffed?
There was 500 records that I gave her $700 for. And out of those, I ended up keeping about 300 of them that were beautiful records, VG plus. Okay.
Those
so $300, 300 records that I paid $700 for.
What did you do? What did you do with the rest of the records?
I've got 2 boxes of records in my garage that I'm going to throw away or donate. They're just not. They're so beat up that they're just fucked up or whatever, But listen.
Were they better titles?
No, they're mostly shit titles. Like, lots of
How many Ed Ames records are in there?
No. There was what the fuck is this band? It's not the Kingston Trio, but the Freshmen, right? The four Freshmen. That's what it is.
Hey,
there were like 12 of those records that are in mint shape, but I don't give a fuck about them. So it's
but you bring up a good point, Chris. I believe in each one of our journey, we made horrible mistakes with acquiring records.
No, buying that collection.
No. You make me feel better.
That's stupid. Buying that collection of 500 records is the best thing I did for my jazz collection.
Can you show us 3 good ones? Can you show us 3 good ones from that collection?
Well, he did. He did.
Really?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
What were they?
I don't
know. I mean, literally, George, I kept 300 records.
Doris Day takes on the Conquistadors?
No,
that's not.
No.
What are
those
the good
were
ones?
The crappy versions. I mean, the good ones were Columbia Records or.
Oh, okay. You showed those already? I missed those.
I showed my 2,000 record collection, man. Come on.
No, I thought you showed a couple from that collection, like a couple that you got from that collection.
Dick Burke and the Jazz Adoption Agency.
That's
Dick Burke.
Okay.
And the Jazz Adoption Agency.
Big Bird.
He was a drummer.
Okay.
I'm glad I'm getting this off my chest too. Yeah, it's good. It's good. No, I'm just saying it was cool, man. I mean,
hey, this in the third section of the Jazz Bums live stream, this is the Chris therapy session where he's getting it off his chest.
Yeah.
Getting it off my chest, yes. Anyway.
Because it was definitely dropped onto his chest like a giant Cleveland steamer.
Yes.
No.
$700. But I'm just wondering, like, in that collection, that one collection that you bought,
right.
What were like 3 like gems that were in there? Like as you're going through it, obviously you had to see some things where you're going, oh yeah, I'll take that.
Okay, so here's the deal.
That's what I'm wondering.
You're talking about 500 records for $1.25 a piece. That's what I pay for these records, right? $1.25 each. I basically threw away 100 of them, right?
Yeah.
Now,
did she not let you look at them before you bought
them? I looked
at
every single one of them. I looked at the whole collection. It was fine.
She blindfolded him at the front door.
Was there a dog on a chain barking at you when you went to get
Who the fuck's not going to pay $700 for 500 records? Listen,
the lights are on. He's blindfolded.
So I kept about 400. I kept about 400 of them, and of those records, most of them are like $5 to $15 records.
Hey, can I ask a serious question?
Of course.
was the phrase uttered in your house and not by you? You did what with $700?
Absolutely not. No.
Yeah, because nobody knew. He didn't tell her.
I did. Listen,
He would never
500
admit
fucking
that.
records for $700 is not bad.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
Hey,
no,
look.
it isn't. It
stupid, like,
isn't.
what?
If you're talking about original Blue Notes, but you're talking about third-tier Capitol records.
No.
He backs the car into the garage. He's like, look what I did. Ta-da!
Lots of
What?
fuck you. That's fucking perfect though. No, lots of contemporary, lots of Capitol, lots of Columbia. I mean, CPIs. Like, there was a bunch of cool shit in the collection. The reason that I wish I could do it again was
You
I
would
was
buy
really
700
exposed.
more shitty records?
No, dude, seriously, come on. I was exposed to so much stuff that I wasn't into. Because when I bought
But you were blindfolded, so it doesn't count.
No.
Hey, wait a second. When you bought these records, did the internet exist?
Were you at Stan Kenton's house?
It was in 2021. What the fuck? Like, come on. It was, anyway.
So you had access to finding out if people cared about these records.
The thing that's interesting in seriousness is, like, I've went to tons of garage sales and estate sales and shit like that ever since then, and I haven't found anything close to that collection. I mean, there was contemporary stuff in there. There was Columbia. There was Pacific Jazz. There was Blue Notes. There was fucking Impulse. I mean, there was labels that I never heard of. A bunch of roulette stuff. A bunch of
Were those part of the ones that were trashed?
I mean, some of them were, but I mean, I kept 400 of the 500. I thought they were good.
There was so many awesome Impulse
wait,
records,
wait.
but they had scratches through them.
Oh,
Threw them away.
Hold on. If someone really wanted to make a point that it was a good decision, you would be showing us some of these records.
That's what I was trying to get to.
Listen, I've shown them before. Throughout my collection, I have a 1,500 or 2,000 record jazz collection now. And 20 to 30% of those are that from that collection I bought. I mean, seriously, it's really interesting to be able to buy something like that where it was like a guy that had passed away. I mean, you've done this, Rob, but his entire jazz collection that he kind of bought and curated throughout his time.
Did he really curate it?
He hid it from his wife.
Yes.
And then he died, and then she found it, and she said, "Get this shit out of my house."
No, I mean, seriously, it's funny, but it's really interesting to go through something like that. I mean, it's 500 records is a lot of fucking records. It was 8 to 10 boxes, U-Haul boxes full of shit, and it was cool because I bought it all, and then I was on vacation for 3 weeks because of Christmas and the holidays. I usually take off at the end of the year. So I had all those records. I cleaned them all. I kind of cataloged them all.
Did
you cry a little bit? Did you cry ever? Did you ever have a little cry?
Man. I mean,
was there any
as a collector though? No, seriously.
Were there bed bugs in any of the covers?
No bed bugs at all. But when you, as a collector, when you get something like that, for me at least, it was interesting to go through that and thinking about the lady's dad who had all these records. And I thought
that's what I was saying is when somebody's really young.
You know what? It sounds like a Nicholas Sparks novel. I think it would
I talked to her for a year. I every couple of months would be like, "Hey, this is a record from your dad's collection. You should stream it. It's really kick ass." And here's the story.
It's starting to sound weird.
Wait.
Weird.
You talked to this lady who ripped you off for $700 for a year,
dude. Yeah. She didn't rip me off. I mean, listen. The
all right,
records were probably
Chris Kenton.
$3 to $10 records. So it was fine.
All right. Well, this is weird. I feel weird now. I think I need to take a shower. I got to take a shower.
Have you not bought a collection of records off a lady before?
No, I never have bought a collection of records off a lady before. I've never done that.
It's amazing.
I think I'm going to go back into this story. When you showed up,
Rob's going to dig deeper.
Dig deeper. Let's dig deeper.
Was in a robe with a cigarette and like her hair wearing curlers?
No, okay. I'll talk about it. Okay, so listen.
Did she have a bunch of Dalmatians dancing around her?
Yeah. Listen. So it was kind of like a universe thing that needed to happen. Here's why. Seriously, I was looking at
where was her house on wheels?
God damn it! Listen. I was looking on Reddit for the jazz records kind of subreddit, right? And I typed it in wrong and whatever. I found this random subreddit, and she had posted on there. She lived like 60 miles from me.
Wait. You drove an hour each way to give someone $700.
Just shut up and listen, goddammit.
Was this a Tinder deal? Did you do this on Tinder?
No, of course not.
Dude, you should have swept left.
Oh my God, shut up, so I can tell a story. So anyway, it's a post on Reddit in my area for a bunch of jazz.
This is how horror movies begin, man.
It is, but listen, it worked out beautifully, right? She's like, hey, I've got this shit. She listed all the records. I'll look through it. I said, there's some cool stuff there, right? She wanted $1,000. It was her dad's collection, 500 records. She wanted $1,000. I went and looked through all of the boxes, and I was like, hey, I'll give you $700. Okay, listen.
I'm only highlighting this because a girl's saying this.
Okay. Was she hot? Okay. I would say yes.
I think the Jeffrey Beaumont's is better, Rob. Put Jeffrey Beaumont's up.
What was she? What famous person did she look like?
Was this a Midnight Cowboy session? Dude, come on, man. What?
No.
How you're saying you met somebody 60 miles away? She tells you what the records that she has. You jump in the car. You're on your way.
What famous person did she look like?
Okay, so I get to her house.
Okay,
I'm a gentleman.
Somebody from Cocoon. It's somebody from Cocoon. I know it's somebody from Cocoon.
Did she look like B. Arthur?
No, just listen, guys. I'll get to there. I'll get to it, right? Super nice lady. She has all the records in boxes, and you can tell that she's kind of sold some shit out of it because it was all the records were, it's $3 to $20. Right?
There were better records that she sold off.
I think she told me about a couple that she had sold that were.
So someone had been there before you.
No. She had taken things out and sold them on eBay. These records have not been touched by another motherfucker before me, though, besides her. So anyway, I get to look at them. Who does she look like? I would say she looked like Goldie Hawn at about 60.
Okay. Well, Goldie Hawn's like in her 70s now. So does she look
when
like
she
Goldie
was
Hawn
60?
now?
That's what this lady looked like.
Zelda Rubinstein.
Yeah, she was a very nice lady.
George, after he took the records out, she says,
these records are clean.
You're fucking idiots.
These records are clean.
They're not clean. So I looked through them all. Like, wow, there's some scratched up shit here, right? I thought that it was respectful to give her $700 for the 500 record. I mean, seriously, come on. I would do it tomorrow again in a heartbeat. I've sold on your auctions, Rob, at least 50 of those records for.
Oh, wow, now you're calling them off to nice people to come to the auction?
I mean, yeah, 100%. It's not a shush. It was. I really do feel like.
Hold on. Let's get back.
Okay.
Was she Goldie Hawn and Private Benjamin, or Goldie Hawn and?
See the Zelda Rubinstein. I'm still thinking Zelda Rubinstein.
What's the best Goldie Hawn movie? It's
Overboard. Guys, or Zelda?
Maybe a blonde Zelda Rubinstein.
We're yelling.
Uh-oh. Everybody hide.
Yeah. Love you. No, how about Overboard?
Oh.
Yes. Nice.
The best Goldie Hawn movie ever.
Mm-hmm.
Not Kurt Russell, Goldie Hawn, not Kurt Russell.
No, Kurt Russell plus Goldie Hawn overboard. It's a great movie. Come on.
I'm saying she didn't look like Kurt Russell. She looked like Goldie Hawn.
Maybe a little bit in between the two. Look at Max. Who is this shit? I was buying records. I wasn't trying to fuck her. Jesus Christ, people.
Whoa.
Oh.
Nobody was suggesting that.
Were you? Well, hold on. Were you the only two there? Or was there another person?
Of course,
Clearly.
we want you there.
You should be able to tell by our line of questioning, Chris, that nobody was ever assuming anything like that.
I bought a pair of speakers from her that she had.
Oh, you bought something else?
Speakers, some Bose 501s.
What were the speakers?
Bose, not 501s, 301s.
These were all included in that $700 price?
No, I bought those for $75.
Well, they're Bose.
And now I've got my dad's from the 70s that I need to get restored. Same thing. But the main thing I want to get restored is, this right here. This you probably can't see it. My dad's Marantz down here.
Yeah, I've seen that a million times, asshole. I don't need to see that again.
What, it's a 44? No, it's a...
I got one too. Straight down here.
2270.
Yeah, see, look at that. See, there's one.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I didn't get my dad's fixed, though, is what I'm saying.
But see, I like your wood.
What number is yours?
Mine's a 2220B. It's only 20 watts per channel, but I got clips, so they're high, efficiency. So
yeah, I mean, I don't get my dad's
sensitivity
had it for a while. Oh, look, we got $2 from Vinyl Pepper.
The wood's good.
What are better sounding, Jazz Blue?
Well, Chris, that's a $3 question.
It is. That is a $3 question.
At least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm new to this monetization
Aren't
thing.
they people don't like the Rudy ones he did in the 90s.
Yeah, the RVG series is not good yet.
Yeah.
Not good.
What are we talking about? The better sounding Blue Note.
I have a bunch of Blue Note CDs. I don't know when they're from. Maybe
if you want a really high-end Chad's Blue Note CDs from the Blue Note series, they are really good.
Not besmirching Rudy Van Gelder, but he was churning out records every day. You know what I mean? Like every day.
Well, they sound good.
Stuff was in place. He had a thing going. If a record doesn't sound good, it's not about Rudy. It's about the band wasn't happening. And if you think about that, what are the chances that if you're recording 200 bands a year, they're coming in, they're on tour, or they're doing something, and they come in, they got a day to cut something. The dude knew what he was doing, clearly. If a record sounds bad, it was because the band just wasn't playing good. Most of those records that Chris was showing.
Yeah.
Yeah, just shit music.
No, the records I was showing weren't shit music.
I'm just kidding. I'm just joking.
What do you think? What clips do you have, George?
The 6 series, the 6-inch drivers. I don't know the exact model number, but they're the 6-inch from about 7 or 8 years ago.
I mean, if you want to give me and Felipe and Mike $700, I'd be totally cool with that. Let's do it.
And to be honest with you, I'm not as happy with those as I am. Honestly, I had some Pioneer ones that were like $150 that were made by Andrew Jones.
Andrew Jones,
these some cheesy little Pioneer ones that I bought for my kid, and he didn't want them. Yeah, those are fucking phenomenal.
Oh, they're great.
What are the new ones that he does now?
The MoFi.
Well, now he's doing the MoFi ones, and then in between that, he was doing
ELAC.
Yeah, he did some. He did like an ELAC model.
The ghost of the Lady Records is.
Yeah, I had the towers, the floor standing ones, and they're awesome.
Too. Yeah, we got
they're
those.
Incredible.
We got these. Yeah, they're incredible for the price.
Yeah,
I think I paid $100 for these, and then the tower version was like $200 or something.
Yeah.
It's amazing what that guy can do for $150. It's incredible.
Yeah.
I've got 2 sets of JBLs in storage that cost $6,000 a speaker.
So
they don't sound as good. They're flatter, they're more accurate.
Yeah.
But that's not what you're looking for with hi-fi.
Yeah.
You want a little bit of enhancement. and you want it to sound a little bit excited, a little bit deeper in the bottom end, you know.
Yeah.
And those Andrew Jones just do the right thing.
The Andrew Jones interviews, they're usually quite good, quite fun. When he was talking about the Pioneer ones, he was saying his idea was to have something around 199, $200, but the deal was to sell at Best Buy. So Best Buy said no, it has to be at 150. So that's where you shave off some. But the I think the most interesting part when he was talking about in general making speakers, why they have like Mark II, for example, is Mark II is the kind of stuff that they didn't have time to do the first generation. So they put stuff aside, they released it because of the timeline, and then they do it on Mark II because they just had the time to put things together as he wanted.
Hey, I think I'm gonna take off, guys.
Okay. See you, buddy.
Rob. See you.
Have a lovely evening. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay.
See you, Rob.
So those Pioneers I have, the Andrew Jones, I paid like less than $200 for them, but I've also got a 12-inch Velodyne subwoofer underneath my desk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's like a home theater type sub from the 90s that I've had forever.
Mm-hmm.
I have it on like barely turned on.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what you should do.
Feeling and shit. It sounds like this feeling and this feel to these Pioneers when I'm just like working or hanging out or whatever.
Well, that's I think most people mistakenly think that a sub is supposed to handle, the bass notes.
Right.
It's just supposed to add the bass effect of the room vibrating a little bit. You shouldn't be hearing tone from the subwoofer so much as just the feeling of it. I have a Yamaha sub and I put it away because I have, as you can see, a narrow room and my speakers are on that wall and I sit on that wall. So what I did was I just moved the speakers close enough to the wall until I felt the buildup be enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then and what I can do, there's one of them right there and then the other one's right here. I can pull them out completely away from the wall and get them completely, decoupled. But I have them sitting right in a spot where they're about 18 inches and slightly at an angle, so they're glancing below. And what it's doing is it's building off the corners and giving me just a little more bass. And I don't need the sub at that point in time because they're doing all the work for me because they're backported, right?
Yeah, it's all about reflection, right? If you can play with the reflection, you get the bass.
Yeah. You gotta work your room.
Yeah.
These Pioneers are the same way. Like I can play shit with them and crank them up, and it's like my curtains are shaking behind them, which is nice. But like, if I listen to like electronic music or shit like that, I can turn up this subwoofer and like with my Technics 1200, just listening to electronic music, it's like with it cranked up with the sub turned up, it's like you're in a fucking rave. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah. It's like.
Well, and do you have carpet on your floor?
No, it's all tile, so it's like,
That's another thing too. Is the more lively your room, the less sub you might need.
Right.
You have to figure it out. I have one carpet in the middle of the room, but it's all crappy tile. It looks like a backsplash at a restaurant.
I do have a rug in here, but it's interesting because I do have for the speakers on my desk and then the sub, these oscillation kind of little platform things, right? And it makes a huge difference. It shocked me, like when I had these speakers when I first got them, just sitting on my desk, and it like the whole desk was kind of resonant and kind of part of the sound, and it was kind of muddying it and shit. So I put them on these little oscillation platforms, and it really made a huge difference.
I got these little they're like mouse pads, but they have that rest, like the wrist rest that's gel, right? Yeah. So the base is like wetsuit material, and then the back is like this gel pad. Right. So I set my speakers on those, and it kind of cocks them down towards me because everything that I have in front of me is up a level. So it's coming down, but it's also isolated because of those gel platform things. So those are isolating. It's weird. I've seen some people now having some speaker stands that allow their speakers to like jiggle. like they're like spring loaded speaker stands, and I'm wondering, I'm thinking that's not good because you want the box to be totally sturdy and stable and unmovable, so the speaker is the only thing moving. I wouldn't want the box to be able to jiggle, because that's going to be offsetting what the speaker's trying to do.
Then you get resonance, right?
Right, yeah. Well, or a lack of resonance, because when the speaker tries to do its thing, the cabinet tries to jiggle to make up for the movement. I want the cabinet to be rock solid, like mounted. And then I want the speaker to be the only thing moving. I don't want the cabinet to move at all.
Yeah.
You know? And then let the sound bounce around in the cabinet, and let the manufacturer decide what the cabinet's supposed to do to help push the cone even further, because that's what happens, behind the cone. So it's there's a million ways to do this, and there's a million theories about how to do it. For me, I think Andrew Jones is making some of the best speakers in the last 15 years that I've seen. You know,
I'm telling you, these pioneers that he was involved with. Yeah, I've got the $200 towers in my living room. I got the desktop versions here. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah,
for their price. I mean, I paid $150 for these speakers that are in my office, and between them and the sub, like if I was kind of like, back like 3 or 4 feet and kind of turn the volume of it, I can tell the difference between, an okay record and a good record.
Right. And that's what you need. That's what you need to be able to do.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
If you listen to 2 different versions of a record and you can hear the difference, then whatever's working is working. It's a good way to do it.
For sure.
Are you going to show us the difference between 2 Doris Day records?
No.
Chris just pulled. Is it a Circling Sun, Chris?
What?
Is it a Circling Sun that you pulled?
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Come back. And here's what I'm talking about. Check this out. I think Felipe will be able to back this up.
Okay.
This
is this
sounds good.
Yeah.
Right? It's a needle drop of the original record. The P-Vine version. $40, right? Versus, 200 or more. Okay. This sounds good. The it sounds good, but it's not, shocking to listen to. Okay.
I think it's just like the what was that came a few weeks ago?
Me neither, Nick. I don't see it either. Is that okay? So the Japanese, I have a Japanese Bill Evans record, and it's fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, of course. But listen, this record, this just came out. I mean, as far as this Japanese reissue on P-Vine, but for Jordan in the world, you can't find a copy of this before this one for less than $150. Doesn't matter if it's Japanese, whatever. They recorded this off of a needle drop of a OG. Right? Sounds pretty good for $40. Okay?
Yeah.
So you take that, right? Versus something like a Steely record. Circling Suns.
This is the best record I bought in 2023, and everybody should get it.
100%. This sounds fucking killer. The recording is badass. This is a brand new recording.
The music is amazing.
Music's amazing. But with my meager system, the point I'm trying to make is I can tell the difference between something that sounds totally killer and something that sounds just okay. That sounds good to very good. With this. But I guess the point I'm making is you can't listen to this for less than $150. Unless you get this version, which sounds probably maybe as good as all the others, or 80% as good as all the others, right?
Yeah.
Versus this brand new recording that just came out this year that sounds fucking killer.
Mm-hmm.
I guess the point is, for me, both of these records you should buy. But even if you have a cheaper sound system, you can tell the difference between quality between the two.
I got a crazy outside jazz album you guys can look for.
Let's do it.
Stand by, I'm looking for it right now. Hold
on. All
right. I don't have copies of, and Discogs doesn't have all the records that I've worked on. So I'm going to go through. All I keep is the artwork of the covers. This one right here. Mega Moose musical monogram. Okay. I recorded this, parts of it, and I mastered this record back in, I don't know, 2000 something. You know who Mitch Marcus is?
No.
He's a modern jazz guy.
Okay.
And he's listed on here as just the professional. Because he's the this is going to be like a 8-piece. Back in the early 2000s, we had a lot of people coming in to the recording studio. Esperanza Spalding, have you ever heard of her?
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, of course.
Right, so and Mitch Marcus is a sax player, and he's the kind of guy who, like, he's 20 years old and he could play Coltrane note for note, like it was nothing. Like it was a whole. You were just seeing a whole different level of
well, that's the
musicians.
thing for people in general. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, just the people that are playing and coming out of these colleges.
Right. So what these guys were doing was taking like a standard, like, drums and bass and guitar, and then having like a xylophone player, marimba player, and then a full horn section of like these really awesome horn players.
Yeah.
And this record, recording supervised by Scott Deakston and George Borden. So I guess I supervised the recording.
Nice.
Back in 2000, 2001. But it's really out crazy jazz, and then there's vocalizations on there and stuff like that. So if you ever get a chance, Mega Moose musical monogram.
Was that ever released on vinyl?
It probably was. I never ever got any of those records that records that I worked on. I never really got copies of them unless I went out and sought them out myself.
Right.
And I never asked for them. So, it's a good outside jazz record that has crazy vocalizations and crazy sort of gymnastic stuff that you wouldn't expect. So give it a show. Give it a go. If you can. Yes. It would be worth your while for jazz fans. Here, Sons of Champlin. You ever heard of them, right? Sons of Champlin? Bill Champlin. The Sons of Champlin were a big 60s band here in the Bay Area. You would have saw them on the marquee with Hendrix or cool. Iron Butterfly or Jefferson Airplane, shit like that, and also Animal Liberation Orchestra.
Okay.
This is their Time Expander EP, and Animal Liberation Orchestra. They came out of the same school as Jack Johnson. You know that guy?
Yeah.
Plays like an acoustic guitar and stuff. So
boxer or someone else?
I actually have a co-mastering credit on a Jack Johnson EP with me and Bernie Grumman.
Nice.
Well, I'm not saying it like that. I'm just saying, like, if that matters to people, it's cool. You know, that happens. Here's another good one. Dork, the Other White Meat. They were like a punk parody band, sort of like Green Jello. Those guys that did that punk rock version of the Three Little Pigs.
Have you heard of the band Butt Trumpet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
Similar.
Yeah. So, you know, the majority of the records that I worked on, you know, in the 90s here in the Bay Area, it was like a massive underground scene, and a lot of the bands got gobbled up by majors. And so what I did was I would record their records, and then I would completely fund the recording part of it so I could retain the masters. You know, I learned that from EMI, right?
Yeah.
So I would retain the masters, and then they would pay me for the recording time, but I would keep the master tapes, and then they would go off and they would get signed. And another trick I learned was Alanis Morissette. When she became famous in '95 with Jagged Little Pill, she had done a couple of like kiddie pop records in Canada, and there was a company that still owned all those records. So obviously, if she signs with a new label, they want to consume those old records so they can bury them. Right. So it would be very simple when a band got taken to a major, the major would come to me and go, "Hey, what do we got to do about these old records?" And then I'd go, "Well, here's what we got to do about those old records. You can give me this, or I can sell them to KTEL." You know, and I wasn't really trying to do anything like that. I was just trying to cover the ends of. I was not going to get a percentage off of a record when a band got signed. Right. And I know that some people think that it's hearsay to take a percentage of a record that you funded yourself, but I don't see it that way. I was just as responsible for the record as they were. As a matter of fact, the record wouldn't have gotten made had I not helped them make it. So, and I was just as invested in it as they were. So, and I was upfront about that all along. I'm like, look, you know, we're all making this record. You are, and I am. You're playing. I can play too if you need me to play, but I'd rather just sit back here and let you do your thing, and I'll record it. And then when it's all said and done, I'll keep these tapes. And then when you get to where you need to go, then you can buy these tapes from me. Okay. And that was, you know, that was the way that I approached it. So, you know, and a lot of the time what they wanted to do was they just wanted to take the tapes and burn them, you know, because they didn't want any. When you have a new artist, you want them to be new. Right. And even though they've already released 3 or 4 independent records, you want to pretend that that never happened and just go, here they are, fresh and clean. Right. And the problem with it, the thing that made me stop doing that was that a lot of the times what would happen is that when the band would get signed, the label would sit on them for a long period of time. And then what they would do is they would go, why don't we try to make you sound more like, you know, AC/DC? Mm-hmm. And they're like, but we're a ska band. Yeah, but if we just added a little bit of this like Limp Bizkit, AC/DC, ZZ Top vibe. No, that's exactly what we're against. Oh, right. Okay. Well, we'll sit on you for a year, and I guarantee you that you'll change your mind.
Exactly.
Right. So then the next thing you know, they come out and they're a boy band. Yeah. You know, and at that time, that was what was big, was like NSYNC and Backstreet Boys, and you know, on the other side you had Korn and Limp Bizkit and all those bands. Mm-hmm. So you were either going to go to that or you were going to go to that. And a bunch of bands in the city here in San Francisco, where I worked every day, were not trying to be that at all. They were anti that, and they were inspired by what they saw in Seattle. They saw like freedom of, you know, but they didn't. they didn't see what happened. I mean, I remember Pearl Jam came down here to play, and they had this anti-Ticketmaster thing where they wanted to keep the prices down for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not going to use Ticketmaster. So what they ended up doing was like they played in like a sheep pasture with some, with some like outhouses.
Right.
And they were overflowing, and people couldn't, some people, half the population needs to sit down in order to urinate. And when it's overflowing with fecal matter, you don't really want to sit down on that. So I'll tell you what, Pearl Jam, I'd rather pay $3 additional and have like a real bathroom that can flush.
Yeah.
And a popcorn stand.
Yeah, but like now, fucking, you look at a show now, like John Mayer, Pearl Jam, something like that. It's like the ticket's $150 if you want a decent seat, or more, and the fees are like $60. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but I would rather pay those fees and have some comforts. Especially if I'm taking, I went to see Roger Waters in 2017. Total political freakout.
Sure. Different world back then.
And I was sitting there with some conservative police officers. And he's showing like, cops beating the shit out of protesters, and showing Donald Trump getting sexually molested by devil people and flashing these crazy images on the screen. And they're all sitting there going like, oh, fuck.
The group of understanding.
This guy wants us to protect him, and he's doing this. And so I'm seeing their side of the thing, but I'm also kind of going, like, and right in front of us, Corey Feldman and his Angel Girl band were sitting in front of us, and they lit up a joint right in the middle of the show, and were blowing smoke back in these cops' faces.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there, and I'm like, this is fucking awesome. This is fucking. I got the left side, the right side. This is crazy. There could be a clash right here. I could see it all happening.
That sounds like fun.
But the thing also is that sitting right next to me was my 8-year-old son. Right.
Yeah.
So, what I had the right to do, not even including these cops, was to tap Corey Feldman on the shoulder and say, "You put that fucking thing out right now, or I'm gonna bust you in the face." Yeah. And these guys are gonna back me up because you're blowing this shit in my kid's face. And if he wanted to take a crap, I could take him to a toilet. And if he wanted to get a t-shirt, there was a stand and we could get a hot dog. I'm perfectly okay to pay all that kind of stuff to have all of the modern conveniences of America in the concert venue.
You don't think it's normal for someone to be smoking a joint at a concert?
I think it's.
Don't be. You blow it in my 8-year-old's face, I'm going to slap you.
Did he turn around and really blow it in his face? That would be.
Yeah, that's exactly how they were excelling. They were going like this. They were going like that behind them, And if they would have tried to be discreet about it and kind of tried to keep it to themselves, I would have been okay with it. But and then
I would have had to at least tap him on the shoulders. Yo, bud, do you mind?
He dropped his sunglasses and he couldn't find them, so all him and his 4 angels all had their cell phone spotlights on and were looking on the ground, and they were standing up in front of us and they were looking for his sunglasses.
Karma's a bitch, because I would have stepped on him.
At that point, I wanted to fold Corey Feldman up and take him outside and leave him there. But
he's been through some shit, though, man.
It's a free country. But don't blow pot smoke in my fucking 8-year-old's face, or I'm going to kick your face.
It's a Roger. Yeah, I get it, but it's a Roger Waters. It's a concert, man.
There you go. And that's the other thing about it too, is that like
don't bring your 8-year-old to a concert.
But he was stoked on it. It sounded so good.
I want to show some records.
Yeah,
he loved it. Oh my God! These aren't capitals. This is great.
This is just random shit I've been listening to. So
they spelled Massey wrong. It's with 2 Z's,
Massey's
right?
not on that record. Massey doesn't even know how to play an instrument.
How's that sound?
Massey, it sounds great.
Yeah,
this is one. This Culture Club. No. Fuck Felipe, what's the French label that puts all this shit out? Do you remember?
Culture Club.
Not Culture Club. It's like Future. I don't know. Whatever.
Stunty.
No, listen. They put all this shit out at Record Store Day.
Oh no!
Don't buy them at Record Store Day because they'll be like $30.
Oh, look at
like 15, and they're pressed in France.
Say his name 3 times and he appears.
No, don't do it.
Yeah, please.
He's here.
Look, listen.
Is he?
Say his name 3 times. Wrong one. Go up 2.
Christopher does Culture Factory. Okay, listen. This is a fucking killer record.
Chris,
I see
go up 2.
Somebody here?
Norman Maslow.
I see Maslow. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Madsy could join us if he wants.
That's right.
Let me put a little thing here in the chat here.
I wanted to explain himself on how he misspelled his name on that album cover.
Yeah, that's what I was interested in.
Really cool. Listen, look at this. Or you can get it for probably $15 on Discogs. Pink.
Oh, nice.
And oh shit.
What's the other one?
And fingerprinted.
They're both pink. Oh, pink and white.
Sweet. White.
Oh, come
Hershey shit, totally crazy sounding shit. Yeah. But
I'm off.
These records are great, but we can get them for $15, like 6 weeks after record store.
Let's see. That's what's playing now.
What do you got there?
Your suggestion.
Oh, okay.
Circling the Sun.
See it? Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
Sound
the greatest jazz record of 2023.
Really?
It is. It is really good. It is.
I'm going to listen to it when we get done.
Listen to it. Oh, this is good.
Hero and Night of Boomers.
Yeah, I'd buy that one just for the cover.
Jordan. These two were graciously sent to me by Mark Glassman.
I'll buy both of those if you want to get rid of them.
Yeah.
No. I don't.
Oh, George, I sent you an email, by the way.
I'm just showing random shit here that I've been listening to. Here's the Ninja.
I like that cover.
Prince LaShaw, Inside Story with Herbie, Cecil McBee, Jimmy Lovelace.
I'm not familiar with that.
It's on Inner City.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'm off tonight. Oh shit.
You're off. You've been off since I met you. What do you mean you're off?
Mazzy Boomer 1. Nice. What do we got next? Oh. Here we go. Hang on, check this out.
Let's see.
Houston Person, very personal. It's a very interesting cover, huh, Nick?
Yeah.
Is that a pregnant woman's belly?
No, it's just a woman with a Houston Person tattoo.
Where?
Right there,
it's
HP.
Like on the hip.
Right there by her, area of interest.
Oh, see, I was
Area
looking the wrong way. Oh, okay, now I get it.
Was there any Peterson in that stack?
I don't know. Let's see.
Love Oscar.
Oscar's awesome. Check this
Yeah,
out.
isn't he now?
Art Farmer.
Nice.
This
God,
is a twofer.
those covers are spotless.
Well, it's Art Farmer 2 on Prestige. So let's see. Here's the backside.
Oh, sweet. You can frame that.
You could frame it, yeah. Lots of information. Do you have any twofers, George?
Twofers?
Yeah. Like jazz?
Yes.
Twofers? Yeah. Okay, here we go.
I think I have a McCoy Tyner twofer.
All right. What streams 1974? How dare you?
That picture that I thought was a stomach, but it was actually a thigh.
That does scream.
Yep. Yeah, Mark, have it. That is incredible.
Here's a badass
Thank you for
record.
the suggestion, though.
Mingus at Carnegie Hall.
Looks like Jimi Hendrix at Carnegie Hall.
Yeah. I got to give Mingus another try. I tried him a few years ago. And it just
This
wasn't
one
my
you
cup
should.
of tea.
Okay, Nick.
Yes, sir.
Look this up on Discogs.
Let me write it down. What is it? Mingus and Carnegie Hall? Okay.
Yeah. It's a 3 LP extended version that Real Gone Music, I think, put out. Right, Felipe, or was it Run Out Groove? I can't remember.
Is that kind of out? Is that kind of out stuff, Chris? Is that kind of out?
I mean, a little bit, not crazy at all.
Yeah, well,
Well, I
like
just
I
know
said,
Scott Rowland Kirk
he
in
wasn't
there.
my cup of tea before, so it needs something that I can ease into.
Yeah, you should check this out. It's 3 LPs. I paid like $40 for this, so I bought it at a record store. But you can find this for $30 for 3 LPs.
That's a good one.
He needs Mingus's equivalent of Sidewinder to start with, like Mingus or something.
No.
Yeah, the Sidewind. I was already hooked before I got Sidewinder.
Exactly.
Great.
This is a record I got from JMI. It's what's this guy's name, Felipe?
Oh my gosh.
Lodge
well
Lund.
groomed.
Yeah. Lodge Lund. Like Lund.
Jared Kushner.
No.
Much better than that.
He's a guitar player.
He's a
This is on
human being.
JMI recordings, which we did a video about.
Oh, he's that modern guitar player guy.
Yeah,
I've seen that guy before.
Oh, he's
He's
great.
playing awesome, dude. That's a cool one.
Yeah.
So what else we got here?
Guys, I'm gonna step
He's
off
got a
for moment. I'll be
YouTube.
back.
That dude's got a
Okay,
YouTube channel,
Felipe.
right? That guitar player guy.
I don't know, maybe. Probably.
Yeah, I think he does.
Here's an interesting one. Keith Tippett. You know this guy?
Hadn't heard of Keith.
Keith Tippett played with the Grateful Dead. He was like an organ player, piano
Really?
player guy. This is a 2 LP record he did back in the 70s, 1970. And a label called British Progressive Jazz put this out. So, Keith Tippett. Yeah. This is what happens when we go into hour 4, bros.
Yeah, that's cool.
No,
Well, no.
random shit. Here's a good record.
Nice cover.
Weather Report, Heavy Weather. Anybody know this?
Oh yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Don't have it, but nice.
Birdland is like the main song from this, probably.
Yeah.
You know, it's got Wayne Shorter, Joe Zaman, Savin on all that shit.
No Jocko on that one, right?
I think it was before. I think that was before Jocko.
Yeah.
Hang on, what else? Oh shit. That's it. That's the whole enchilada. Of the
No Lou
crap.
Donaldson?
I don't know, maybe. Felipe is fucking bounced on this.
Oh yeah.
What are you listening to, Nick?
He said he would be back later.
Yeah.
Later, Jesus.
Well, when
Okay. Can we just get some basic shit? Nick,
Okay.
what's your
Perked
favorite?
up
What's your favorite jazz album of all time?
Oh God. Okay, I can picture the cover. It's a Lou Donaldson blue cover.
Blues Walk or something else?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
walking. Yeah,
Blues Walk, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I got
Love
that. I
Lou.
got that.
I looked. You know, he's still alive. Right?
Really?
They named the street after him in his hometown. They just got that passed. Actually, it's partial of a highway. He's retired. His last concert, he was 95, I think, that he
Jesus.
played. He retired. He lives in New York in a small apartment. He still corresponds. His family continues his legacy. I actually wrote to him and got a response from his daughter.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was super cool because I just think he's awesome. He's incredible. And then when I found out he was still kicking, I'm like, yeah, baby. So I think most expensive one of his I bought. Let's see. I can't name it. I'm horrible with names, so I just have to look it up.
All right. I'm trying to get into this guy. This isn't my favorite by any chance.
Let's see. Who?
I'm trying to get into this guy right here.
Okay, who's this?
Herbie Hancock.
What are you trying to get into Herbie Hancock? Okay.
Yeah, Herbie's too
Okay,
deep for
well,
me.
I'm trying to. And I'm trying to get into sort of the more sort of standard.
Yeah.
Okay, I can get it. You know, I can get it.
Lou takes off.
But where it really worked for me is this one.
I haven't heard that.
Really?
This has got like a full side of him just fucking around with like a synth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's like one side is like solo piano.
Mm.
And then
Destination?
the it's called dedication.
Dedication.
And the other side is like just him with the synth, you know, like, and it starts to, you can start to, you know, like the first time I ever heard Herbie Hancock was not in jazz. It was the Rocket video.
Rocket, of course. Yeah, in the 80s.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like and it was all synth shit, and it wasn't really jazz. It was more like, you know, kind of electronic freak out music.
Yeah.
And it was a big deal. And so
I mean, have you heard Headhunters?
Oh yeah, I've got Headhunters down there too. I just pulled out the 3 that were like the ones where I was trying to get into it. To be honest with you, everybody said Headhunters is the record to get, so I got it. And I have it. I was more into this dedication thing where it's just him by himself, you know, playing solo piano and then getting into the synth stuff. And I really that's when I kind of learned to like him, you know.
Yeah.
I'm still working on him.
On Herbie?
Yeah. I mean, I'm more Blakey, Donaldson.
I mean,
Oscar.
listen to Taken Off, like his first record he did on Blu-ray.
I have the 45 RPM.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, it was in deep pockets, but I bought it new and it's incredible. I love it.
It took me a long time to get into like Bitches Brew, even to like introduce.
Yeah, I've warmed to it, but I'm not all in yet.
Yeah,
I think. But then
Nick,
again,
the thing to do with Bitches Brew, Nick, is just put it on and don't like sit down and listen to it. Like put it on and like do your bills.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like do something else.
Exactly.
Balance your books or something and just let it play in the background. And then it becomes like a thing, you know?
Parts of it will grab you. See, I wasn't really into jazz 5 years ago. I mean, I had a few that were, you know, the big hitters, but nothing that I couldn't tell you who was who. I still can't, but I have a better idea. And I've grown attachment to some. So yeah, I haven't dove in, don't have the time to dive in and research and spend. I just don't have time. Running a business, taking care of elderly parents, blah, blah, you know, you guys, I realize you find time for things you love, but I got health problems and that takes a lot of time. So
just put it on, on in the background, you know, and go about your business and just have it playing as like almost like ambient music. And then all of a sudden you kind of, you know, it creates a vibe, you know, that's the fun way to get to me.
Yeah. I've found quite a bit of music that'll, you know, over time, like you said, all of a sudden you start, okay, I get that now. Yeah, okay, I understand. You know,
and it might not even be the music. It might be like you're having an interaction with one of your relatives or something, and you have like a fun time and you have a good conversation or something, and that was just playing in the background.
Yeah.
You know, it's how we got to music when we were kids.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, the music that affects me the most is the stuff that like my parents were playing, and I was like, "Fuck you! I'm going in my bedroom," but I could hear that stuff coming through the hallway.
Yeah,
you know, and it kind of just sunk in there if they were playing it enough.
Well, you know, my mom went, you know, in the '60s, early '70s before I was born. She went to high school, and she lived in a really poor area, so. Lots of black music, like soul music and stuff like that. So, I grew up on all that shit.
Yeah. So they're playing it like even almost against your will in a way. Like at the time, you're like, "That's not my thing. I'm into Kiss or whatever." You know.
I wasn't there though. When I was a little kid, I was really influenced by my parents' music. I mean that, and like, you know, my dad playing like, you know, fucking Fleetwood Mac and. I don't know, George Jones and Johnny Paycheck and just all kinds of different shit, you know.
Oh, speaking of Kiss, I actually purchased my first Kiss record. I didn't have one. I've mentioned it here a couple of times, I think.
I hope it was The Elder. That's their best album.
No, I
didn't.
No, I just grabbed Destroyer.
What'd you grab? Destroyer. There you go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's an epic masterpiece. It's nothing like any other Kiss album, so know that. Like it's not indicative, but it's considered to be one
that
of their
doesn't
best.
match.
Well, here's the thing though. There's probably 3 or 4 songs on that record that they still play to this day.
Oh wow, okay.
Right? But at the time, what it was that they were sort of underproduced. And then the very next record they made was overproduced by Bob Ezrin. You know, the guy that made Destroyer is the same guy that made The Wall.
Right.
You know,
right. Well,
5 years later.
I've listened to you guys talk about it on your stream, George, and
I personally, I think it's a good record to get into Kiss, because it doesn't, especially if you're used to having a good hi-fi system and you're listening to good produced records, it is their most produced record. So it makes sense to get into that from a hi-fi standpoint. But what you'll notice is that if you go to either side of that record, meaning if you go back one record to, I'm not counting Kiss Alive, which is a classic of all time. The record, the studio album before that would be Dress to Kill, pure just rock and roll. It's like more, you know, classic rock music. And then you have Destroyer there in the middle with this heavily produced Bob Ezrin, you hear pianos and stuff in there. And then you go to the next record, which is, again, bare bones, Eddie Kramer produced rock music. So on each side of that record, you can go either way and get to the kind of hardcore Kiss rock music. If you go to the next album after Destroyer, most Kiss fans that are big fans of the Kiss 70s period would think that the next record, Rock and Roll Over, is their best record because they returned back to their rock and roll roots.
I traded a bicycle one time for a Kiss record back in the
I think I have a decent setup. You've busted my balls about my Ania Pro a few times.
I think that it's a great thing that you have there.
Oh, it's a beautiful cartridge too. Matches the turntable.
It will be my next cartridge.
Is it? I love it. I went from the Exact 2 to that, and you've lost some warmth, but you picked up more detail. And
I'm rocking an Exact 2 right now.
There you go. What's that, a P3?
It's a P3 with the Groove Tracer subplatter, an upgraded belt, and a Groove Tracer.
Yeah, a buddy of mine has that setup, exact setup with the full. I'm looking. I'm seeing if I can find it. I've had this for the RP6 for quite some time now. It's been great, but I got a couple eyes out to see if they can stumble across an open box P8.
I love my just old school 1200. You know, I think 1200. Like
if I was going to buy a new turntable, it'd be a 1200. Yeah.
I mean, I've got this thing's from the 90s, and it's got, I don't know. My sister had this turntable and another one. She was a DJ, you know, like electronic music DJ, dance music DJ, and she took these all over the place. So I got this one and another one, but I probably
you can switch carts. You can switch carts in 10 minutes.
Oh yeah, for sure. I've got a blue, just 2 in blue on this one, but I've played this thing 4 or 5 hours a day for, I don't know, 4 years now. Like it just plays and just keeps going, man.
Yep.
It's great.
Those were supposed to. I have like 3 or 4 other turntables, but I don't have any place to take them to see or to maintenance them or to look them over or what have you. I'm surely not going to put some great albums on a turntable I'm leery of. You know?
No, that's fair. I've got my dad's old 70s dual that I want to get.
I have a 68 dual.
Yeah.
It's a 1012 or something.
Nick, I don't care what anybody says. A P6 with an Annie on it's world class.
Oh, yeah, I love it. I mean, like I say, it showed me music that I've never heard before. So I'm don't get me wrong, I'm thrilled with it. But you know how the disease is, and hopefully this will just pass. You know.
Yeah, Mobile Fidelity is making some good hardware right now. They're making some good speakers.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing.
Andrew Jones designed them.
Well, yeah,
with an unlimited budget.
Yeah.
Yep. Here's the price point.
And
Do your
They're
best.
making a good preamp and a good, from what I understand, a decent turntable. I think there was some problems with it, but I think they got them sorted out.
Yeah, that was before Jones got there, I think.
Chris, what's your favorite jazz album? Chris, I got to know. What's your favorite of all? Like, if you could just walk away with one of them, what would it be? Fire. There's your pumpkin just caught the house on fire.
Yeah.
What are you gonna run out with?
Easy.
Mr. Shingle.
No, fuck no. It's Headhunters, man. Herbie Hancock, the Headhunters record, yeah.
Wow.
100%, easy. I mean, that record is the first jazz record I've ever listened to, probably in like 1998 or so.
Yeah.
You know, that and Bitches Brew. I had those two CDs forever, and they're my two favorite jazz records still. Yeah.
I picked up a Sweet Lou on Discogs, sealed. Opened it up, and it was for the radio stations. Had the card in, the play card in it, and all that.
That's cool.
Yeah, I was like, oh, nice surprise. Played beautifully. I'm like, that.
Yeah, but I mean,
Surge.
Those two records were my entryway, and then it took me 30 years to like kind of get in the rest of it.
Yeah.
You know?
So Bandy saying Blue Surge. You got
Blue
that
Surge,
there,
I
Chris?
don't have that record.
I don't have it either.
No, but I don't have it.
Bandy, get up here and show it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Stan Kenton. We talked about Stan Kenton already.
Yes, and the possible ramifications of talking about Stan Kenton are.
Well, I mean, that was real. He
Mm-hmm.
Mark Glassman guessed the record. Mark Glassman figured it out.
Yeah, well, that was a religious movement for you, George.
It's not coming out of my mouth. I'm never going to mention the fucking name of that record again.
Why not, man? They're like,
hey, look, I have the Bitches Brew. I have a '70s pressing, Santa Maria. Sounds good.
I got a '70s, and I've got the Legacy, Sony Legacy, like modern pressing, and then I got the Mo-Fi.
Of what? What are you talking about?
Bitches Brew.
Oh, Bitches Brew. I think I just have like the most recent, like, did Music on Vinyl or something do it or something?
Yeah, they probably did it. Yeah,
I think everybody that had a shot at it did it.
Yeah,
I grabbed that, and I grabbed Live Evil around the same time.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I've got the Live Evil, the record store day that came out like 2 years ago.
I was see, but and that's another thing where look. Can we just speak without anybody in the chat listening to us? Can we just be private?
Doubt it.
This is where I drew the line. I started to freak out and go, I need a 2i. I've got to have an OG 2i of Bitches Brew, or else it doesn't count. I've got to have it. And I went like on this like thing looking for it, and like when I would find it, it'd be like $150.
But you were finding the ultimate copies.
I know, and I was holding it like, it was like a minty 2i. I'm not gonna buy a fucking scratchy one.
No.
It's got to be better.
It has to be clean. It has to be clean. Yeah.
But that's bullshit. That's when I said, you know what, this has gone too far.
And you bought the Music on Vinyl version.
I don't even like the record that much. Like I just can barely,
Yay.
Dude, no.
But
here's the secret. The bass clarinet on Bitches Brew, played by Benny Maupin, is the best thing on the whole record.
Look, during the pandemic, I was writing 20-page papers for my master's degree every day. And I was writing them in like 4 hours, just burning them. And you know what I was listening to? I was listening to fucking Bitches Brew. It was the most stimulating record that I could.
Yeah.
I would put that record on, and I could just type my ass off and get 4 pages done before side one was over. Flip that fucking record and get 4 more. I could time. I could go. I have 4 hours to turn this paper in. I'm not even going to get a chance to proofread this motherfucker.
Right.
I'm going to listen to 6 sides of Bitches Brew.
Bro.
Side 1, 2, 3, and 4. go back to side 1, or even just flip 3 and 4 over again, and I'm gonna get this paper done.
Well, I mean,
and
okay.
every single time I could do it, and I felt like it was feeding me words. Like, it was that
Listen
awesome.
to Pharaoh's Dance, okay? Pharaoh's Dance, right? Like,
yeah.
And then you have like Miles just like with the like just kind of out of nowhere. You got this the fucking the finger snapping, right? And then the bass clarinet.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, I don't know. There's some magical shit there that Tio Macero put together from all kinds of shit that was recorded in the studio.
It was breathtaking, the amount of... I used to use Bach, to excite that idea,
Right.
No words. I just wanted no words. Don't talk to me.
Yeah.
Right.
Just fucking guide me. And that replaced Bach immediately. The first time I tried it, I said, well, I got it. Let me try this. Bang! And it's just these crazy angles and these glassy stabs and these crazy grooves that are just like, they seem like they're overlapping each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I could just type my ass off listening to that record. It was awesome.
Makes sense.
I probably wouldn't have passed my classes if it wasn't for that record. So I have to give that credit there.
Well, I used to write,
Live Evil.
I wrote a lot of Java code in the 90s, listen to that record. So, yeah.
Yeah. See, I could see how you could do that. You could code while you're doing that. It's maybe the onset of AI. Bitches Brew is look at this.
Delphina,
I've never met Delphina in my
Hi.
life.
Hi,
Hi,
Delphina.
Delphina.
Hi, George. Hi,
Nice to
Nick.
meet you. What's
You
your
got-
take on Bitches Brew?
I love bitches, bro.
There you go.
Good. How much do you love Bitches Brew? We were just gushing over it before you got on here. Like I was talking about how I hold it responsible for my advancement in old age into scholarly heights.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you, George. What's up, Delphina? You got some...
I'm a big Miles fan, so I do love bitches brew a lot.
Nice. Yeah. I think the Jack Johnsons in a silent way, maybe, I don't know, better for some folks, but I really like Bitches Brew the most. That whole electronic period, that's my favorite record of his for sure.
I bought that Record Store Day Champions thing.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I got that. Was that from when was that from? Like, what was the
It's Jack Johnson outtakes, I think.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's what it is. Some Jack Johnson, some outtakes, stuff like that. I'll find out.
Do you have new records to show us, Delphina?
I do. I have a few. That's why I dropped in. Yeah, I have a couple.
Let's see.
All right, we got this. Hold on.
Oh, hey, yeah. Joe Henderson, The Elements.
This is a good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping that the other stuff the Jazz Dispensary does for Joe Henderson on Milestone is as kick ass as that one, because that one's badass.
I was so late to the party with Joe Henderson. I got that first Tone Poet, I think, that he did, right? Like 2019 or something like that, 2018.
Mm-hmm.
Never even knew who Joe Henderson was. And then I then got like an older record, like, he later in his career, way later. Great musician.
Well, that one's really cool. It's got Alice Coltrane on it, right, Delphina?
Yeah, it has Alice. And
Yeah.
Nice.
Charlie Hayden.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of out there, but like there's some of Alice is playing and Joe Henderson. That man, I tell you what, Jazz Dispensary for me is the best like sub label there is for reissuing shit right now. Like we just got the Blackstone Legacy. Did you get Blackstone Legacy, Delphina?
No, I haven't picked that up yet.
Oh, you should. It's fucking awesome. The Woody Shaw Blackstone Legacy is fucking great.
Charlie Hayden's one of my faves.
Oh, for sure.
I got this. This is a new.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Crisscross.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
What does the label look like on that one? Is it like an OG or what?
It's like a couple years after. It's a couple
Okay.
years after.
Oh yeah, nice.
It's
Nice.
it's the Columbia Special Products. It's a Columbia
Mhm.
Special.
That's a great record. I love Monk. It's one of my favorite
My-
Monk records.
My favorite Monk is Straight No Chaser, but
Mhm.
I don't have that. I don't have Straight No Chaser.
That's a good. I don't have that one either.
I think I picked up the Coltrane Monk one recently, and I think Charlie Hayden's on that.
Yeah. Yeah, the Crisscross record, I have that. It's really good.
Yeah, that's right, John.
This is OJC. This
For Lady.
is a Billie Holiday song. This
Oh, yeah.
has
Prestige.
Paul Kinchett, Joe Puma, Mal Waldron, Earl May, Ed Tickben.
Is that Lester Young too?
No,
Yeah, at
it's
the front.
just Paul Kinchett on sax, Joe Puma
Nice.
on guitar, Mal on piano.
Very nice. Little Ed Thigpen. Yeah. So those are all like songs she was
Yeah.
famous for singing. That's really cool.
Yeah, like Don't Explain. Yeah, like the standards.
Mm-hmm. Very nice.
I got this.
Michael
Joan
Brecker.
Yeah, Michael Brecker, yeah.
But people don't her pets. And then like two other songs are named after her pets as well. On this
Oh, nice.
album.
Is that the Candid one that they just reissued?
Yeah, Michael Brecker.
Yeah.
No, this is an original one, I think.
Nice. Very cool. Dude, Joanne Brackeen, people don't know, man. She was a
Welcome
fucking
to
killer
Jazz Bones After Hours.
killer piano player, man. Killer piano player.
Smooth.
No, Joan Brackeen's badass. Delphina, do you have that one with her and Joe Henderson?
No, I don't.
Oh my god, it's like a $6 record. You should get that. It's fuck, what's it called? Can't remember the name of it, but it's her, Joe Henderson, and some other folks. Like Joanne Brackeen, man, she was a fucking badass piano player. Like she had like Bill Evans moments, but also like just kind of out there, really, really just interesting thoughts. Anyway, love Joanne Brackeen. I need to get that record.
And then Rob told me to get this. It's a Vinyl Me Please McCoy. This sounds really good.
McCoy Tyner.
Tyner.
Yeah.
Tried it.
Yeah, I got
Oh,
a
yeah,
Tyner from Rob as well.
Yeah, I've got that.
Yeah.
That's a good record.
Yeah, I love the sound of that.
Are you excited about the what is it, expansions that's coming out from
Yeah.
Luna?
have
Yeah.
that. You think it's worth buying a new version of it if you have an OG?
No, not necessarily. But I don't have the shit, so I mean, I would.
Well,
I'm
you know,
gonna buy that at some
There
point.
was a time in my life where I thought that McCoy Tyner was the best piano player that I could hear, and I think it was, you know, his obviously listening to, you know, Coltrane, his chord comping was so amazing. But then, you know, Bill Evans, he's almost doing like 7 solos at one time. You know what I mean? By the way he plays his chords, it's almost like he's harmonizing and doing like a bunch of different solos at the same time, where McCoy Tyner is laying down foundational chords that change the mode
Right.
of the song.
Mm-hmm.
But Bill Evans stays in it and plays such crazy harmonizations on whatever the mode is, where it seems like McCoy Tyner changes the song, into something else. And I'm torn between listening to those two piano players. But sometimes McCoy Tyner hits these, he knows how to pick a chord that changes the way that I feel about what's happening.
Well, yeah. McCoy also just had like the heaviest touch of anybody ever, almost.
Yeah, but it's gentle,
dude. This, like he had that just heaviest touch on the piano ever, for sure.
He stabs you into the next chord, like he
right.
It's like jarring, like you're looking over here and you're paying attention to something, and then McCoy underneath it all can go bang, and you go, what was that? Now where are we going? He changes the path of the song, whereas Bill Evans sort of like you're just going down the path and he's laying down breadcrumbs for you.
Bill Evans, I mean, he had that thing where like him and his bass player, like he could, I don't know, the Bill Evans trio stuff with like him and Eddie Gomez.
Yeah.
It's just different where the bass is part of what he's doing.
Yeah.
Like the communication between the bass and the piano on those trio records he did is
he knows where the bass is intertwined with what he's playing, whereas McCoy is like telling the bass player, no, we're going over here now. This is where we're going now. This is where we're going now. We're going over here. It's hard to verbalize it, but
yeah, I mean the extensions is the one that's coming out, right? The Blue Note is it extensions or expansions, whatever. Whichever one it is.
Expansions,
I'm excited. I'm excited to get that. For sure.
I think I have that.
Now, y'all have Atlantis?
Well, I just wanted to hop in real quick, guys. I'm gonna go.
Oh, yeah, of course.
But thank you. Thanks for having me.
Oh, of course.
I'm glad to know that Delphina is real because I've only seen Delphina in chats before.
Delphina is awesome.
Never
man.
seen her.
I am real.
Nice to meet you, Delphina.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm real.
It's nice to
Good
meet
night.
Good night.
Yeah, I think that McCoy Tyner, I'm the tone poet. I'm super excited about.
I think that it's weird because Elvin Jones, to an extent, but mostly McCoy Tyner, continued to make music into the 80s, really?
Yeah, for sure.
And so you had it's like when someone says, well, what if Jimi Hendrix would have lived?
Yeah.
And then you have to go, well, maybe he would have fucking made some gross music in the 80s like everybody else.
Yeah.
And McCoy Tyner never really, I don't think, succumbed to. Blue Note went kind of in a weird way in the 80s to me.
Well, they disappeared. They stopped being a thing.
Yeah, but the artists like became almost like new age in some ways. Like it was weird. Like it was weird to see jazz artists become sort of like, I don't know, they almost were like pop artists in a way.
It was the whole smooth jazz era, right? Like,
yeah, water it down. It was like Bobby McFerrin was, top 40.
Right.
And then all of a sudden he was considered jazz,
Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting when you look at that time period. I don't know that much about it, but like Bobby McFerrin also did some really cool shit.
No, I'm not saying it's bad to become top 40. I think that, I also was, around like people like David Benoit. His mother was my English teacher when I was in junior high school. And she was talking about her son being this crazy, freaked out jazz guy. And then the next time I heard him, he was like on the Wave playing new age music, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
it's not jazz.
Not really crazy, freaked out.
It's it's pretty straightforward what he's doing there.
Bullshit,
and I remember like Stanley Jordan was big, at that time.
Yeah, but that's what like guys like Kim McAuliffe.
Yeah,
I think think of that kind of shit and like Kenny G and stuff like that, and he gets him specifically, but other people like are pissed about that because I think in the modern age, if you talk about jazz with people that don't listen to jazz at all, that's what they think of.
Yeah. So, but in a way, they kind of kept it. In a way, they kind of kept it alive. Kind of kept it going.
Yeah, but like not now. I don't know, man. Like that's just dead now, right? Like
older generation, maybe.
Yeah,
that's the other thing. Is Kenny G really jazz music? I just don't. It's Muzak, right? It's like it's what you hear in an elevator.
Come tell us about it.
Very tall buildings.
Look at this. Mark? It's Mark Lassman.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark.
How's it going?
What do you think about Kenny G's influence on jazz, man?
Oh, he's the greatest of all time. That's where Bridges Brew came from.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I am no one to laugh. I cannot play any instrument.
Well, I can't either, but I don't give a shit.
Yeah, but
I know you guys were just talking about McCoy Tyner. He made an album in '86 called Double Trios. It wasn't a big album, but I remember getting it when I was in high school. I think I bought it when it came out on CD, and it's got I think Marcus Miller's playing bass on it. It's an unbelievable electric album with him playing piano, still acoustic piano. Check out, there's a song on there called, what's it called? Sudan. I think it's called Sudan. And it's the most killer bass line you've ever heard. If you want to test speakers for bass also, but just an incredible album. Something you would not expect from McCoy Tyner. I think it's on vinyl, only Japanese though.
Can we kick John Marino for his comment?
King Crimson was doing double trio at that time too, I think.
Michael Bolton's Jesus, John.
right.
Oh, man.
Good one.
I'll be right back. Y'all, you talk about whatever you want. I'll be right back.
Let's talk about Chris again.
I'm just happy. I'm happy to see Mark Lassman on the screen. I've talked to him so many times in a chat. Never seen him on screen before.
I don't think we've ever met face to face. Pleased to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you too. I've been on here a few times, but just I usually try to stay in a peanut gallery. Usually Friday evenings I'm finishing up paperwork for the week, so I just kind of have it in the background. But it's getting
jazz is your thing, but you seem very well rounded and know rock music as well.
So I got into, my father was a jazz musician, so I grew up with jazz. Like I was listening to jazz since I can remember. And I didn't get into rock until junior high school, because I only listened. My dad would not. He was a purist. Like there was no rock in my house. Like it wasn't like he banned it. He just never played it, right? So I wasn't really, because I was so into jazz, I never really listened to anything else.
Sure.
So I remember walking to school with my little Sony cassette player Walkman, and people would say, "What are you listening to?" And I'd say, "Oh, I'm listening to John Coltrane and Thelonious Monk." I'm like 13, and they're like, "What the hell is that?" And I said, "What are you listening to?" And they're like, "Duran Duran, Led Zeppelin, whatever, classic rock." And I was like, "What's Duran Duran?" So I didn't get into rock until I was in junior high school. But I got a lot of people into jazz, a few people. But jazz has always been a consistent in my life. Yeah.
Do you play an instrument?
My father was a drummer. I played drums for years. I haven't played in a long time. I still have his original 1950s round badge Gretsch kit I still play those once in a while. Just for fun. I never did anything. I was in some bands in high school and stuff, played some rock. But
I bet you're better than Mazzy.
That's not saying much. No offense, Mazzy. I love you.
Oh, come on, Mazzy. Mazzy's okay with that. That's and when you got into rock music, was it a slight to your dad, or did he care?
I'll tell you a funny story. So my dad and I used to go to, because he was in a musicians union back then. They used to have these trade shows where you'd go for people in the music unions, and you go for new products and stuff like that, and they would have like demonstrations going on and guest musicians playing and things like that. So one time we were walking around. I was maybe 11 years old, 12 years old, and we're walking around the show, and I can hear a drum, like a clinic going on in the background. And I said to my dad, "That's Neil Peart. Like, I know that sound." Rush was one of the first bands I got into because I'm from Toronto. Rush is huge here. Rush was a part of everyone's life here.
Fours on the toms.
Hey guys,
that's a big
Chris
deal.
Is back.
It's a big deal.
So yeah, so like, I heard this drummer, and I was like, "Dad, Neil Peart's here. That's Neil Peart playing." And he's like, "Who's Neil Peart?" And I said, "He's a drummer from Rush or whatever." So we walk around the corner I'm going to see Neil Peart, and it's a little old white-haired man on a 4-piece kit playing. And I said, this guy must like love Neil Peart so much. He sounds exactly like him.
Was it Freddie Gruber?
No, it wasn't Freddie Gruber. That was much later on. But so I said to this guy, after he finished, I said, "You must be a Neil Peart fan." He goes, "Oh, little Neil. I taught him drum and bugle corps back when he was 11, 12 years old in just a little town outside of Toronto." So I had a chance to meet Neil Peart many years later. I don't want to dox myself or my family. My uncle was Rush's lawyer for many years, and in Toronto. So I got a chance to go backstage with them and meet them. And Neil and we actually hit it off because he was a real big jazz fan, and we talked about jazz drummers constantly when I met him. And I said to him, "I think I met your drum and bugle teacher." And he said the guy's name. He's like, "Oh yeah, he was like my sound is from him. He taught me how to play snare."
Wow, nice.
And I was like, "What a small world that I'm at this drum bugle, like this drum show out of nowhere, and this guy's playing, and I'm thinking he's copying Neil Peart, but he was the one who taught Neil Peart." That's crazy.
You know, if anybody gets a chance to see on YouTube, there's Neil playing on the Burning for Buddy stuff. Like Neil did these like tribute records to Buddy Rich, and there's a online him playing with Buddy Rich's band. And like sitting there doing, Buddy Rich stuff, which is impossible to do, and he knew that at the time, but he was trying. He was doing Neil Peart doing Buddy Rich. It's really fun to watch. He he incorporated into his solos like historical motion in drum playing, starting with African drums and starting with 3 on top of 4, and then going into, jazz and going into big band and going into all that stuff, and then getting into what he did with Rush and his later drum solos, especially the last 5 or 6 years, were stories about how drums progressed. It's fun to watch.
The Burning for Buddy stuff, when it came out, a lot of my dad and his friends were like, I mean, Neil Peart's a good drummer, but he doesn't swing. Like, it sounds like a rock drummer trying to play jazz. He just couldn't, it wasn't swinging, right? And he said even after as well, he said, like, I tried my best. And then he went and studied with Freddie Gruber in New York. I think it was after that. And that's when he started
He redeveloped his whole style, went traditional and everything.
Yeah, he went to traditional grip, and he learned how to swing there. If you watch, there's a 4 or 5 hour, I think it was a DVD.
A video called Work in Progress. Yes. And he shows how he rebuilds his set, starts wearing dancing shoes. It's all about circles and hitting the drum at the bottom of the circle. I'm not trying to interrupt you, but
no, it's exactly. That's what I was going to mention.
George is not trying to interrupt.
But he took, like, he was learning tap dancing, learning all these things because he got the swing down. And after he trained with Freddie Gruber, he got it, right? But that Buddy Rich one, like, he was, I think afterwards, I think he was really not embarrassed of it, but I think he was like, I wasn't swinging. He knew himself he wasn't swinging like a jazz drummer would, right?
Yeah.
So, but I mean, it was incredible effort to even do that. So.
And if you want to hear the fruits of those labors, it's on a record called Test for Echo. It's probably the weakest Rush record in terms of lyrics, but he was concentrating on swinging. And there's a whole, the feel between him and Geddy and Alex is a whole new ball game.
Yeah.
He's playing behind everything and he's swinging.
It's funny, Chris, if you lived in Toronto, you'd be nuts here because Geddy Lee, he's at every baseball game. He's at every Jays game. Yeah. Everyone knows where he lives in Toronto, but no one bothers him. Like Toronto people, like, I mean, I should say Canadians, when there's like, we're not, I mean, I guess we're starstruck if we see just like anyone else, but we don't bother people walking around.
Right.
And the Stones, for many years, prepared for their world tours in Toronto. And they would be seen around town, and no one bothered them. No one hassled them, just because just kind of let them go. But I see Geddy Lee at almost every baseball game.
Yeah.
And no one bothers him.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Amazing.
He's a good bass player too.
Oh, he's incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
He's not a fan of vinyl though.
Really?
Oh yeah. He's like the what does he say? He said that we're not listening. It's not it's nostalgia. People who like vinyl, it's the nostalgia and warmth of vinyl, but it's not as good sounding as digital and CD. That was him saying that.
Yeah.
But I don't hold it against him. I still like
But
it.
he also owns 5,000 baseballs.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, he's a huge fan. Yeah. So my family, we have seasons tickets for the Jays, and like he sits in, like he's a seasons ticket holder too. And yeah, we see him all the time there. Yeah.
That all rolls back to personal preference and everybody.
Yeah, if I owned 5,000 baseballs, those are much harder to store than 5,000 records.
Yeah.
I can tell you that.
no
much.
doubt.
Yeah. Exactly.
And he's got display cases for all of it too. He's, you know,
he's a baseball
Geddy's a
nut.
great
Yeah.
dude. Yeah, he's a
Is
great
there
guy.
a discog for baseball?
They're kind of. I think there kind of is.
Oh God.
Oh,
Yeah,
for sure.
I
There's a
think
collector's market.
Yeah, he's. You know, it's good that you said that too, because you took your jazz dad to see Neil Peart. Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Well, it's funny because after we came home from the drum show, he said, "Put some Rush on for me. I want to check him out."
Cool.
Hey, John. Yeah, but he wanted me to start playing Rush.
And what'd he say?
My dad got into Rush because of seeing his teacher at that show, and he wanted to hear him. So
Right off the bat, he dug it.
He appreciated it. Yeah, he wasn't listening for the music; he was listening for the musicianship, right? Like,
Yeah, right, right.
I found sometimes it was annoying listening with my dad because he was listening to the musician, not the music. Sometimes, just like the kind of and he'd say these are good musicians or whatever. So. I mean, he got into the music eventually, but it just like if it wasn't jazz.
And he turns the corner expecting it to be Neil, and it's just some jazz dude that taught him how to play like rudiments and shit.
Yeah, he was like a
and then
drum
he's like, well,
yeah.
Now I want to find out what this guy, what were the results of this guy's teachings. That's a musician right there. That's what a musician does.
Yeah, exactly. So. Yeah, and it was hard for me because when I wanted to take lessons, I just wanted to take lessons and just learn to play rock songs with my friends, right? I just wanted to like be able to say, let's jam after school and whatever. And my dad was like, nope, you're going to this jazz musician to learn how to play drums, because of course it's hard when you try to teach your own son, right? Because it's like trying to teach your own kid to ride a bike. You get frustrated, right? So it's always good to send him somewhere else. So he sent me to like a jazz guy for drumming, and this guy was just having me doing paradiddles and stuff constantly, and I was like, I just want to play a rock beat, right? Like I just want to be able to play like a AC/DC song with my friends. And I remember trying out for the band class in I think it was grade 8 or 9, like the concert band at school, whatever it was, just a music program, and the teacher like. I was nervous. Like I was like, everyone's good. I'm thinking, right? So the first guy goes up, and I was like, this guy can't even keep time. Like he couldn't even do a 4/4 beat. And I was thinking in my head, I'm like, oh my god,
this is how Phil Collins got the Genesis gig. He was swimming while the other two guys tried out. By the time he got up there, he knew what to do.
Yeah, and it was funny. So the teacher I come up, and the teacher says, okay, what are you going to play for me? I said, what do you want me to play? And he goes, what do you mean? I said, tell me what you want to play. He goes, can you read music? I said, yeah. He said, can you play this beat? I was like, yeah, sure. So I played it for him. He goes, how long have you been playing drums? Da, da, da. So then I said, well, my father's a musician. I said my dad's name. And he's like, oh my God, I watched your dad growing up in all the jazz clubs in Toronto and around in Montreal. And I was like, yeah. So he goes, all right, you got the part.
Yeah, you're in.
Yeah, it was funny.
Nice.
I remember we finally had a concert at school, and my dad came to watch, and the teacher wouldn't leave my dad alone. He was like gushing, oh, these are just kids, they're not very good, and da-da-da. My dad's like, leave them play, they're kids,
Yeah.
But it was just funny because...
That's how Chris got the gig with the Jazz Bums.
That's correct.
That's right.
Oh, man. That's cruel. Oh, man.
Chris, don't tell the other jazz bums. You're my favorite jazz bum.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, he's clearly all of our favorite jazz bums because he's the only one that we talk to. We wait till Felipe leaves and then we
Chris,
start
turn
talking.
off your mic and your speakers for a second.
That's right.
Is that a bottle of wine? Okay, I was just double checking.
What is that, Chris? What are you drinking?
Ripple.
Chris.
Hang on, I'm coming.
Black egg.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's like a seltzer water or something?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Topo Chico.
Anyway, I got a Sapporo.
Hey,
Sapporo.
What's that?
It's Japanese beer.
Yeah. It's a good, kind of a light beer, but it's good. Good flavor.
George, have you had your arm touched up? Your tat?
No, not for 15 years.
Okay, it looks pretty bright tonight for some reason.
It was all free-handed by this lady, and then when I couldn't have her, as you can see, it didn't ever get finished. And so I've never gotten back to have her finish it, and I'm not going to have some cat down here do it. So when I get back up to the mountains...
Do you have any more tats?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
I got
it
one.
says inflate the 32 pounds.
No, I have my kids' names up here with a intertwined birth symbol thing. I've got an ex-wife's name over here.
No.
And then I've got my third ex-wife's name down here.
Holy
And then under here,
at ground
if
zero?
you want me to show you.
No, we'll all pass. Thank you.
No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, can I
I'm too early for that.
How do you work the Zoom function?
Hey, so I bought a few records today. They're not jazz, but I bought some Eartha Kitt today.
What we got?
Oh, look at that. She's a badass right there.
Yeah,
Eartha
yeah,
Kitt.
Looks like a badass.
That's a
What
beautiful
was
cover.
but what was she on Batman?
She was Catwoman, no?
Catwoman.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
Catwoman, right?
She was one of the three Catwoman.
Yeah.
And this, look at this. That bad Eartha.
There you go.
So they're an RCA. I don't know. I'm not sure how early those pressings are, but they're RCA labels. Also picked up Latin Jazz, Cal Jader.
Oh, Cal Jader, sweet.
Yeah. This is a red
Be
one.
right back.
Check this out. This is a
Oh, nice.
Oh, sweet.
Is that on Fantasy?
Yes.
Yes. There it is.
Go. Yeah. Fantasy. And just picked these up today, and I got another one here if I can dig it out. Got this also. A mono
nice.
copy of this, yeah.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah. So.
Did you get that before Wax grabbed it?
Yeah. It was good.
Yes, I did. I beat him to it.
Nice elbow.
Yeah. Beat him to the punch.
He gets enough good stuff. You got it.
Yeah.
Fair and square.
You know what? Wax is all over the place here in LA. So, he's up at the crack of dawn, and he's just hitting all the stores. And if I'm going to one store, he's hit 5 already. So
Yeah.
he's good.
Hey,
He's good.
Wax helps us out that are way out in the woods and have
Exactly.
zero access. So
Well,
helpful,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
it's greatly
Nick, do you have
appreciated.
record stores near you, Nick?
No, I round trip it would be, let's see, probably a 5-hour drive plus.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm just out. I'm out in the boonies, and we don't count Walmart, and Best Buy's
Right.
getting out of the business.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so there's nothing around here. So my connection to is either online, full retail, or auctions.
All right. I'll keep my eye out for some good jazz for you. If I see anything I like, I'll grab it for you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because I see. I guess I take for granted living in a city like this where I have like 20
I
record
hear all
stores I
these
could walk to.
stories
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, I stumble across that one all the time. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
I had 3 of these and gifted to them. And I was like, yeah.
You know
it'd
what?
be
Some
nice
of these
to
stores,
touch
stores
one.
in LA here, you see so many good records. You can't take them all. You're just like
Right.
You'll find 10 good records, and you go, I can't spend that much. I'll buy 5.
Look,
And
where,
just
where, I,
leave the rest,
where I live,
you know.
we have parishes, not even counties. And my parish, which is huge area-wide parish is 120 to 135,000 people total.
Wow.
Yeah, lots of woods. You know
where
when
do you
you
live?
leave town that you're
Where do you
going
live?
somewhere else.
Right.
Thomas Neck, where do you live?
I live in the middle of the state of Louisiana.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Yeah, you get a bullseye, hit the bullseye of the state, and there you
Okay.
are.
All right.
Hey,
And
John,
it's
I'm
just-
from LA, just like you, man.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've
yeah,
been
yeah,
to
you-
all the
yeah,
big cities
Yeah.
through my
George,
lifetime. But
George, you used to come to Pasadena, right?
Dude, I lived down in LA from 78 to 91. So I
Yeah.
came in during disco and I left during grunge.
Yeah. Well, LA's the place. We got so much. It's the world of entertainment. Recording studios, bars, clubs, concerts, record stores. Everything you want.
Yeah.
It's a self-contained place where when you see something happen, whether it's on the TV or whether it's on a record,
Yeah.
or whether it's on a big screen,
Yeah.
especially back in those days, you knew that it happened right there.
Now
You know,
you know who Leland Sklar is, right? Lee Sklar, the bass player.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so he lives north of me, just like 5 minutes from me, and sometimes I see him around town, and he's a real nice guy. He's just so
cool,
friendly, talkative. He likes to talk, and he's a legend.
Yeah. For those of you that don't know, Leland Sklar, like the first time I saw him, he was playing with like James Taylor.
He's a legend.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and by the way,
For those of you that don't know, Leland Sklar, like the first time I saw him, he was playing.
Dave, you're echoing.
Yeah, you're echoing.
Oh shoot! Sorry about that. Damn it.
For those of you that don't know, Leland Sklar.
there you go.
But by the way, I wanted to mention that a documentary is coming out called The Immediate, coming out in December, and it's the same guy that did the documentary for the Wrecking Crew, and now he did one for they're called The Immediate, and a group of LA musicians that includes Lee Sklar, Korchmar, Larry Korchmar?
Danny Korchmar, Cooch.
Yeah, thank you, Cooch. And there's two of the other ones. Help me out, George. There are two.
And they also play with
guys,
Linda Rodstad too.
These guys have played with everybody.
Yeah.
They're on Jackson Brown.
Yeah,
James Taylor. They're everywhere.
and Danny Korchmar also played with Keith Richards. The Expensive Winos band. He was in that band.
Yeah. Oh, Waddy Wachtel.
Waddy Watchell.
Yeah, Watchell.
Waddy Watchell.
Yes.
And that entire group of people, they're not really the Wrecking Crew though, like the famous one. You know, they were just another group of session musicians that. But then what they did was they didn't just like play in studios. They would go out on tour. Like if you look at like Running on Empty, Jackson Brown, right? That record, he's got like fucking David Lindley playing slide guitar on there.
Yes,
but he's also got Leland Sklar, and he's got Waddy Watchell, and he's got all these and Russ Kunkel.
Right, Russ Kunkel.
Album.
The drummer.
They were known as the LA Mafia.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
they're like Toto, but earthy.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, that's coming out in December. The Immediate.
If you the first time I heard all those names or read them on a liner note, I was 6 or 7 years old. It was like Mudslide Slim, James Taylor, those records, and then you go to Linda Rodstad, Heart Like a Wheel, and those records, and they're playing on those, and then Linda Rodstad kind of got slick in the late 70s, living in the USA. She's doing like Chuck Berry covers. Those guys are still there. And then Phil Collins even has those, like Leland Sklar, right?
Well,
Playing for him.
Lee Sklar shows up on TV sometimes. I've seen him backing up Phil Collins on TV.
Yeah.
He just shows up everywhere. He's always working. Still
hasn't he played like on 1,000 albums or something like that? He's been on like everything.
At least.
He's like the Ron Carter of
big
you know
long beard.
Yeah. Very, you can't mistake this guy. He's always in the background with the long Mr. Natural beard.
But when you see him talk, he's so animated. He's such a forward guy, and you don't like. He looks like a garden gnome when you see him on stage, but then he starts talking, and he's so like vibrant, and so alive.
I've gone to his Q&As here in Pasadena, and once he starts talking, he can't stop. He loves to talk, and that's great because he has great stories. His early band, I think they're called Wolfgang. They
just like Chris.
They actually opened up. They opened up for Led Zeppelin.
Zeppelin.
Yeah, and I think '68. So I mean, he's been there and done that.
So I saw him playing in Toronto over the years was Hall & Oates. I saw him with Hall & Oates. I saw him with James Taylor. I saw him with Jackson Browne. Like he was just like he's that guy who just plays with everyone.
Yeah. And you know who the other big bass player for Hall & Oates was? I think before Leland Sklar. And what a mouthful, Lee Sklar.
Yeah.
T-Bone Walk.
Yeah. Yep.
Tom T-Bone Walk.
Yep.
And he was playing with the dude who played with Roger Waters recently. Also was the head dude on Saturday Night Live. G.E. Smith.
G.E. Smith. Yeah.
Smith, okay.
That's a great Hall & Oates band, right? You got T-Bone Walk and you got G.E. Smith playing guitar.
And if you remember,
yeah, if you go, yeah, I know who you're talking about. I don't know his name. But if you go back to that Gilda Radner did that Give Me Mick, where she was doing like a Patti Smith takeoff on Saturday Night Live. Give Me Mick, and it's G.E. Smith with a shaved head playing guitar, and that's the first time I saw him on TV. Playing like a Les Paul, just like with a shaved head, and he was doing like a punk rock thing. And then it was like the next time I see him, he's in a Hall & Oates video, acting very smooth, and he's got like his hair slicked back. Like those dudes, they weren't just studio musicians; they actually went out on the road and played live, and that's the difference between the Wrecking Crew guys. You didn't see Hal Blaine on stage. With the Beach Boys,
they're a studio only.
Yeah, in a way, and it's not a put down. It's not. I'm not saying one's better than the other. It's different.
The guy,
different lifestyle.
The guy that did the documentary for the Wrecking Crew is Denny Tedesco, the son of Tommy Tedesco, I think. Is that right?
Yep. Yes.
Or Teddy.
Yeah. You start getting into Sunset Sound and that history, right? The studio.
But the documentary is done by the son of Tommy Tedesco, I think.
Tedesco, right.
So he did the Wrecking Crew documentary, and now he's done the immediate.
And if anybody hasn't seen it, if you go on YouTube, Sunset Sound, the recording studio where all those cats, and not just the Wrecking Crew with Brian Wilson, right, recording Good Vibrations and shit, but also Van Halen recorded their first 4 albums, and Prince recorded all of his albums, and you get to see Lee Sklar and all these guys talking about this one studio. It's on Sunset. It's just a block down from this big CNN building,
right?
And across the street is SIR, right? SIR is right across the street, and on this side, Sunset Sound. There's this little sign. And there's a little kind of a gate. You go in there. There's a little basketball court where Prince used to play basketball with like Eddie Van Halen and shit.
Isn't that south? That's south of the old Amoeba Records, I think.
Just a block down, Amoeba. But Amoeba used to be on that corner, and across the street was CNN, and a little farther down was Sunset, and across the street was SIR, still probably there. But there's so much, so many records, and then all the guys from Toto. Yeah. That's another thing. They played on Steely Dan records.
Oh yeah.
Picaros and Steve Lukather. Lukather, whatever the fuck you want to say. All those guys. They met at that recording studio like it was some kind of like a breeding ground for great
You
musicians and
George, you mentioned Van Halen.
yeah.
I've been living in Pasadena since the 70s, so I got to see Van Halen
It's
in
where
the
they come from.
70s before the first album came out. And it was fun. You'd see them at these backyard parties and stuff. But back then, you took it for granted. You didn't know. It's like, hey, this is a good rock band. This is fun. You didn't know they're gonna. So they came out with the first. They came out with the first album, and you go, wow, that's fucking great. They're,
Dude, I saw Slayer playing at a house in Redondo Beach.
What's it?
You know what I mean? Like in someone's living room.
Yeah.
Rush was playing high school dances here in Toronto.
Yeah.
Okay, with John Rutsey, of course. This is before Neil Peart. They were playing high school gym dances.
Yeah.
Nobody knew at the time. It was just another band, and but then again, I think when you're watching them, you go, it's not going to surprise me if I see them again, And then the next time you see like they just released an EP, then they released a record, and in LA that was so common. Jane's Addiction, Red Hot Chili Peppers, you'd see these bands. The world didn't know about them, but in LA they were the most popular bands in the area, and you would see Randy Rhoads.
You know what, George? When I saw Van Halen back then, we were just smoking a lot of weed and drinking beer. It's like, this is fun. Who knew? You're just partying.
Sounds like a Friday night jazz bum stream.
Sort of.
Yeah. But it's, and I'm not trying to besmirch any other area because it happened in Atlanta, it happened in Florida, Gainesville, it happened in, it happened in so many different cities where you were just there, you saw it, and then it grew and grew and grew, and funny thing is that most of the time it was word of mouth. It would have been like this: 6 dudes talking, sitting at a table playing poker, having a fun night on a Friday night, like we're doing right now with the Jazz Bums, partying. And on a Friday night, and someone says, "God, have you fucking heard that band?" But no, I'm gonna go down and check them out. And then the next night, did you hear this? And then you're talking about it. And it would grow organically. That doesn't happen anymore. Now it's like a million or nothing. It's like you get onto YouTube and it's like, I got to get to 500 subs. I got to get to 1,000 subs. I got to get to 10,000 subs. I got to get to Mazzy levels, whatever it is.
It was more organic, I think, or for lack of a better word, it was a natural progression or something that, everybody talked about it, just grew and just, now it's totally electronic, or I don't know. It's just, it used to be.
They were shared experiences, John, and that's the other thing. Like you and me are probably close in age. I'm 55 years old.
I am. Are you ready for this? I'm
47.
I'm 66.
No
I'm
way.
66.
Wow.
Hey,
all right.
All right.
In 1975, you and I both, no matter where we lived, had 3 channels to choose from. If we were going to watch something on TV, we had to be at the same place at the same time on a Wednesday night at 8 p.m. to see whatever it was. And even though,
I remember those days.
George, 1975, I saw Led Zeppelin at the Forum for the physical graffiti tour.
But
and
the rabbit ears.
This is all I remember. Is a lot of weed and cashmere plain. That's all I remember. Joints left and right, and that you just did these things and you had fun, and you were there. You were just there having fun, getting stoned,
and there was more shared and common experiences because they were fewer and farther between, and that's I think what's missing right now. It's like,
hey, George,
if I want to, I can go on YouTube and see whatever I want, but it's just me.
Yeah,
I'm alone.
And you know what?
I can't share that with anybody.
I had physical graffiti on 8-track, but I didn't have 8-track player. My friend did, so we'd play the 8-track in his car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dun-dun-dun, like that.
Chunk, chunk, dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun,
the first time I heard Houses of the Holy was in my friend's car on 8-track. The very first time when it just came out. And it was just such a good moment to hear this album, and just said, "Wow, that is great." That is such a
and
killer.
it's how a lot of people heard that album, regardless of where you lived, what state you were in, whether the grass was green or the grass was yellow, or it was pavement or the pavement was cracked, or whether it was freshly mowed lawns. Didn't make any difference. It's like that's I think that's what makes the vinyl, whatever we call this, the community of just all of us talking with each other. We all see each other on the same shows.
Mm-hmm.
You know, on my show, or on the morning show, or on the Jazz Bums, or I see John all the time. I see Mark all the time. I see Novice Nick all the time. I see Dave. I see Chris. That's one of the things that we have shared experiences. It's hard to do that now. It's hard to share it.
Yeah,
it's hard to.
Well, okay. Another thing is, I'm older, so it's not that easy for me to go out to concerts. Back then, you could have back then, before the concert, your buddy would come over, you smoke a joint, have a beer.
Yeah.
Then you get in the car and drive to the concert. You smoke some more throughout the whole concert.
Of course, everybody, a totally designated driver was pinned at the front of the wheel, and nobody that was consuming anything.
Yes.
Just saying.
And you got home safe.
Near beer was our choice.
It was different, different back then.
Sometimes you woke up. Sometimes you woke up in the morning. You're like, "How the fuck did I get here? Where the hell am I?
And where is here?
What happened? What happened?"
Exactly.
Now it's funny. I think it was Mark that pointed this out, and he claimed to be jealous. But as I stated earlier, I purchased my first Kiss album, and I'm going to listen to it for the first time, and that's something you can't get back once you've heard. Yeah, was that you, Mark?
No, I made a comment to Roberto in the peanut gallery. We were talking. He's saying he's just getting into spiritual jazz.
Oh, okay.
And he asked me, I said, I'm jealous of you, because I remember listening to Coltrane, Love Supreme or something for the first time. And it was like, I'm jealous of getting that experience again.
Okay, I glanced over, saw the comment.
Hey, Nick, Nick, I can tell you this. If your first experience listening to Kiss is Destroyer, it's going to be fucking awesome. You're going to go on a journey.
Right, well, I think
I would suggest, and I hope that you listen to it all the way through and just give it all a chance.
Absolutely.
And don't worry about which songs Dick Wagner's playing on.
No.
Dick Wagner. Who's Dick Wagner?
I don't know.
Don't worry about it, Chris.
Yep. It's
not for you.
I'm in it for the music, but it's like one of your favorite bands, or if you love the album, you can't go back to that first time. I guess it's kind of like what they do with drugs. I don't know. I don't do them. But they always say that first high is the one. Then after that, it takes more and more to approach that. And it's like listening to this album. It'll be the first time.
Kiss is almost an anti-drug band in a way.
Now I'm sure I've heard most of the songs, but never compiled in the fashion of an LP. Yeah, straight.
I totally get the whole first time thing, because I know, George, I loved your video about Love Supreme, because it was like you were channeling.
Do we have to fucking
talk
about
No,
this
sorry,
here?
but I'm saying this because Love
Mark,
Supreme was
you
that
need to do
movie
3 Hail Marys and a rosary reading. Go ahead.
Love Supreme for me was that same thing. I remember my dad. He had.
I remember you commenting on my video, and I fucking answered you. Yeah.
I grew up with like K-horns and tubes, Macintosh in my house, because my dad was a musician. And I remember laying down on the floor. My parents went out, and my older brother was there, so we were alone. And I remember laying on the floor, putting on a Love Supreme for the first time on my dad's turntable, because it looked like a cool cover. And I laid in the dark on the floor between the K-horns and listened to that album. Sweet. And from that day, I remember from that day on, I was 10 years old, and I listened to that album. It became my favorite album. To this day, it still is. I'm 52 years old, so 42 years later.
Nice.
I've listened to that album pretty much every day for the last 42 hours. Might be passive in the background, might be on my headphones on the way to work, or just sitting in front of my speakers with the lights off listening to the album. But that's one of those albums that I can't stop listening to. And I remember that first time, it was like transcendent. I heard it and I was like, what is this? This is awesome.
Nice.
Shoji, no, Louis Golden, fuck off. What are you fucking Witchfinder General? Get the fuck out of here.
Earlier, you guys had Tim on. Tim was on.
I love you, Louis. I love you so
Tim
much.
from University Vinyl was on, talking about Steely Dan. So I got to show him this, but I'll show you guys. Back in the 70s, I was buying Steely Dan albums, and very special band, very great moments in my life. But anyway, so I had this on my Beamer back in the day. I had a old 2002.
Oh, cool.
That sounds like you're fucking a Smurf there, John.
Yeah, that's it.
But actually, I should have spelled this differently. It should be
totally, dude.
Yeah. So there you go.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. But look. Listen, yeah. See, Louis said the same fucking thing. Look, I think that we all come across music at a certain point in our lives, and for me and Chris, pre Coltrane, it was Rush, and you're a teenager and you're looking for something, and you find it, and you go, this is working for me. This is making me feel good.
Are you talking about your penis?
Well, no. If I was, I'd have it in my hand.
Dear God, not on this stream, you won't.
Yeah. See, yeah. But what I mean is, I just mean it's like we all have these moments in our and I'm looking for that. Like when Mark was talking about like taking his dad to someplace and showing him like, here's my music, and he thought that it would be around the corner, and it was something else, but it worked. You know, it opened up his. That's a fucking an awesome thing to experience.
Yeah.
In the Mark, lifetime, you know, some of us don't get to. Some of our dads die before we get that chance, or our parents are gone, or something. Yeah. And if you get the chance to have that experience, you know.
Mark, your father had a Macintosh amplifier.
Yeah, Mac tubes and K horns.
Wow.
But this was like we're talking about the 70s, right? This is like the first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he was into. Yeah, we
Would
had.
you like them back, Mark?
And I bet you they sound great.
They're a little too big for my living room right now. But I still, you know.
They're in Nick's living room now.
Oh, that would be
since I was old enough to have my own stereo. I've always had Klipsch Heritage speakers. I remember my first stereo. I bought a pair of KG4s, and we just during COVID we moved out of our house. We've gutted our house completely, and we moved back in. I used to have a little like a listening room. But because everything's kind of changed, so we actually turned one of my listening room into an office now. So I put the stereo in the living room, which I always wanted anyways, because I didn't like the whole isolation thing of a listening room. I'm by myself in there. I wanted to, you know, have music in the house. Yeah. So now I got it. Now I have it in the living room. It's amazing. So I went and bought a pair of Klipsch Heresy 4s, the newer ones. And I still, I love the sound. I always love the sound of Heritage speakers. So I still have. Yeah.
Great.
Hey Chris, put that Vibrasonic there up. It's a perfect thing. How many times have we done this, friend?
Matter of fact, I'm going to catch some sleep. Got to work in the morning. I'll catch you in the morning when I log back onto this stream, because I'm sure it'll still be going.
Can you have me a breakfast burrito ready in the morning, please?
Sure.
I'm just going to come by. I'm going to drive by.
Yeah, just leave your order in my email and I'll have it ready.
Thank you.
Hey, George.
Love you, George.
Enjoyed y'all.
Did you ever go to Lucky Boy? Remember Lucky Boy? In
God
Pasadena?
bless.
Is that a store?
No, Lucky Boy was a fast food restaurant. Fast food.
No.
Okay. All right. Did you go to Pooh Bah Records? Remember Pooh Bah?
I went to Bob's Big Boy.
Oh, okay.
No, you know, when I went to Pasadena, I went there because when I first moved down to LA, I lived in West LA down on Sawtell, right down in the Greenfield Avenue, you know? Yeah. And there was these projects, and all the UCLA workers, they housed them in those projects. So I met Marvin Fowler and Jeff Simpson and my friends that lived there. And then Jeff moved to Pasadena. So I would make my mom take me out to Pasadena to go visit my friend Jeff, who I met in those projects right there on Sawtell.
Okay.
And
so when you came to Pasadena, what area? Can you remember the streets?
They were just like, it was like tree-lined roads with big-ass houses. And
you took
I
the
don't.
110. You took the 110 freeway.
I don't know, man. I was only like fucking 12 years old.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like I didn't.
Just yeah.
I just
All
and
right.
then when I was an adult and I went there, I was going to the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
You know, and I was going. You know what I mean? Like I was going out to Pasadena. Like it was like going out to the Cinerama Dome. You know, like I was going. I was going out there to directly to something. You know. And that's another thing. By the way, what the fuck? Why would you kill the Cinerama Dome?
Yeah, that's too bad. It's too bad.
I fucking saw E.T. there in 1982 on the day it opened.
Denver,
And
Colorado.
I saw The Shining at the Bruin Theater in Westwood. You know what I'm saying? Like,
listen. Check out my Halloween shrine that Louis is fond of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice pumpkin.
can you zoom in on it and get
Not
your
really.
face out of there?
Oh, that's rude. Can't really zoom in though. No.
I just,
Thanks for
Los Angeles is what most people don't realize, John, is that like and I know is that LA is a vast world. Like
it's spread out. It's spread out.
It's so massive.
Yeah. I know.
You could drive all day long and just end up, in another place.
Right.
That's
I know.
still part of Los Angeles.
Yeah, I know.
You go to Chavez Ravine, or you come back to the beach, or you go out to Pasadena, or you go to Brentwood, or you go to Santa Monica, or you go to Zuma, or you go to Palos Verdes.
So many places. You got the coast, you got the beach, you got the mountains, you got the Rose Bowl, you got Dodger Stadium, you got Hollywood. You got the Hollywood.
It's so
Bowl,
so influential on what a lot of people around the world and around the country have experienced.
It's a center of a lot of things. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
The epicenter.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Rancho Cucamonga?
Look at who's there. Look at Chris. Chris. Look at the bottom of the chat.
Oh shit.
Michael 45.
Yeah. Look at who's here. It's your favorite man in the whole world. Bring that German man of honor up onto this stream right now.
Here's a link. I mean, yeah.
And Louis Golden, too.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to head out, guys. It's 2:00 in the morning here.
Hey, Mark. Nice to meet you.
Hey, Mark, this was an extremely fun time to be able to speak to you, man.
Awesome.
I've chatted with you so many different times. You've commented on a lot of my videos, and I've given you like back and forth stuff. I extremely enjoyed talking to you, man.
Excellent. Likewise. Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, take care, guys.
See ya.
Hey, Chris.
What?
Did I show you? I should have been on here earlier. Here's 2 albums I found this morning.
Oh my God, we're so past showing records.
No,
hey, George, this is your show. Sorry.
Yeah, so.
I hope you're jazz.
Oh yeah, I've got that.
Nice.
Yeah, I haven't listened to it yet, but it's a good condition.
For sure.
You ever heard this one, Joni Mitchell Mingus?
Yes.
It's supposed to be jazzy, isn't it? I'll listen to it tomorrow.
What do you think about that one, Chris?
I haven't listened to it yet.
I mean, I've only listened to it like one time. I streamed it. I thought it was cool. I don't know. But,
is Jocko on that one? Hey,
Nice.
Dave.
Nice.
Dave, pull that back up. Is Jocko on that Mingus record?
I haven't.
Look for the bass, Jocko Pastorius.
Eddie Gomez plays the bass on this one.
There you go. That's pretty good.
Jocko is not. Gary Mulligan is on here.
Isn't he the Eddie Munster?
No.
Tony Williams drums, John McLaughlin guitar, and Jan Hammer mini moog.
Yeah.
John McLaughlin's one of the worst guitar players in the world.
That's not true.
Oh my God, Jason Rojas is here too.
Oh.
Drop another link. Drop another link, Chris. Quick.
It's still there. The link's still there, bro.
That's a great album.
Spirit, yeah.
I can't even see the link anymore, dude. Drop another one.
Here's one more jazz album.
No.
I mean, non-jazz, mountain.
Yep.
Jason, we'll go as long as you want to go, friend. Whatever you want.
Not as long. Not as long.
Chris has agreed that we will go as long as Jason Rojas wants us to go. Adrian Blue, that's a good record. That's good. Adrian Blue is awesome.
Lone Ryan, Rhino.
Can anybody name a band that Adrian Blue was part of?
The Bears. That's the only one.
King Crimson.
Oh, was he?
Oh,
Okay.
King Crimson.
Yeah, Discipline.
I saw them recently, like in 2021.
Elephant Talk. Isn't that all about Adrian Blue? Right? And Robert Fripp?
I mean, they had 3 drummers. That was weird.
Oh my God! You didn't cause any trouble, Jason. Get up here. Come on. Chris is dropping a link for you right now.
What has been caused?
Hey, Chris,
And
I got
Michael,
a question.
get up in
Chris,
here.
Do you like Halloween movies?
Yeah.
Okay, they're showing The Haunting. You ever seen The Haunting?
Oh fuck yeah! Dude, The Haunting with like from the 90s.
No,
the
I'm
60s
talking about
version.
the original from 1960.
I've seen that one.
Yeah, I've seen it.
The
Julie
60s.
Harris.
Yes. They're showing it right now. You should see that. It's a classic black and white.
Hey, I often argue with youngsters that I think The Exorcist is the scariest movie of all time, and they all say I'm an idiot because they think that it's horrible.
It's scary.
It's fucked
Is it
up.
not?
I don't like that movie. I hate that movie. It's just scary.
My mom took me to see that when I was like 7 years old,
Me
and
too,
it
bro. I was
fucked
like,
me
oh.
up.
I know. It scared
fuck
me.
yeah, too.
It scared me.
Like, I think I woke up one night and I saw her at the end of the bed going, "Fuck me," and I was like, "Oh my God!" And I'm pulling the covers over my fucking head.
It's like Gen X.
Hey,
man.
George,
It's like, you know.
I saw that in Westwood. Remember Westwood?
Yeah.
I saw
The
it in
Bruin,
Westwood.
the Bruin
Yes.
Theater.
At the old Westwood, yes.
Yeah, that's where I saw The Shining.
Yeah, the Westwood Village was great back then in the 70s. And we stood in line, and it was a big deal. And after that, it scared the hell out of me.
Yeah. I couldn't, and I, you know, it's funny because I don't want to beat my mom up for the rest of her life, but I every time I'm sitting with her, I'm like, why the fuck did you do that?
Yeah.
Why would you do something like that?
No shit.
She's like, I just thought it was a movie.
Hey,
It was just a movie.
This explains
Yeah.
a lot about Louis. He's seen The Exorcist 166 times. Okay.
Would you believe my folks took me to see the Poseidon Adventure when I was 3 or 4 years old? Jeez.
Yeah,
There's got to be a morning after.
Oh, yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. I love that movie.
Yeah.
Badass, man.
Yeah.
I don't know if Chris could handle a bunch of fresh people on the stream. Yes, he could. Michael, you're his favorite person. Get the link and get on up here.
Sure,
And
yeah.
Jason, come up too. Come on, dudes. What the hell's wrong with you?
What time is it in Germany?
It's like it's a fresh morning for him. The birds are tweeting and his dogs are running around in the backyard. And
He's already
Michael's sitting there
smoked
going,
like 30 cigarettes.
"It sucks that I have so many hot records. What
Yeah.
can I do? Get on the stream."
Yep.
Come on, dude. And besides, we need you to even out the Phil Collins debate because everybody was ripping that apart tonight.
Who was? Not here.
Have you? Okay, how many good reviews have you heard about the Phil Collins, opposed to people saying, "I don't think I need it"?
I heard the drum solo was good.
Are you talking about dun 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 dun
Yeah.
dun dun? No,
Yeah.
come on. There's way more to that record than that.
That's all I know.
It's a good. Michael, it's 8:00 in the morning for Michael. Come on up.
It's 8:00. Oh, it's time for like some breakfast. Maybe a little bacon and eggs or something. I don't know what they eat in Germany though.
And Lisa Harper says Los Angeles is 72 suburbs in search of a city. Well, you know,
Yeah.
the disparate.
So George,
Yeah.
I need your opinion. I haven't played this because I just got this Thursday, I think. This is an Abbey Road pressing of Bad Company. It's a 2 LP. Some people don't like the way these sound. I haven't played this yet. What's your take on this? These pressings?
That's a Miles Showell cut. I'm pretty sure half speed, right? So,
Yeah.
Here's what I'd say about that. I think that if you put that on right now, it'll be the best version you've ever heard.
Okay.
But if you wait and you get the 45 RPM pressing from Chad,
Okay.
and you play them side by side, then you're going to have some stuff to think about.
Right.
Yeah, but why do that?
Because you can.
Yeah.
Because
you
can. Sure.
Sometimes you don't want to do with a 45 RPM record and
Yeah.
clipping the sides and all that stuff.
Right.
Sometimes you don't,
Yeah,
I don't.
Sure.
The only time that I really do is like if I'm sitting there and I go, I want to just hear this song by song in the best possible way that I can, and I put the record on and I listen to it. Like for instance, again, sorry, The Love Supreme. It's 4 songs, 1 per side.
Right.
Sure. I did not have any problem getting up and flipping it because I was just listening to Here's Acknowledgement, the best that it could possibly be, potentially. And then when it's done, I'm going to flip it and I'm going to hear how they seg those 2 things together, and then I'm going to just listen to that song. And then the next, it's like when you're listening to Kind of Blue 45,
Mm-hmm.
One time you get 2 songs on one side, but it's a different listening experience to have a high fidelity recording in your grill.
Yeah.
You're listening to it in a different way. I'm no longer listening to the album flow. I'm listening to the each individual song and the way they put them together. I know that's not what they intended, but they licensed it, so it's okay.
It's weird, like that new Clifford Jordan Strata East title that just came out from Peavine, In the World. I mean, it sounds good, but it's like 45, and I don't know why, because it's a fucking needle drop. Like they recorded off of an existing, OG.
But you
record.
enjoy it though. You just hear that one song, you gotta flip it.
Same fucking shit. Like just put it on 33. What's up, Mr. Rojas?
Jason.
Oh my god, it's Pokemon.
Has anyone else bought this yet?
No.
I'm gonna call Chad right now. Hey, Michael, I'm gonna call Chad and be like, "What the hell?"
Okay, well here's what I'm surprised about. Here's what I'm surprised about. When I was talking about this being such a fucking big fucking seller, everybody was going, "Who the fuck cares about Phil Collins?" And now everybody has it.
So I should blame George, Chris, right?
No, but I guarantee you that that's fucking awesome, isn't it?
It's pretty good, actually. It's actually kind of surprised. Glossy cover too, yeah. It's great.
Did you get the Mingus?
No, I did not get the Mingus yet. Chris, I'm kind of more weary, reading more reviews now. I don't want to buy any more subscriptions. I'm going to cancel all my subscriptions. It's just too much.
I don't want to have any subscriptions either, man. Fuck that.
What would you say about that record, Jason?
This is like a heavy record, really. It's, it's really a depressing record.
Yeah.
I don't even.
Yeah, it's not a pop run through the park, is it?
No. Did Mazzy tell his story about this record to you guys yet?
No.
No, we shut him down. We shut him down before he had a chance.
I'm talking about Old Man Mazzy. Did he tell you the story about this?
Never heard of him.
Yes, his girlfriend bought that, and he bought the replacements, and then she played that over and over, and then he played the replacements, and she hated it, and I was already yawning, and then I fell asleep.
So he broke. She dumped him because he picked the wrong record?
No, she dumped him because he was bad in bed.
Oh no!
Let's not spread any rumors here. The main point is she wanted to listen to this record all night, and he wanted
instead of be with him.
Well, instead of going to the replacement show,
I rest my case.
Yeah, that's true.
I would want to hear that drum solo over and over again too.
So, hey, Jason, how was New York? How was the rain and all that?
Oh, yeah.
Getting to the record show, how was all that?
It was good. I did a lot more socializing on Saturday, which I would never do, to be honest with you guys. I'd totally be looking at records and tell people leave me alone. I'm looking for these records,
And you know what? I'm so glad you said Old Man Mazzy.
How did it feel to meet Michael Fremer?
Well, I didn't get to talk to Fremer too much because I'll be honest with you
Mazzy
guys.
was hogging the whole conversation.
Like Mazzy and then Mike, they kind of just got to him, and they were kind of.
Hey, we had to set up the interview, man. And it just went down.
I felt so bad. I felt so bad for you.
But I mean, Chris, like it kind of led to that interview, you know. So that was like a good thing, you know.
It was a good thing. It was a great thing, yeah, for sure.
But I mean, they kind of hogged him, like hogged on Fremer, like just jumped on him. And, you know, that's why, like, I think on, you know, Mazzy's, I guess his Wednesday live stream when he asked about, you know, Fremer and, you know, Mike was talking about it, I was like, yeah, these guys were drooling on him. And, you know, they were just like crying. And I had to tell them, like, hey, how old are you guys again? I mean, Mazzy's in his 70s. I was like, act your age, bro, you know. But I mean, like I basically introduced myself to Fremer and said hello, and then like you know, like
and anybody who's watching, we love Mazzy. We're just fucking around with him. We assume he's watching, and we're just fucking with him.
He's not watching.
I got to spend a lot. Right. I mean, I got to spend like almost 3 days with him. You know.
Yeah, he's not watching. He's getting fed oatmeal by his in-house nurse.
Jason, did you like the record selection? Did you like the records you saw at the record show? Was there a good selection of records, or what do you say about it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's New York. I mean, if you've ever been there, that's kind of like a fishbowl of, you know, so much music, right? And how do I say this? Like, it met my expectations because prices were high now, you know?
Right.
And I have no judgment if you're gonna drop hundreds of dollars on a record, like it was
like a Vertigo Swirl, like a Black Sabbath Paranoid or something.
Yeah, I actually knew a person who did drop the money on that, and it was good for them. You know, they wanted that record, and I'm happy for them. You know,
for sure.
So in the meantime, would you say that Phil Collins destroys any other version that you've ever heard?
Well, George, I haven't gotten my UK pressing out of storage space, so tomorrow I will get it out and pull what Michael did.
But by memory, like I heard Patrick did needle drop with that weird archaic.
You mean his Rector's set, his Lego
whatever
set,
that is, where he has to do the thing up and it's like sliding on a thing and it's like a slide rule.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about? And I was blown away by how good it sounded. Through YouTube.
It sounded good. It just looks hilarious. I don't know. It looks like, you know, construction arm, you know.
Yeah. That's weird.
What are you doing here? What are you doing?
Morgan.
Morning.
Is that a morning
Michael?
coffee? Morning coffee?
Michael, let's just jump. Were you I think you were impressed by the Phil Collins record?
Wait a second, I can create echo otherwise. Come again, please, George. Excuse me.
You were impressed by the Phil Collins record, right?
More than impressed. I didn't expect this. I wouldn't have thought this possible with this record.
Really?
I don't know how they did it and what they did.
Michael, did you listen to
I got a near mint first pressing, and the difference was stunning.
You know, Danny Kaye earlier today on Steve Westman's show said the OG blew it out of the water.
Yeah.
People have opinions. What about the Michael? Did you get the Mingus?
Just saying.
Did he really say that?
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
Michael, are you drinking coffee? Is that coffee?
Yes, it's coffee. Yeah.
Okay, here's the other end of it. Here's my beer, my Friday
later
night
on, way later on.
Okay. Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1 a.m. where I'm at, so you know. Did you hear the Mingus, the Roots and Roots and Blues?
I brought that for you because I'm here at the Jazz Bump, so I did a lot.
Oh, cool, Charles Mingus.
Yeah. So, what is your opinion of that?
One of the best sounding jazz records I've ever heard.
Oh wow!
And you know the point here is I said it in this first impression. Don't make me big at the morning, please.
Oh,
Have mercy. What did I say? The surprising thing, it's not. This is not jazz entry level, right? This is a bit out there, and there is a lot of things that are going on, but you still have so much detail, and everything is so set in stone. It's
Does
you
Mingus
will
play
love
with
it. You will love it.
Does Mingus play with the bow on this record? Is he doing like the bow stuff? You know,
this
what
record,
I mean?
I think he's doing everything on this record. Everything you can do, he does on this record. It's wow. And now I understand. I didn't know this record, by the way. And now I understand why so many people said when it was announced, "Oh, this is the or one of my favorite Mingus records."
Yeah,
it's outstanding. Outstanding.
Yeah, I don't have a copy. I've streamed it. It was funny. I've been streaming it for like 6 months every once in a while, just like listening to it and hoping that somebody would reissue it. So I'm really excited to get the, the Chad 45 version because I like the record. So it'll be cool.
Yeah. And gives you a nice exercise. You have to stand up 2 times more often.
Well, I mean, my turntable's like right next to my.
Oh, that's a big mistake.
Yeah, it's fine, you know.
So what about the Prine?
Hmm?
What about the Prine? The John Prine?
I don't know. I haven't heard
a man and his guitar. You know, when it comes to the 3 of them, the Prine is a beautiful record, but in a way, at least here in Europe, you know, country is not the thing we are that much into here in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And when it comes to the Collins and the Mingus, this is a firework. And there you have a man and his guitar. It's of course way more difficult to shine for the Prime against these 2, right?
Makes sense.
I was wondering if it got into the territory of sort of depth and dimension of, say, like folk singer or something. You know, like. Is it like that? Is it that intimate, or is it distant? You know, compared to
this is an interesting question. Difficult to answer. Is it that intimate? Nah. No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I don't know how important this Prine is in the USA. I don't know if this is a very important record to many people in the US. In Europe, it's not for the most.
It kind of is because like he had this like
Graham Parsons, right? Graham Parsons style.
Well, no, like he had more like a funny folk style, like Kinky Friedman in a way, like, but also a social aspect. There's a song on there called Sam Stone, and it's about a person from Vietnam coming back right from the war, and he's really messed up, and in order to get through his PTSD, he has to do heroin. Like, that song is heavy as all hell, you know.
Yeah. He mentions about a hole in his arm where all his money goes. Is that the song?
Yeah, that's the song.
Yeah, he's
popular. I don't even know why I'm talking about the song on the Jazz Bums.
It's fine, man. It's cool.
Well, we're talking about any kind of music, I guess, right?
Cool.
For sure. I mean, it's hour 6. It's like anything goes, man. Come on.
Aha. Okay.
Mingus, yes.
I really was excited to see the 75th anniversary series that Chad announced. You know, there's some really cool shit in there. So.
But Chris, have you ordered or pre-ordered any of it?
No, I have not, because I mean I've got all the Org 45 stuff for Coltrane.
Okay.
So I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna rebuy that shit. Like, it sounds pretty good.
Yeah, but Chris, how do you like the Orgs?
I like them. I think they're fine. Here's the thing. Well, the Coltrane Atlantic stuff, I don't necessarily think was that well recorded to begin with. So, like, how much better is it gonna be? The one thing I do want to get is the giant steps, though, because I have the only giant steps I have is Was it a Rhino reissue? Remember, Michael, that came out last year, probably?
There is a Rhino, I think, and there is
I thought it didn't AP just do it too?
No, it wasn't AP, but yeah, it was Rhino or Warner or something. But
I think
my
Rhino,
copy was super noisy, so I didn't think it was that great. Versus like My Favorite Things, I thought the reissue they did was it My Favorite Things that had the stereo and the mono?
Yeah, that was like a twofer.
Yeah, that one was good. I like that better than the Org 45 that I have.
So I forget who cut that. Was that Kevin Gray, I think?
Bellman?
Or Bellman?
I don't remember.
I just know I compared it recently and I had to sell it because it didn't beat the OG.
Well, I don't have an OG, so nice.
I'll be back.
So, you know, those Coltrane's are interesting for sure. There's a lot of other stuff that I don't know. I mean, I only buy jazz records, so I don't really care about all the other shit.
This is an interesting comment from Justin. I wasn't aware of that the Atlantic stuff sounds better on the UK and French pressing. Maybe because of the vinyl formula.
Maybe. That sounds like a future Michael 45 video.
No, I did this comparison to of the saxophone Colossus, the US original and the Danish one, and the Danish one.
I got a question. Does anybody know if the UK Motown records sound better than the American pressings? Any thoughts on that?
I have no idea.
I do.
Michael, do you have any? Yeah, I'm just curious because I don't have any, and I've seen them, and I thought, how do they sound? Do they sound better or worse? I don't know.
You should ask Nadine; she might know it.
Yeah.
There's some stories about how they had to recut those records from the U.S. pressing. Do you understand? So, like, they would play the U.S. and then cut it to a UK. So
and I think Justin gave you the answer.
He says worse.
Worse? Okay.
There you go.
Just curious. Okay. Good to know.
I've got a bunch of. Go ahead.
By the way, the 24th, I'm doing a live stream with Nadine. We're doing a Latin special live stream, Latin records and Brazilian.
Oh, you're doing Latin again. Cool. The first
Yes,
one. You were part of the second one, right?
Yeah. Yes, I was in the first one, or the last one we did. So I'll be there.
Awesome.
Anybody like Latin records or Latin music?
Yeah.
Jason does. Jason likes Latin.
Me too.
Yeah. So
for sure.
That was like kind of my main search, John, to look for Brazilian records at the record show.
What's his name? Billy. Billy got a Harlem River Drive, which is a Latin record. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, it has Eddie Palmieri. Kind of Latin funk, Latin soul.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think he had to pay some money for it because those records are not cheap in New York.
Well, I think if I remember, he said he paid $75 for it, which is not bad. That ain't too bad for it. I don't know the condition. I don't know the condition of the record. It might be on Roulette, I think, originally. Roulette label.
Oh, really? Did those original roulettes? What's up, Louis?
What's up, dog?
Those original roulettes sound like shit sometimes, man.
Sometimes yes and no. Yeah, it depends.
Yeah, I got a bunch of those that aren't great. It was like a mob brand label.
That's some jazz roulette. Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, some of them sound good. They got cool labels and shit. Like, you know, they've had
Berlin series roulette had that jazz Berlin.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, what a background, Louis. That's amazing.
Yeah, you got a lot of shit going on. Man.
It's good to see you, Michael. I haven't seen you in a long time. I mean, I've seen you. We haven't been on the stream together.
At all on street together, have we? I don't think so.
Oh, maybe one time or two back in
the days?
6 or 8 months ago or something.
Back in the days, 6 months ago.
You know, at this time, I'm happy if I remember my name, so excuse me.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to say good night. I want to move on. I want to watch The Haunting.
All right, buddy.
I want to watch some of that. So you guys take care, everybody. Good talking to you.
Keep LA safe. Keep LA safe, John.
Yeah.
I'll try. So Soul Disco Nadine, the 24th, Latin special live stream.
Very nice.
Appreciate you, John. Appreciate you.
Right. Thank you. Good night.
Man.
Good night.
All right. Bye-bye.
Chris, this is a marathon.
I mean, it's a marathon, yeah. Except this time, I will actually remember it because I'm not totally out of my head.
Last time.
Yeah,
Dude, my insomnia is killing me, and so these are perfect. I just might not ever sleep again. It's getting out of hand.
I mean, we're local to each other, so it's what is it, 1:30 in the morning now?
Yeah, it's 1:30.
Yeah.
It totally sucks when you work your schedule around what Michael 45 is living with, because like he goes, hey, we'll do a show at 7, and I'm like,
in the morning, yeah.
That's 10 a.m. for me.
Oh, 10 a.m.
Yeah.
10 a.m.
And then he goes, let's have Nick, and I'm like, Nick's on the East Coast, so now that's 4. I've got to totally. I'm gonna have to translate this for Nick. Because you guys seen Nick doesn't know what the fuck's going on. He's like, yeah, whatever we want to do. So I go, it's going to be at 10 o'clock. He goes, oh, 10 o'clock. All right, I'll be ready. No. 1 your time, 10 my time, 9 o'clock Michael's time.
It's very confusing, isn't it?
It is.
And then so whenever I confirm with Michael, I go, okay, 9 for you, 10 for me, 1 for Nick. Go, send. And it's fun though. It makes my vision of the world better. It's fun to think about the idea that someone who's in Germany who's just waking up and you're at night, or it's morning for you and it's night for them. That's fun. That's awesome.
It is fun. I agree with you.
It's fun, 100%.
I remember at the early times at Rachel's when I was there. And I think it was Harry. And he said, Michael, do you ever work? I said, what the fuck? I stand up at 5 o'clock in the morning and here it's 5 o'clock in the evening. Can I have a break? Right. It's not the morning. I said, no, it's not morning time.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Hey,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Chris.
I said we had a really nice lady on a couple weeks ago named Sharon from Indonesia, which is literally like on the opposite side of the earth from me, and it was just really neat to have her show the jazz records she's into and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
it's just crazy because it's like literally 10,000 miles away, but we're talking on the internet, so it's like we could be in the same room.
Speed of light.
The technology is just kind of overwhelming sometimes,
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah.
Well, it's good when it works, right? Technology is supposed to set us free, and when it actually does something good for us instead of making us addicted.
That's fair.
But Louis, when you said that, that's funny.
Speaking of that, Louis, how is everything going? Are you still playing coffee houses and doing that shit? Because I haven't seen many videos.
So I'm 2,200 hours into 10,000 hours of practice, and so
okay, you're improving.
I fucking hope so. Yeah, I'm just working my ass off.
But the thing is, if you put the 10,000 hours in and you do what you're gonna do, you can't judge improvement based on anything other than you.
I'm just working. I'm playing 3 or 4 nights a week. It just really, what you'd expect, sort of open mic night things, and then writing every day and practicing about 4 or 5 hours a day.
And then I'm assuming with all that fucking badass equipment, you're going to make a record, right?
I'm writing I'm writing the record.
That's what this is, right? It's prep.
Oh yeah. I just finished writing a sketch while I was hanging out with you guys.
A sketch?
Yep.
Is that what you're calling it?
What do you call it when the song's not done, but like the ideas are there?
No. But it's also a very cool idea to say a sketch, because it's almost like you're creating a dialogue like a play.
Yeah,
a sketch.
Well, I think about it that way because you go back and change stuff, and I don't like I have all these ideas working at once, and I go back to them to finish them in chunks, and it's just the way I'm working now. I don't know if that's going to be the way I continue to, but that's how it's been. A lot of sketches going, none of them are done, but they're all getting there.
That's cool.
That's good, man.
Do you have any songs about the vinyl community?
I mean, depending on how you look at it, trust the tale, not the teller. I mean, the song's really about what you think it's about, don't you think?
Whoa, that was heavy. So when you go up and play these songs, do you have like any introductions to the songs? Like, this is a song about a show that I was on that gives me a lot of pain.
It's funny that you say that because I try to notice what people, professionals that I idolize or that I look up to do with crowds and things like that. And then I look at what I'm experiencing like in these very, open mic night sort of environments. And so I actually think about how to talk to the crowd. It's not really a crowd, but I think about what to do in between songs and what to say and how to set things up. And crowd work is important when it's just you and 10 other people.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I actually do have things that I say depending on the song. So I single people out and try to get them involved. And sometimes I'll set up a joke or something so that it's like psychologically forces them to like listen and see where the joke's going. And then I can get them into the song and stuff like that, because most of the time these people aren't there because it's open mic night or because it's some local show. They're there because it's cheap beer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And so
what you're saying is that after being on Rachel's Ghost for a few weeks, it's easy to come up with in between song banter.
Actually, it's kind of hard to do it right, but yeah.
Dude, I admire you greatly because you're out there and you're doing it and you're filming yourself. You're doing like raw footage.
Oh yeah,
that's the best stuff to watch on Instagram. Watching you just stand up and go, I'm gonna fucking play a song now.
Oh yeah, like one of the things is like
that's incredible.
My goal is real simple. I want to play live music, and I want to make records, and that's it. So I don't care about any like specific level of, well, I got to make this much money or I got to do that. Right. As long as I'm playing live a lot and I'm writing and recording music, that's all I care about. So like, I'm not going to quit my day job, you know what I mean? But like, that is my goal, like to live a fulfilled life. That's what I have to do. And so anything that facilitates that is just, that's my whole entire, like, it's simple now because that's my plan and that's what I work hard at. And so like my expectations for success are concretely realizable, so now it's more fun that way. And it's not like, oh my God, am I going to make it? Man, I mean, I already made it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Good for you, man.
But these kind of gigs, because I'm doing them so consistently and because I was in a touring band when I was a kid and everything. So like, it's not necessarily new to me, but it does make you a bit fearless because it's like, these people don't give a shit. And therefore I have an adversarial attitude towards them a little bit. It's like, you're not here to see me, but you thought it was a good idea to give me a microphone. So you're going to get both barrels.
But you also realize it's not, you're never going to be able to talk down to them because those are your peeps.
No, right? Of course not.
They love you.
I don't talk down to them. I do make it hard to ignore me.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You know what I mean? Like, it sucks. Like, I just had this argument with Stunty the other night where it was Aaron, the metal theologian, where I was going, hey, before you flame me, I'm going to say this thing. And he goes, why would you do that? And I said, because I don't want to be flamed in the comments. It's preemptive shit. And he goes, well, yeah, but shouldn't your audience know that you're above that?
I think I was there for that.
Yeah. And I said, okay, I understand what you mean. I'm talking down to my audience by saying that, right? And he goes, yeah. Like, you can't like say, I'm going to fucking make a joke right now, but then if it hurts your feelings, don't fucking flame me for it, because they should know better.
And I don't remember the context, but I think he was probably more of a say it whatever you're going to say, and then let the chips fall where they may sort of thing.
Yeah, I kind of don't know though now if that's cool. Is that cool? Is it cool to just let the chips fall where they may?
Well, regardless of if you disclaim it or not, people are going to have a reaction to whatever it is that you say that you can't really control.
Yeah. It's a weird predicament to be in, isn't it? Like, if you take responsibility for the people that are listening, you go, I don't.
Well, you can't.
I don't want
you can only take responsibility for what you're going to say, and then say whatever.
What I wonder, and maybe Jason or Louis can answer it. If you're a professional or semi-professional or whatever, I don't think that you would say on stage something like, "Oh, don't blame me now, but I'm doing this joke," or you say something funny and say, "Oh, this was a joke, by the way." I think a professional would never do this.
No, I don't. I agree with you. I mean, but then again, that's sort of a strange line between comedy and like musical performance. You know, like I never really am goading anybody into anything. Like the interactions I have with the people that I'm playing in front of are usually like, "Hey, what's your name?" And then I'll spell their name. And if I get it right, I'll be like, "I got it right, everybody." And like
name jokes. Oh, name jokes. That's thin ice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all really lighthearted, and it's never anything controversial in any way. It's just to try and get people psychologically to like look forward and like pay attention to what you're about to do. And it's just something that you can do as a performer that a lot of people don't do. And I feel like it's part of being a professional. Because if you look at any show that you've been to where there's it's a national.
So set it up before you knock it down.
There's always crowd interaction with at least the people who I look up to and I know have worked really hard and have good careers. There's always something that they're doing to get their audience into what they're doing. And I mean, this is a pretty obvious thing. It's just being good at it is something that actually takes thought and work.
This topic right now remembers me of something I'm doing quite often lately. You probably know it way, way better than me. I watched some of the podcasts of Joe Rogan.
Joe Rogan is really good about the way he speaks with intent and the way he
amazing. He does an amazing job. I was so surprised. I watched some of his shows. His approach, I really do like it. What I've seen so far. Cannot say much about him, but I was very, very impressed what he's doing.
I think it's the psychology of stand-up comedy. Yeah.
It's a fine line between Sid Barrett and Dave Gilmour.
That's true. The thing with Rogan that can get him in trouble is he'll just have completely fucking ridiculous people on his show, and he doesn't really challenge what they say sometimes.
I think
yeah, that's cool, man. Like, yeah, sure, the
aliens ate my butt.
Yeah. Ate my butt, exactly. Yeah.
Well, I think that depends on whether or not the crazy person that he's got on his show is crazy in the same way he is, because I've seen him really challenge people.
That's true too.
But I don't really know, because like I stay away. Like I can look at him and say, this guy is a professional. This guy understands the psychology of being an entertainer and being a host, while simultaneously completely disconnecting myself from his content, because I don't share the same views most of the time or whatever. But like I can recognize that a lot of time and energy went into him being the way that he is. And like think for me, as somebody who isn't a stand-up comedian but is a performer, how much work and time goes into those little minute things about how to talk to the crowd, because it's different. Because I'm going to sing my song.
Exactly.
The song's going to start. I'm going to sing it, and then it's going to be done, and then everyone's going to clap whether they liked it or not, to some degree, right? But that's a voluntary thing. Like laughing is relatively involuntary. So if they don't laugh, that's your feedback right there, And so I think that like I really have a lot of respect for all entertainers, anybody who has the balls to get on stage. But that specifically, I think about a lot. How difficult that must be to do well.
Oh, it's got to be insane, man. I mean, like, you're going to just eat shit.
Well, not even, of course, the comedy part, but even the hosting well. And like even being a good interviewer, asking an open-ended question that was well designed and being able to do it on the fly is really a skill. And
Yeah, and we all know it now for very, very, very small degree, having your own shows in a way here on YouTube. Imagine you have 25 million or 69 million or 8 million. Imagine the pressure and what's going on.
Yeah. And that, what
that means.
And it's fascinating how much, like, I love watching people who are dyed-in-the-wool professionals at anything do what they do, and like understanding. And sometimes you get to see behind the curtain and you get to see the prep work that goes into it. To me, that's the best. Like, you know, when you get to see somebody practice properly, you just like, that's like, it's almost something you're not supposed to be able to see. It's great when you get to see that.
I'm getting another coffee. Be back in 2 minutes.
All right.
Well, it's good that you're getting better with the audience. I think of it more as like the gladiator, right? You need to win the crowd and you win your freedom.
Yeah. Yeah. And everything about the way that I'm approaching this phase of what I'm doing is just proper practice. If there's a way to practice whatever aspect it is properly, and you can find good examples of what that looks like and how to do it, then just do that and do it to death. It's amazing how long 10,000 hours is, by the way.
That's a long fucking time, man.
Well, so it's 4 hours a day, 7 days a week is 1,460 hours a year.
Yeah.
So I didn't give my first 40 years of life any hours at all. So I started over from scratch.
Yeah.
So I got to compress these times.
You got to do it for 10 years.
I'm going to get it done in 4.
Well, I can't wait to hear your vinyl community song. That's going to be a good one.
Yeah. I'd love to help with,
don't waste your time writing a song about the vinyl community. Just do Louis.
No, I don't mean write a song about the vinyl community. I mean like help get the vinyl community, the little niche of like us that are musicians in the vinyl community, and this, whatever you want to call this thing that we have, this cloud of YouTube streamers that we have, like to get all like a sampler from a bunch of people like Jason, you're, whatever you've got from your old band or whatever projects you're working on, there's not a ton, but there's easily enough of us to have some sort of weird creative sampler. And then like somebody can press it. We can, like, if it was like, okay,
we'd have to get
Jose will press it, right? It'll be $150 and you have to, in some one of us,
$150
and your son, well, because it's not gonna be free.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't mean the record will cost $150. Like, let's say I want to submit a song on this sampler. Jose said, okay, we'll do 12 songs, but you got to give me this much money to press it.
Sure.
I'd spend $150 on getting my song on a sampler, You made 300 or 500.
I think that you should do a 12 LP set about Rachel's streams.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Like a saga, like an epic.
It's a lot of history there to go through.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
There might be a Screamo album. I don't know, Chris. I don't know.
That'd be kind of cool.
I think you could pick any genre.
Yeah. Probably like, maybe like Dragon Force, though, like the whole thing. Yeah. That'd be dope. Oh, man. I am tired. It's almost 7 hours.
What's that like, being tired?
I'm tired, bro.
Man, dude, I'm not kidding. Like, my insomnia is the weirdest thing. Like, I don't ever have this, and not ever. Like, this goes in like batches or like of time, but like I'll go an entire week without feeling tired, like sleepy tired.
Right.
It's not ideal because it's like I don't just exist in this like sharp state where I can like, do everything that I normally would want to do. It's like it wears you out, but I don't ever feel sleepy. And so I'm trying to figure it out without taking brain melting drugs.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I think I just need to exercise my ass off and just make myself physically tired. But
maybe smoke some weed. I don't know.
No. You let me address this shit right now. This is a cosmic curse on me and me alone. So here's my pity party for marijuana. I can't use it. It makes my anxiety 100 times worse, even in the smallest amounts.
Right.
And everybody else seemingly, I know this happens to other people too, but like, you know, anecdotally, you'll be like, oh, I've had a really stressful day. Maybe I'll smoke all the weed you've ever imagined in your whole life, eat a bag of chips and go to sleep and everything will be fine. Whereas I will try to use a little bit of it and just be baked out of my mind and having the worst anxiety forever. And it's just like, how is that fair? You know what I mean?
You know, it's interesting. Last time I was in Boulder, because I share the same kind of feeling with you about that shit, but I was in Boulder, Colorado, and I asked the guy, I was like, hey, man, I want to get high, but I don't want to be all freaked out and shit.
Yeah.
And they came up with this strain, whatever it was, and I smoked the shit out of it the whole time I was there, and I was high as fuck, but I didn't get freaked out, which was interesting.
It's like another thing is like I'm over being fucked up. Like, I don't drink, I don't do drugs. But I did. I know all about it. You know what I mean? But I just don't want to be. I don't want to be high. I just want to feel all right and be tired. You know?
Yeah, that's fair.
It's like, come on, man. Like, no, this person in the chat. No, I can't handle my shit at all. Not at all. Like, I'll eat half of one of those little gummies and just like fingers crossed. You know?
Yeah.
The alternative is the reason why it's a curse is because the alternatives are bad. You know, take sleeping pills or drink. You know, those are objectively worse.
Is marijuana legal in Germany?
Okay. Those aren't the alternatives.
There are.
You can
those are two alternatives.
Well, the alternatives is like don't do anything and then just be who you are and do your thing.
That would be why I'm still awake.
Yeah.
I'm currently doing that.
Right.
But you know, it's never an alternative to just fucking get fucked up. It's not.
No,
that's never an alternative.
Yes.
It's always the best idea is to just stay awake and go with it. Like, you know, if you're up till 3 or 4.
This is a little bit more than that. Like my doctor's like involved. Like there's a point where being awake for 3 straight days without sleeping at all is different than like what people normally consider insomnia.
Okay. Well, here's the difference between that and I'm closer to the end than I am to the beginning. So any time that I'm awake is a good time spent doing something positive.
Well, I try to make the best of it.
You know, and I'll just say, I've been accused of like being on all these streams, like in the middle of the night. It's the only time I can talk to Michael. It's the only time I can. It's the only time, you know, like I can talk to. Other people, you know, in the vinyl community. But that's just equally important than me worrying about whether I'm my circadian rhythms or whatever the fuck it's called are lined up with me fucking going to sleep at 8 p.m. and waking up at. I just don't care about that. I'm gonna stay awake and do everything I can for as long as I can. I don't need to take drugs.
Well, no. See, I think that the differentiation is that think about the last time you were up for 3 straight days. It is not
okay. I'm in the middle of it now.
Imagine that three straight days.
Like it's bad, man. It's not great.
You probably start hallucinating.
A 72-hour recording session was normal for me in 95.
Yeah, but were you doing
97?
I'm an unwilling participant.
No, and I wasn't high on drugs. I was the only person that was straight because I was doing all the recording. Wow. It's not. If I focus on something and I like it and I'm doing it, I can stay with it until it's no longer redeeming.
But I'm trying.
Like right now,
like I'll lay in bed and try to sleep. I'm like not. I don't have a task that's taking 3 days of my attention that I really love doing or something like that. I'm trying to sleep and cannot do it.
But you're doing something right now.
But as much as I love this, it's way more important for me to have been asleep for 4 hours by now. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing. It's just like I'm fine. I'm totally fine. I'm just saying, it's crazy how my insomnia is. And
but you're on a screen with a bunch of great people, and that's cool.
I'm not grieving for my condition. I'm just saying I'm happy to be here. I'm super happy to see Michael too. Like I said, we haven't seen you in
I think
a long
sleep
time.
is such an important part of life,
especially as I get older.
And
can you fall asleep at 2 p.m?
It's terrible.
No.
Yeah. 3 p.m.
I can't.
5 p.m.
There are periods of time where I can't fall asleep at all, no matter what I do, even like with meditation and stuff. So that's the point.
Yeah.
Like I'm not staying up for fun. That's my point.
Yeah. Oh, I don't stay up for fun either, but I sometimes will stay up for 3 days.
Louis, I'm sorry that you could have spent the night here during the Austin record show and then suffered through those days snoring.
I still think it's wild that Jose falls asleep every time he's in a car.
Does he really?
Instantly.
Wow.
Like it's narcolepsy. The way that Chance described it, and I was actually in the car behind them when this was happening, and he told us, like he falls asleep if he's a passenger in a car. He almost instantly falls asleep.
It's because he's nervous. I used to go on every day. I'd get out of high school, and I would be driven to Los Angeles proper to do a interview for a McDonald's commercial or a movie, Sam Peckinpah, whatever it was. And while I was being driven out there, it'd be 2.5 hours of crazy, going in between people and doing stuff. So I would just fall asleep. And then the guy that was driving me would report back to my mom and go, he's asleep again. He keeps falling asleep. And my mom like, just let him do it. He's nervous. So
I wish that
I would fall asleep as nervous as I could possibly be. Getting ready to do an interview, I'd fall asleep, and then I'd wake up at the last minute, and he'd go, "You're not prepared," and I'd go, "It's fine," and I'd walk in and just do whatever I was going to do. If I'm going to do a big show, I'll just fall asleep right before it, and then people will be like, "Are you alive?" Yeah, let's go. It's a nervous reaction to fall asleep, I think, when you're being carted around, especially if you're used to being carted around.
That would happen to me. Hey, I got a question for you, Michael. I've always loved your style with your glasses frames. And so for a little while, I had some chunkier glasses, maybe 8 months ago or something, but I had to stop wearing them because they hurt, because the weight of them started to hurt the bridge of my nose. Does that happen to you?
No, it doesn't. I'm wearing this now because at the morning I like when I don't see the frame when I look through them. I know it looks ridiculous, but I don't care at my age.
No, it looks cool. I think. I need to get some new glasses. I've had mine for way too long.
Yeah, but nowadays the glasses are so light, and no, I don't have that problem. And I changed the frames during the day. Maybe that also helps, Louis.
Yeah, I just
the whole day.
I got sick of it, and I just got these lighter ones, but they're not as cool as the ones that I.
All right, I'm gonna put on my own frames, my old frames. Ready?
All right, let's hear it. Let's see it.
They look the same.
All right.
It's the same.
It's the same. Let's just make you big so we can really examine.
They're black on the outside. Look at that.
Okay, you have to go for the subtle details.
Okay. So here's the new pair. See?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And you pull these out. You put these in.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right. They are slightly different.
They're slightly
different. Your older ones make you look 2 months younger.
This is my Michael look right here.
Okay.
But you can see Michael, right? You can tell he's got way
Well,
different.
I can't see Michael unless I put these ones on. Now,
There you go.
there's Michael.
There he is. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, the older we get, the shittier our eyes are.
Was Jose really snoring really badly?
Yeah.
That's the worst. Ugh.
Jason
bad
snores.
for,
The rumor is that Jason snores too.
Oh.
A little bit of competition there, huh?
But Nathaniel Mars also stayed at my place, and he had like white noise, like from his phone that played. And I was like, oh,
I have fans in my bedroom, like little fans that.
Yeah.
I mean, Michael, like only Stunty would know that.
I didn't say that. That comes from you now.
Michael's glasses are the audiophile version of glasses. Okay. Yeah.
You never know.
You know, Michael, we did that video where we showed 45 RPM records that we liked, and we,
You went the guy? Yeah, I remember that one. That was really
the funniest
nice.
part of that, though, is Felipe. We bought these glasses on Amazon for like $5. They were just, play glasses. Felipe's broke, so he had to wear his mom's glasses like for the entire video, and he couldn't see shit because they were like actual prescription glasses. So he's just like sitting there, just blind as fuck the whole time. It was pretty fun.
Yeah.
What are you up to today, Michael?
Maybe I do a video because I had a wonderful, wonderful week. I got so many exciting records on a record fair that was unbelievable. Sometimes you just get lucky.
Mm-hmm.
And I got lucky several times this week, and maybe I do a video about it, especially when it comes to krautrock.
That's fun.
Yeah. Cool. Because you've got the whole day. Well, I mean, I guess we all have the whole day ahead of us.
In a way, you have.
Yeah. You got some sleep ahead of me, man.
Michael, please tell me you're not mad because I was talking shit about Noi too.
No, why should I? Do you talk shit about Noi too? I didn't realize that. How could you?
How could you?
Well, never mind. I didn't do it. I had an argument with Jose because I said it sounds like they were messing around with the fucking tape recorder.
Oh,
and he goes, "What's wrong with that?" You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I was just, I told you the same thing. I have the box set.
Sorry to interrupt because this is off topic, but Chris, are you sleeping all day? Is that what you're about to do?
I'm about to sleep like as soon as I shut the stream down for a few hours. Yeah, not all day though. No.
I'm having a cookout today. Do you want to come over and partake?
Possibly.
Oh, whoa! Special privileges for the fucking gnome boys.
Well, you can come too, George. It's just going to require a plane.
You just have to fly across the country.
Everybody's invited. But like Jesus Christ, 30 minutes away from
one thing. Maybe it's so simple, but what I've learned when it comes to sleeping rhythm, it doesn't matter when you go to bed. The important thing is stand up every day at the same time.
I do try.
That changed everything for me. So doesn't matter if you go to bed at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Stand up the same time. After 2, 3, 4 weeks, your rhythm is set in stone.
I think that I do understand and agree, and I do try. I think that
I wake up at 4:30 every morning.
When I go through, like when I stay up all day today, hopefully I'll be so tired that I'll be able to do that and then get back up at 8 o'clock in the morning on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I do try to do that. It's just that I think that I worry that there's something else going on. Usually insomnia is a sign of something. It's been going on for a while. We're trying to figure it out.
See, if you think that way, then you cannot sleep. I couldn't sleep either.
I try not to think at all. I meditate and try to, do all this shit that people tell you to do.
Yeah.
But anyway, Chris, I don't know. Like, I just thought I'd throw that out there.
No, definitely hit me up on the Discord.
We'll have fun at your stupid barbecue assholes.
Yeah.
That's not nice.
We're gonna have fun without you, George.
Yeah, that was meant to be mean. I'm sorry, Louis. I apologize.
You live in one of those states where you always have this good weather, always sunshine.
Well, no,
always...
it's really, really hot here.
Yeah.
Like
too hot. Too hot.
I take it over snow. I really don't like winter anymore because I grew up in a place that was windy and wintry. But it gets really hot. Like
it was like 110 for like days on end during the summer. 110 Fahrenheit. I don't know
too hot isn't nice.
35 degrees. Yeah. Chris, I just texted you, or I just sent you my phone number in Discord.
Awesome.
Oh wow, privileged.
Do you want my phone number too, George?
Yeah, because I might fly down.
Okay. Well, you probably want to head to the airport pretty quick.
It's good to have the option. It's good to have the option, Louis. Like, don't leave all of us out because we live in California.
Everyone's invited. Michael, would you like to come to the States for a barbecue?
Yeah. I would love to come to the States, but as you have insomnia, I have terrible
fear of flying.
I don't fly. I don't do it anymore.
That comes and goes with me, actually. Like the older I get, the more acutely aware of my own mortality I become. And then when I'm in a metal tube 6 miles in the air, I start to get worried about the competency.
The trick is to concentrate the whole time on keeping the airplane above the clouds. As long as you don't lose focus, then you're fine.
Yeah, in a way I'm doing this, George. In a way, I'm exactly doing this. And once on a flight to London, I had a very, very nice old lady next to me, and she wanted to go to the toilet, and I said, "No, you don't.
It's not the right time, my friend. You're gonna have to sit here and walk me through this."
I'm even more terrible on a plane than usually. I didn't let this poor lady go to the toilet until she called for the stewardess, and she said, "Are you insane?" I said, "Yeah, I'm insane."
And that's why I'm difficult to work with.
The sad thing is, I'm not kidding here.
Michael, do you let that prevent you from traveling, or do you just confront it and deal with it? Oh,
I don't. I did it, but it doesn't make sense. For example, if you say, "Come on next weekend, we do a barbecue," and I will visit you for 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
I come with a plane. The whole 3 days.
You'd be worried about going back.
Yes, for going back.
Yeah.
So I couldn't enjoy it at all.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Well, I do hope you get over that, because that's limiting.
It's limiting so terribly.
Yeah.
It's an irrational fear. It's called a phobia. You get in there, as soon as that door shuts, you go, "I got to get off here."
It's not necessarily irrational.
This is unnatural.
Yeah.
But that's what a phobia means.
So
it's an irrational fear. Yeah. I've got to get off this motherfucker. Like, I can't be on this. And then it's going, and now now you're like, we're taxing. Oh fuck! Now we're taking off. Oh my god! Now we're going up. Oh my god! And then the whole time, you're just thinking about, how do we get down from this? And that's the whole point. And it sucks. It sucks to do it. And then what happens is,
somebody who is afraid of flying.
I know. I am. And so then you get there, and you have 7 days when you're there. You're in a paradise, but then all of a sudden you're going, 3 days left, 4 days left, 2 days left. And then you're like, okay, now I got to get back on this motherfucker. Now you're like, okay, what I resign myself to is every time I get on a plane, I'm going to die. So anything better than that,
and I'm sure we're going to die.
Yeah. Anything better than that, then I win.
You know what I dream almost every night when I have to fly? That I have to fly the plane, and my steering wheel is so tiny, and I have to small steering wheel. I have to fly through mountains, and it's a nightmare.
I've had terrifying nightmares about planes and things like that, but
and then
I don't have a limiting factor though.
What pisses me off is when I don't have to fly. I have these dreams where I fly and I make it, and I'm like,
Well, Michael,
I'm on the plane and I know we're gonna land. I'm like, oh, we're here, and then I'm like, this is great, but then I know that's not going to be the reality. When I actually get on the plane, it's just the way it works.
Germany is at the top of my list for European travel, so I'll come visit you.
Yeah, we can do that for sure.
I would love to see a lot of things in Germany.
I'd come there too. I would risk it.
Germany and whole Europe is worth visiting.
Yeah, for sure. I just wish.
Especially when you come from the United States to see some culture and
yeah, I see what you did there, but I don't disagree.
Yeah, for sure.
But we also get to hear Dark Side of the Moon on the Einstein, so that's the real.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome.
Yeah, that would be nice.
And I promise you, I won't force you to do a whack-a-mole.
I would do it. I'd be happy to do that.
That's funny.
Oh man, that would be now that I'm like imagining that trip. Wow, Dusseldorf, right?
Dusseldorf,
yeah.
Oh,
Ground zero of krautrock in a way.
Yeah.
Let's just fly out tomorrow, Louis. I'll meet you at DFW and we'll just leave.
You know, it is interesting to think about, like, you know, for practical reasons, you don't just do stuff like that, but we could. Yeah. We could. I've got a credit card right here. You know what I mean?
So intriguing, Louis. Every time, you know, if you sit in your chair and say, no, going to Munich, going to Den Bosch. And if you really do it, you see how easy it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so easy.
I think
if you want to do it for real, we just go summer 2024. June 2024.
Okay. You're setting it up now?
You're all very welcome.
We're making the plans right now. This is.
I hate flying. I'd still do it. If it was that far in advance, I could totally psych myself up for that.
But I can imagine, George, doing it in a group of people helps. Yeah, doing it in a group with people who knows that you are now afraid and not yourself, it might help.
There's a reason to do it then.
DFW. Yeah. But what is the airport?
Dusseldorf.
Dusseldorf.
But you might also take Cologne or even Frankfurt due to prices. You know, with a train, you are in 50 minutes. You are here from Frankfurt, and Frankfurt is the largest airport on.
Okay, that
makes sense.
Summer 2024, Dusseldorf.
Flights to Germany. Let's see.
Get your tour shirts now.
9 hours and 30 minutes nonstop. About $1,000.
That's not bad.
Back and forth or one way.
One way. Well, no, Michael, we're gonna stay for 8 months.
Forever, yeah. It's like it's over.
They will be part of your videos now.
Make it 7, please.
There's no return trip home.
This is the end. This is how
round trip. It's going to be about
$1,000.
It'll be about $1,000, between $800 and $1,400, depending on when you go and all that stuff. And so,
yeah.
And you're saying a direct flight from what? Houston,
DFW,
Dallas, yeah.
Dallas to Frankfurt, 9 hours 32 minutes, $882, and that's if it was.
Who's got a dog?
Michael has dogs.
Sorry, my Waves is. I don't know if you know about this, George, but Waves plugins are trying to kill me, killing my audio.
Hate dogs.
I have a dog
behind you.
I have a miniature Whippet.
Yeah.
Aren't Whippets miniature greyhounds? Isn't that like another level of miniature?
The Whippets now see a neighbor dog, and they don't like to see.
My dog's gonna hear that coming through my headphones and start.
Jose is here and he wants a link.
Oh God, there's no more links, man. I'm about to pass out.
It's your show,
I think, George, when Chris goes to bed, I think, George, you should start a stream.
Yeah, you might as well. That'll link up to Rachel's.
Yeah.
This is a telethon. We should be raising money for some worthy cause.
Exactly.
All right, bring Jose up first, Chris.
You should do a stream for your flight, for the tickets.
Yeah.
48 hours.
I would not want to ask anyone for anything.
I would absolutely do this if everybody wanted to agree on it. June 2024.
June.
Yeah.
June is a cool month, by the way, here in Germany. We have this earlier summer. Usually it's quite nice. You know, the summer in Germany is amazing in the last years. It's very dry, rarely too hot, very stable.
Where is on the longitude, like how much farther north is Dusseldorf than the middle of the United States?
New York?
Is it New York? It's about like New
I
York.
think Düsseldorf, New York should be almost a direct line.
Okay,
almost.
so you've got some winters. So winter, there's snow and ice and everything. Yeah.
Not that often.
But summer, June is not going to be like blazing hot. It's going to be everything's
usually it's not. You never know.
Opening up and yeah. Who knows now?
It's ridiculous here.
What's up, Jose?
Okay, so we got Jason, Louie, Chris, me, and Jose's in for June.
Is this the new jazz bomb?
June 2024. We're going to Michael's house.
Yeah. June, you're gonna go to Michael's house June 24th?
Yeah. And Caesar's in too. If we do late June, Caesar's in.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
I hope to go to Europe. Visit two of my sisters now live in Europe.
Well, that's a reason right there.
Where in Europe, Jose?
Barcelona.
Barcelona is an amazing city.
Yeah, you know, I less than a month ago, it was the record fair that I always suggest people going because it's way bigger than the Austin one. You know, I had fun at the Austin one, but I don't know why I remembered it bigger.
Jose, don't shoot the messenger, but I saw some videos of Austin, and I said, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, it's.
Well, look, Michael. Yes. Well, I'll tell you this. I know you and I probably share. Yeah, you and I probably share a little bit of like what we listen to, and I was like for like 2 hours I was going around with like Stunty on my phone showing him some stuff. There was not. It was barely anything, you know. But I mean, for us, I bought like 10 records that I'm really happy that I bought, you know. And I got 2 that I was a Death in June record that I got for very cheap, and World of Skin, the Swans shoot off that I'm happy to have. But even
Jose, of course, you know, if there is a record fair with one bin and you find 3 records in this bin, it has been an amazing show. but you know, I was quite surprised because Austin. And then I said,
"Well,
I've been
there before. Here. I've been there before, and it has been a little better for stuff to find. I didn't see a single Coil record, which is bizarre because that's like one of the most popular like underground type music you would have, you know. And there was a guy that." He actually was really super funny because I was talking with Stunty on the phone and he was facing me. And I don't know how the guy was over here. And he said, "Is that Stunk Rock Confusion?" And we were like, whoa.
Famous worldwide.
Yeah. So, but he said that he had, I think, met you and Stunty at Den Bosch. And for some reason, he remembered, a little creepy, to be honest. And he was like, "Oh, I have this record," and he had good records, but they were extremely scratched. It was like finding stuff and was, "Oh, look at this DNA record," and then I was just be like, "Oh, how much is it? $30. Oh, amazing price!" And I would take it out, and it was like beyond scratched. So yeah, you know. I'm happy what I got. And I had a great time meeting everybody.
That was I really did like just being there for the night and being able to hang out with everybody. That was really cool.
And I went also to like sell stuff from my label, so that was fun.
You know, maybe Jason can, as he's way more experienced in this kind of stuff than me, or like me. But what I think is so different when it comes to Den Bosch, at least with the records, other records fair I know is that when you go to a usual record fair, 90% of the stuff you see is please be as cheap as possible. €2, €3, €5, a lot of CDs nowadays, but masses of records. In Den Bosch, almost every dealer goes there to show this is the cool stuff I have. This is my wall. Here's my Blue Note. Here's my Prestige. Here's my avant-garde stuff. Here's my near mint stuff. Here is the ultra rare stuff. That's Den Bosch in a way in two unbelievable big halls, and every dealer shows the best he has.
That's
big different to other record fairs.
That's how I would assume that it would be everywhere, but I guess
But Michael, what was interesting was that so Saturday, I don't remember what time it was, 10 a.m., 12 I don't remember, but the normal crowd, the people that didn't buy the early thing came, and I was amazed. Like people were just like, "Oh, look, I found!" Like it was the most normal, like Peter Frampton live. Whoa! And people were like cashing out, like, "Give me two of those shit." It was really, really interesting because we live in this bubble, So
Jose? Have you heard a good copy of Frampton Comes Alive? Exactly. No, wait, whoa.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
No, come on. Jason, let's work with this. Jose?
Yes.
You know as well as I do that's a fucking good album, man.
It's not as good as this one.
It was. What is that? I'm on my.
Is there any other album in the world that goes wow, 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 wow,
yes.
wow, right?
The one that I bought with it. This Elvis record.
Whoa.
Having fun with Elvis.
Having fun on stage, even.
Wait, let's go back to fucking Louis' pants. What the hell was that?
Yeah. These are my PJs, man.
That's
Broncos.
Elvis right there. That's better. Broncos.
Broncos.
John Elway is the greatest quarterback of all time.
I don't know any football. What is it? Wait,
I don't want to talk about the Denver Broncos.
I'll say this, George. I have never heard this record till this year. I mean, I knew the.
Did you like it when you listened to it? Did you get it?
I thought it was way better than I thought it was. I don't. This is not my type of music, but
I can't believe you just had that sitting there. It's just.
I guess the question is why dismiss it though? Why dismiss it?
No, I'm not dismissing it. It's just classic rock,
Yeah, it's not rare.
It's cheap.
I mean,
it's a good record, man.
It's like I growing up, my sister would play me Led Zeppelin and all this music, and it was great. And then something else caught my attention a little more, and I would
argue that it deserves more of a 4-album treatment than Lamb Lies Down on Broadway.
I don't agree, but George, when you say it's a great album, I think we have. How can I put it? Of course, for you it's a great album because probably you grew up with it, and it reminds you of better times.
No, it's not. It's not true. What I'm saying is that record sold like 22 million copies, and Lamb Lies Down is a fucking behemoth, even related to the band. Even Peter Gabriel says there's 5 good songs on that record. And Lamb Lies Down. Lamb Lies. If you like Selling England by the Pound, and you like Foxtrot, and you like Nursery Crime, then Lamb Lies Down is not the Genesis record that you're looking for. It's a record that in its past became bigger than it was when they were doing it. When they fucking
that's a great point, and that's what I wanted to say is sometimes things age very bad,
or very well,
or very well. The recent popularity when it comes to krautrock, for example, is also because when I have, thanks to my wife, sometimes younger people at my place, and they are into music, I play some krautrock.
Yeah.
And very often they say, wow, what is this? Damn, that's cool. If you play Peter Frampton live, they say, okay, good night, old man, I'm gone.
Yeah, and don't get, before you get smug, Jose, we already talked about Noi too.
All right, hey, Michael, I want to
you
have.
know what I mean, George. You know, some
Yeah,
things
totally,
age
absolutely.
age
I
better
wasn't
than
gonna say
others.
anything. Michael, I do have a question for you, asking about the same thing you just mentioned.
Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Jesus Christ.
So, for example, what would you say right now is the youth, the Junga? What would you say it's the consensus on krautrock and like that type of movement right now in Germany? Is it? Do you think it's still like look back as George is looking back at Peter Frampton, or
oh, shut the fuck up! I'm not looking back at Peter Frampton, you fucker.
Or do you think is this more like appreciation for it, but it's not?
Jose, if I could meet you in an alley, I'd fucking kiss you right on your face.
You know, Jose, I think the answer is quite obvious, isn't it?
Yeah, about I don't. Is it?
Oh
Is it not that? I mean, I'll tell you this because at
patronizing
least here,
cocksuckers.
At least here,
jeez, what did I miss?
There's a label called Foss Club, and they have a lot of new krautrock bands in that label, even Mexican bands.
I will do a video with Casper from Foss Club.
Oh yeah, well there's a band called Say Steel that are from Mexico, and they all went to live. They live now in Berlin, so that's why I was asking, because over here, like I saw Michael in fucking a pizza place here. I don't know who booked it, but I think they didn't know what it was. It's called the French Fried, and he played here, and it was really bizarre, but it was great. And there were like 30 of us, and it was pretty good. Well, they're probably a little more, like 50. But yeah, I mean, I'm always curious to see like how, you know, just like it's like blues in England when Led Zeppelin.
Jose, come on, let's not get George confused. Let's
get serious and talk about Love Supreme UHQR.
Oh my
God. So George, do you like Bruce Springsteen?
Hell no. He's a fucking moron.
George,
the boss.
It's a better record than John
Coltrane's don't you think when I was talking about Frampton Comes Alive that I wouldn't open myself up to fucking Billy Joel Piano Man and fucking, you know, Bruce Springsteen, blah, blah, blah. And the same thing that you would say about Phil Collins 2 weeks ago. But you won't say it now. But you won't say it now because you're all sucking his dick because there's a good fucking 45 RPM record.
Hey, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, bullshit. But no, I'm just
vulgarity,
saying.
George.
Listen, well, I was talking about the Phil Collins record. I was talking about the Phil Collins. People were making fun of me when I was going, I'd buy the Phil Collins record. I'd buy the Foreigner record. I might buy the Bad Company record, but I'm not waiting for fucking Lamb Lies Down on Broadway, and I'm not waiting for fucking fucking topographic bullshit because like it's spent already. But these other records have never gotten this kind of treatment before, and when they do, you go, whoa, there's something to be said there. There's something to be fucking said by these records getting their due reward for being atypical, untypical records that were pushing the limits of engineering. And so when you listen to Frampton Comes Alive, I don't care how stupid it is to hear Baby I Love Your Way. I don't give a fuck about that.
Blood
but
pressure.
What I'm saying is that when you listen to that record,
George,
when you listen to that record,
your blood pressure, remember.
No, Jesus Christ. When you listen to that record, but the point that I'm making is it's a well-recorded record. There's a reason why it sold 80 fucking million copies. Let's not kid ourselves.
I pay $1 for it.
What does the sales say about the quality of music and vice versa?
I guarantee you that everybody's going to be pissed off about the Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. I'm making a fucking point right now. Put it on the mark this, Chris. Everybody's going to be going Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Nah.
George
Selling
I say The Lamp Lies Down the Broadway is maybe the best aging Genesis. We just had this point of aging good and aging not so good.
Not as far as Peter Gabriel is concerned, and not as far as anybody in the band Genesis is concerned.
Yeah, so what? So what? They are all biased.
But because they're liars.
Biased.
They're biased in the fact that they made the record, man. It's their record. It did not represent what they wanted to make.
It does. And I think you're missing the point. I asked you if you like Bruce Springsteen. Do you know that Bruce Springsteen influenced that record and changed that direction? Do you know that?
Well, there you go. I did know that, and you know what? Makes sense.
This is interesting. I didn't know about.
You're wondering why. So
George, and it was the end. It was the end of Genesis. I already showed that record, Jose, and I got a better copy than you do, bitch. Put that up. Show that record. Show the label. Show the label,
George,
Jose. Show that trespass. Show the trespass.
George, you've never asked yourself, why is The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway a black and white cover?
This is like when
George, I have to tell you,
there's my trespass. It's on impulse.
George, I have to tell you something. I really don't give a fuck about pressing. But but if you have $50 on you, my suggestion for the night it's getting this John Coltrane record that it's way better than Love Supreme.
US guys, you are again all over the place.
Dude, there's
explain the Bruce Springsteen thing.
Yeah, there is a meter, an XY axis called fuck around, find out.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Jason,
very
go
interesting.
on.
So Peter Gabriel went to that concert where Bruce Springsteen, I guess, played, I think, the London Hammersmith, right? And he was just like, what the hell? Like, who the hell is this guy? Why was he so amazing, right? And it made him rethink about writing music and, like the lyrics. He was like, I have to be tough, like I'm from New York, right?
And write all the lyrics about a guy named Rael that was already written about.
Hippie hair, and I'm going to be like this, put on a leather jacket and write like I'm like struggling and like in the adventures in New York. You see how this... And you could tell the rest of the band hated it. They were like, what? We don't want to do this.
And dress up like a turd on stage.
Hey, I love Peter Gabriel.
Come on, man. It was bad. It got
George, do you like Phil Collins era more? Is that what you're trying to sell me?
No.
Chris, you're doing great, by the way.
Like I said, Jose, Selling England by the Pound, Foxtrot, Nursery Crime,
I don't even know what the fuck we're talking about.
Trespass. They're all great records.
Chris, it doesn't matter.
I have no idea either.
And by the way, all those records except for Trespass that I mentioned are the Phil Collins era.
It's true. It's true.
Look at my cheap fucking $10 copy that I have.
Yeah. I love it. Look at the label, Chief. Look at it. Oh my God. Looks like an Elton John. It looks like an Elton John cutout bin.
You pay $10 for it. You overpay.
No, I don't know how much I paid for this.
Horrible. That's ridiculous.
I'll tell you this. I pay $1 for this, and I feel ripped off. That's what I was saying.
Oh shit.
One of these days, what you'll realize is that Frampton Comes Alive is one of the best records ever made. It's like top 5 ever.
And it's sold 8 million times. Jose.
Even Neil Diamond has
Rumors, Hotel California, Frampton Comes Alive, Asia.
Even the Barbara Streisand fucking best of volume.
Insert
2
your
is
record
probably
here.
better than this.
Okay, Streisand Volume 2, number 5.
Wow, George, that was for some people a list of
horrible records. That's right, exactly. It is. It's not a great record, but it deserves to have its place. It sold a bazillion copies.
In the
It was a
chat
great
earlier,
record.
in the chat earlier, way earlier, Jason said that without his hat on right now, he looks like Jimi Hendrix. So
really,
I'm trying. Yes. I've been trying to imagine it this whole time.
Jason will not take that hat off. I guarantee it. I'll give him $50 if he takes his hat off.
During the pandemic,
oh, you can't turn that down.
During the pandemic, there was a lot of like horror movies shot in like this type of format, and Jason looks exactly like someone's about to like kill him.
If Jason now would have sex, he would be killed.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Or if he was a character in Mario Kart, he'd be a billionaire.
Yes. All you need is this fucking record right here.
Oh my God, Jesus! You
You
see,
you sell it for $2 now?
No, I wouldn't give it away for $1.
You need to go on Rachel's stream next time and like be really serious and be like, this record is something everybody needs to have, and like really talk about it before that.
Well,
of course I could. I could go with my
okay, Jose, if you're gonna press a record, would you rather press Frampton Comes Alive or Lamb Lies Down and
Lamb
release
Lies Down.
1,000 copies of it?
Lamb.
And you would lose money.
No.
Why? I would probably sell like
because the Frampton Comes Alive would sell immediately.
No,
I guarantee you.
There are houses in the middle of the forest that are probably.
Okay, if you buy 800 copies, you might have a good chance.
Well, you guys are like, what are you guys stuck in the fucking VC? Think about regular people in the world, dentists, lawyers, bankers.
Regular people have this record hanging around.
Regular people in the world love Frampton more than they love fucking Lamb Lies Down on Broadway.
Regular people do not buy vinyl.
Hey,
George, that's not true. They do. They buy the fucking shitty ones that we complain about all day long. And while all of us are sitting there going, I need fucking Chad's fucking thick shit to fucking satisfy my butthole, they're fucking buying up all the shit that you get at fucking Urban fucking Outfitters.
Hey, some
that you get with a Crosley.
Like this?
Do what?
No, is he why is he so?
No, I've just reached my limit of bullshit. Like, this is so stupid.
Why are you so upset?
I'm not upset. I've reached my look. There's a point where you go, are you really talking about selling records, or are you talking about what you like?
George, you want to see something cool?
No.
Yeah, but
unless you're going to catch your dick on fire.
George, look, it's a Crosley.
Look what.
Oh, that's a great Bumblebee microphone. It's awesome.
Oh my God,
this is a neat King B. They don't make it anymore. This is an amazing fat mic.
That looks pretty cool.
Bring that in June to Düsseldorf, please.
Yeah.
This is
stick it up Jose's ass.
They're great.
Hey,
is that a transformer? What's going on there? What looking at?
Well, no, I have that Crosley here because my wife uses it for like the kids. He's a teacher. He's a teacher. So.
You know, I also need a big microphone. I think I will buy a microphone that's as big as Jose's guitar. The really big microphone.
Yeah.
George, what's
this?
That
guitar.
That's too small. Way too
I can't
you
see.
See these hands?
Hang it up there again.
You see these hands? They
looks like a 58, but it's a 57 or 56 maybe.
57, yeah.
That's a 12-string Telecaster.
You know, a 50. They have the ones that have the curve over that you can notch the head over.
They come
so
over.
You can like
they all
lay
come
over a
way.
tom and shit. Right?
Oh yeah, yes they do.
You know,
those
I'm
are
actually
56s.
I have to buy 414s because I used to have some and they got lost.
The beauty of the beauty of a 414 is that it's a very susceptible condenser mic, but you can also flip it into hypercardioid.
Yeah, but they're great for even for
if you but also if you try this, dude, flip it over a tom, put it into hypercardioid so it's focused directly down.
Well,
and at a 45-degree angle through the head right into the shell, it'll be the best fucking tom you ever heard.
I was reading up on Nevermind. They had 414s as what do you call it in English? Overheads. That I thought it was pretty interesting for the drums. I thought it was pretty interesting because I see that, but I don't see it as often.
How did you lose your 414s?
Just use Omni. Put it in Omni as often as possible whenever you can.
There was a guy at the university that I went to that worked there for a little while. You might guess why. Just for a little while. And some stuff, like I had some pedals and I went back the other day because it was like studio. Yeah. Like I would, how it work in my university is like I would get one of the 3 studios. I would get it for like 12 hours. and that 12 hours was literally like 12 a.m. to 12 p.m.
Mhm.
And I would go sleep, and then I would come back at 11 to get my stuff. And when I went there, they were not there anymore.
The thing that sucks about the new ones is that you have to have them plugged in and give them phantom power before you can even light them up and make the decisions.
Yeah, yeah.
Where the old ones, you could, flick those little switches.
Yeah. And I
you
like
can't
that
do
about
that
the
anymore.
414.
Yeah.
You can for guitars, especially if you have two of them, one on the 12th fret and one on the box, and it sounds really nice.
Yeah.
Very bright, very nice.
Go, between the 12th fret and the sound hole on
Yes,
acoustic,
that's what I said, yeah.
where the neck meets the body.
Yeah.
Go right in there, because that's the most
The
resonant
12th
stuff.
fret. The 12th fret is
And
really
then
good.
try taking the second mic and putting it down, not stereo, but like mono, right? They're both going to be blended together.
Yeah.
Put the other one down at the biggest fucking fattest part of the guitar.
Yeah,
that's where the
that's
most
what I
low
do,
end
yeah.
is. You know what I mean? And blend those together. That's fucking
And
awesome.
yeah, to be honest, I was not particularly fan of like when you hear a lot of the pick, but for certain songs, I really do enjoy it. And when you have like a really thin pick, and you use that 414 and you have it there, and it's really
When I learned,
if you're like comping chords, right? And then you have an acoustic guitar, the only thing that's different is those squeaks. You know what I mean? Like those little movements. The interaction of a human being with the fucking wood and the metal is the difference between an acoustic guitar and an electric guitar. So, get some of that in there if you can.
When I learned how to when I learned mid-side miking for acoustic guitars, it was over. I can't, like, it sounds so good to me mid-side that I can't.
Well, the problem with mid-side is most people don't understand that figure eight that you have there, which is a monaural microphone.
Yeah. You have to
it's counting on the fact that if something happens on the right side and it hits this, it pushes the diaphragm that way. And if it happens on the left side, it pushes the diaphragm that way. Plus, minus. But no matter what, that center mic is plus, minus. So if you think about that, when you decode it, you take that center
in
mic.
figure
it's
eight
always,
or in
one of the mics is in figure eight.
The bottom mic's in figure eight, and it's plus this way and it's minus that way. Yeah. So left is minus, plus is right. But when you take that center mic and you combine them together and you make the copy, you flip it out of phase. When you have it, plus is minus, minus is plus in the out of phase version. So no matter what, the drum gets hit and the mic goes back in the middle and goes forward for the negative. But on the left side or the right side, it goes this way or that way or this way or that way. And that is the difference between the left and right channels. So when you take the left and rights, flip them out of phase, and you combine those with the center and you bring the center up, that is MS. And it's true stereo. It's based on phase.
Are you thinking
like listening to this conversation?
All right.
Sorry.
I'm just giving you.
I started it. I'm sorry.
I'm just
now
fucking.
With the next Jazz Bumps streams, Chris has on its monitor the German time, and he will be so careful not to go after 8 o'clock German time, so that he has to do another 2 hours.
When people fast forward to this time, they'll be surprised how much the Jazz Bumps has changed.
and how angry George can get about Peter Frampton.
Yeah, he really loves that shit. I will say this.
I think Peter Frampton is a terrible album. Don't you agree, George?
Yeah, totally. I think it's a piece of shit.
Hey George, I actually, how I got curious about that record. I saw Halloween, the remake. It's a piece of shit. The Rob Zombie, and they have that song there, that version, and that "Baby I Love Your Way," whatever, from that thing. And then I saw it. Somebody was selling records, and they had it like $5 for $5, and I was like, well, I do want one of them, which was this Gray Slick record. Oh fuck. And then I was like, all right, I'll get it. I'm fucking sleeping, man.
Me too, man. I'm super excited. So,
Oh, never mind. Sorry, you're gonna. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, one suggestion.
Yes.
George now shows all his Beatles records, and after that we go to sleep.
I think he should do that on his own channel. So I'm gonna go to sleep
that'll take 3 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me start with D Beatles.
Yeah.
Sue. Okay, who starts the stream now when Chris goes off? Who starts?
It's got to be George, right?
Gotta be George.
I think George should start it.
I think so.
I'll start a stream. I don't care.
All right,
Whatever
cool.
you want to do.
Well,
Can it
out of
be
his
titled
misery.
"Ooh Baby, Here We Go Again"?
Exactly.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll
When
join
George
that
starts
stream.
the stream, don't go there. Let him wait at least 1 hour.
All right. Fuck you guys.
Oh man. Well, thanks for
Great ending. You couldn't write a better ending.
Yeah, we'll see y'all next
Thank
time.
you so much, Chris.
Bye, guys.
Nice seeing you.
Bye.